Who is the worst attention hoe you've come across? TLDR, Aunt's a vicious bitch and attention hoe who only cares about Facebook likes and doesn't care how she gets them. My aunt always has been and probably always will be the biggest attention hoe I've ever met. At least I hope I never meet anyone worse. I'm going to sound awful at first, but hear me out. It started when she got cancer. She'd post on Facebook about how long she was at the doctor's and how she felt, and that the family needed to gather around more. She told everyone she was going to be dead in under 6 months. At the time I understood. Sure, get that attention, get some love from friends, family, and internet strangers in your support group. That's an awful situation. She went into remission though. People didn't give her the same amount of encouragement and support she had been getting when she had led everyone to believe she was 100% going to die in 6 months. The people in the terminal cancer support group slowly stopped commenting completely. So I guess she missed the attention and started making posts bashing the entire family, that we are ungrateful and unappreciative of the battle she went through for us. My siblings and I live too far for normal visits, so we took a lot of fire during this time for not visiting enough. When she thought she was dying, we did visit, but not as often as she felt we should have. Fast forward about a year, and here's where it starts getting bad. She starts posting pictures of my grandmother who is no longer in her right state of mind. Awful pictures. Hair messed up, food all over her face and clothes, dark rings under her eyes. With comments like it's so hard to take care of your parents. Makes me so sad. Pray for us. My grandmother's memory is so far gone that every time I visited she thought I was my mother who passed away years before. I wouldn't correct her, but my aunt loved to. Nanny, she's dead. She died years ago, at which point my grandmother would sob uncontrollably until she forgot why she was crying. Rinse and repeat 4 to 5 times a visit. Each time my aunt would snap a photo and post about how hard it was to be the one to remind someone with dementia that her daughter-in-law is dead. Then I was in a car accident. It was a bad accident. I broke my neck and had a miscarriage. When I woke up in the hospital I was alone, but she had already heard of the accident from my father, who was my emergency contact. She added the other car's family members on Facebook, posted pictures of the car accident from the news, and lied about my injuries. Such a bad accident, I can't believe she hit you guys. Thank God you only got a broken arm and she only broke a hip. Praying for you. Posted the same photos, but hidden from the other people's family, tagged as another awful family catastrophe. Thank God Op didn't get herself or someone else killed. The accident wasn't my fault. I didn't break a hip. And one of the other passengers had a brain bleed and was in the hospital and rehab for over a year. And the most recent and the worst of all, I've never been big on Facebook, and she quit tagging me when I asked her to stop contacting the other car's family as per my lawyer's request. Well, my grandfather's health had taken a turn for the worst. He was in hospice care. She of course was milking it for attention for herself. Since she wasn't tagging me, I was completely unaware. For this instance, however, she also neglected to tell my siblings and my father of this sudden and rapid health decline, going as far as to hide the posts from my sister, who always read and commented on her posts. None of us were aware. The rest of the family was gathered and was able to say their goodbyes on the day he died. She then posted a picture of my dead grandfather on Facebook, telling everyone that they were lucky to have been there for him in his final moments, this time tagging me, my siblings and my father. A follow-up post of my grandmother crying, saying, "How am I supposed to tell her again when she forgets? Pray for us." Well, I was at work when he passed, so I didn't even see the posts yet. I got called into my manager's office because an aunt on my mother's side yelled at me because my awful aunt messaged her and told her none of us showed up to visit my grandfather on his deathbed. My manager let me leave early, and I got to my phone in my locker and saw the post and messages from my siblings that my father was distraught and drank himself into oblivion and was now at the hospital getting his stomach pumped. Wanna guess what my awful aunt's next post was? A post about my father drinking himself dumb because he felt guilty for being an awful son and not caring enough to visit his dying father, and how it made her so sick that she was alone in all this with no support from her baby brother. She kindly tagged us all in that post too. Too much information? Yeah, probably, and I'm sorry for the wall. Do I feel better after sharing? I 100% do. I'd share my feelings about her on Facebook, but she'd just faking love it. In my sophomore year of high school I briefly dated, then had an on-again/off again friendship with this senior in my drama class. We'll call him T, as in the idiot point. T was awesome. When we first met, he told a lot of cool stories and seemed to have an interesting life. He was a little weird, but the fun kind of weird, and very socially savvy, so he was generally well liked by a lot of the class over time. However, I could tell T was a little off. His stories started to seem a little outlandish, for example, how Katy Perry and Ariana Grande kissed him on each cheek at the same time, how he survived a 30-foot fall from a treetop into a large hole after being unconscious for hours, how he had a fake girlfriend, confirmed to be fake, that he dumped just so he could date me, and other unbelievable stuff like that. Something just wasn't right about this guy. The most attention ho thing T ever did was tell our entire class that he had some fatal disease that required surgery, from which he was probably going to die. We weren't dating anymore, and in an on phase of our friendship at this point, by the way. He even went as far as saying goodbyes and offering to sell his stuff. Honestly, I could tell that this was probably bullshit. He didn't know what this disease was, except a tumor up near his, and I quote, "you know what," and just cause he was a compulsive liar in general, but those who didn't know him as well as I did fell for it. One girl even had to go to counseling because she was so worried about him. He told us this the Thursday before a week-long Thanksgiving break, and that his surgery was the next Tuesday, and if we didn't hear from him by that night, he'd be dead. So I texted him Tuesday night, no response. I texted him on Thursday wishing him a happy Thanksgiving, nothing. At this point, I actually started to get a little worried what if something did happen to him, but there he was on Monday, back at school, totally fine, not in a wheelchair or crutches, or even limping. Yeah, I bitched him out on it pretty hard. TLDR, psycho friend made up a fake fatal illness and worried our classmates/friends for days for the sole purpose of getting attention. Sorry for the wait. Okay. So like I said, the guy was spitting a straight sheet. 5th grade was already pussy enough. He was taunting me in front of the entire class. I have a creed. Talk all the shit you want about me, if you can do it to my face. Once you go behind my back, or talk about anyone I care about, then prepare for a faking sheet storm. So the comments about incest were bad enough, but he had to talk about my younger sister, someone who I have been, and still is really close to. In fact, we were so close that nosy relatives had the same conclusion, which pisses me off to no end. Talk about my family plus insult my sister equals you're gonna have a bad time. So I threw his desk at him. I threw his bag at him. I ran towards him itching to tear him a new one. All the other kids, save for one, watched this spectacle unfold as no one was sure what to do. To be honest, I blanked. All I remember after was that he had a black eye and several scratch marks on his arm. The one who stood up went and stood between me and him. I tried to push him out of the way, but I guess the adrenaline had left my system. That and the guy was a honking mountain of a kid, and I was the youngest and shortest, and at times weakest, of the class. The teacher, his uncle, came to a shell-shocked nephew, really quiet students glaring in my direction, and me still seething, but obviously scared, that he might use his teaching clout to have me expelled and barred entry to any other school. 9-year-old me was really dumb. He walked in, and had his nephew, and I clean up the mess we made. He walked to his desk and sat down, his eyes never leaving the two of us. My cheeks burned in anger, in embarrassment, in fear. That Friday, my parents were called in after school and the teacher explained the fight between us and everything else that transpired. He then turned to us and asked us to tell our side of the story. He went first and spun a tale of a deranged classmate who attacked the defenseless, unprovoking paragon that he was. I bit my tongue as he said this, my parents taking in what he said, saying nothing. When it came to my turn, I slowly recounted the true events. I explained that I was livid, that he dared to go after me, and say all those things. My mother looked at both of us and said, "Okay. So we've heard from both sides. Now are you telling me the truth?" I nodded and stared at the floor like the linoleum was the most interesting thing in the universe. She asked the same of Diva, who also replied in the affirmative. Well, the two of you are telling me two conflicting stories, so here's what we'll do. We'll call in your classmates still waiting to be picked up and ask them what truly happened. And that's what they did. 5 kids walked into the room and my heart sank. They were his crew. They started to reply in affirmative to his outlandish claims and my parents listened in silence. An important side note that I just have to add in was that both of my parents are in the Fiji military and they had come back from a meeting where they had to wear their uniforms. Uniforms that they both really looked intimidating in. What didn't help their case was that whenever their story deviated from mine, thing was I never told them what happened till that Friday. My dad seemed to sniff it out and would just interrupt to ask the rather terrified 10 to 12-year-olds if that was really what happened. After the 3rd time this happened, my mother asked my dad to leave it to her. During this entire meeting, my parents showed no emotion, speaking to us with a smooth, reserved tone. Eventually she got the truth out of them, thanked them for their honesty, and asked them to leave. After the last had left, our teacher got up and closed the door, and my mother turned her full attention towards Diva. Their conversation went something like this. Why did you lie to us, Diva? D. I didn't. I don't want to hear your excuses. Do you know what would have happened if we just listened to you? D. We'd probably go home. My husband would then beat us. Corporal punishment is still a thing in Fiji. I don't like lying. It's pointless. I've never intentionally lied because it's a useless endeavor. There is a God watching over us, and under him the truth is always revealed. I've never lied to my children, so I never expect them to lie to me. D. Where are your parents? D. My father is in his village, and my mother is in Nadi with the rest of my family. Who looks after you? D. My uncle. And did you think of what kind of position you're putting him in because of your actions? D. You know, I had to calm my husband down when we are on our way here. He was planning on beating the two of you until the truth came out. D. A panic look forms on both my teacher and Diva. If we were as horrible as you said we were, I would probably have let my husband do as he pleased. But I didn't. Do you understand why? D. Tears begin to well up. No. Because of the God I serve. I'm both enraged and disgusted by what lies you are able to come up with. If I truly were a bad Christian, like you told my son, I'd probably storm right in here to wring your scrawny neck. Damn the consequences. If anything, I should be demanding the principal have you be severely punished, expelled, or both. But I won't. Do you know why? D. Whimpering as he answers my mother. No, I don't know. Because, regardless of what happened, ours should never have beaten you up like that. There is no innocent party in this situation. My mother then made us sit across from each other and had us apologize to the other, which took a while as Diva started bawling at this point. Afterwards my mother took me aside to thank me for telling the truth and to apologize to my teacher. After that day, Diva kept his distance. He did bother my younger sister once, which got him a swift kick to his nuts. He also got what he wanted, but not in the way he wanted it. All eyes were on him from then on. Many years later, he hasn't seemed to change, but that's none of my biz. TLDR. Diva spits sheet. I throw a desk at him. My parents get involved. P.S. Mad props to Black Bassett. You pointed out the subconscious attention whore in me. I'd off my cap. PPS. Disclaimer. When my mother speaks about what she wouldn't do because she has Jesus, she's not insinuating that non-Christians are the only ones capable of that behavior. She's actually referring to how she'd let go and go apeshit. Also, don't want this to come across as some attempt to force religion onto you. This is just what I remember. My ex's niece, who still lived at home with her parents, pretended she was pregnant at 16. The really faked up part was that her stomach grew for the full 9 months of her pregnancy. She told everyone that she was uncomfortable with anyone touching her stomach, and as she was happy to wear tight clothes that would accentuate her bump, she had everyone convinced the pregnancy was real. Her parents ended up spending a fortune buying a pram, cot, and clothes, etc. Eventually, when the baby didn't appear and her parents discovered the truth, they just never mentioned the pregnancy or baby ever again to anyone. I'm sure they went apeshit at her behind closed doors, but she effectively got away with it because no one else either within or out with the family ever mentioned it again to her for whatever stupid reason. One day shortly after her supposed due date, I went round to visit her when her parents were at work. I asked her where the baby was, after initially looking at me sheepishly and ascertaining that I hadn't heard anything from my mother-in-law, her gran. She went on to tell me this elaborate story about how her waters broke on the living room couch, that her mom rushed her to hospital, and after a long labor she gave birth to her son. Can't remember what she called this figment of her imagination. Anyway, she went on to tell me that he was in hospital being monitored as he was a little small, but he was doing well, and she visited him every day. I didn't, still don't, like confrontation, so I never called her out on her bullshit and never revisited that conversation again, and nor did she. She really ought to have been in some form of counseling, as no one in their right mind would ever do something even remotely similar to that, but she never did. She grew up and went on to have 4 real pregnancies, but has never worked a day in her life and is altogether a pretty sheet ma'am. Got a good one recently. My ex is a widowed woman who, as she told me, lost her husband in a tragic way 3 years ago. She took 3 years to mourn and then chose me as her next man. She flashed herself so much towards me in our dancing class, talked to me on Messenger and so on. We did have a one night stand. Well, it was because as soon as it happened, she started to discuss travels, cooked me a pie, planned on next facts. I said stop as I saw this going awkward. We had a talk, decided to remain friends. Well, she continued to send flashes my way. She commented everything I put on Facebook, even on pages that wasn't mine, run like a bullet towards me at the end of each dance lesson to dance with me, discouraging every other dancers to ask me for a dance, send me sexual charged texts. Hey, I'm gonna be a grandma soon, wanna fuck? Tried to keep reaching me on Messenger, to be in front of me every damn time she could, etc. In the end, I stopped replying and reacting altogether. She finally understood, and within a month, she cut me out of our dancing group, which I've created, and as I could see, she is now spreading her affection onto 3 more people. Please imagine a small woman constantly jumping up and down yelling me, love me, love me. And that would be her brother-in-law, got gastric bypass surgery, and lost a bunch of weight. We were all happy for him, his health improved, he seemed happy, so it should be the end of the story. Nope. I start to notice that every time we see him, he has a new story about someone not recognizing him or somebody complimenting him on how amazing he looks. If he told a person a weight loss surgery story and the person didn't react to it enough, he would walk to someone else and tell the exact same story to try to get a better reaction. He would check in on FB multiple times a day at the gym, just so he could get likes. He learned how to do handstands and became handstand guy across all his social media. Just kept doing handstands in different places and having someone take his picture. The guy would literally walk up to people with a before pic on his phone ready and say, hey, do you remember me? I used to look like this. He had a professional photo shoot done for his brand Silver Wolf supplements, became a personal trainer, not by any type of actual training or education. He just spends a lot of time at the gym and lost a lot of weight and can do handstands. Oh yeah. And he cheated on his wife multiple times, left her and his kids for some gym rat, started taking steroids so he could keep getting bigger, wrecked his daughter's credit by leasing a car in her name and not making payments. Built his brand around the fact his sister died unexpectedly. He was already scheduled to get the surgery before she passed away, and he just monetized her death. Had a huge blowout with his daughter over her rooming with a transitioning student in college. Roid raged, scared the shit out of his kids so much they ran to their grandparents' house, and once they left, he took a pic of himself and posted it online with the caption, look how shredded I look #YOULDN_TLIKEMEWHENI_MANGRY. I once met this woman my boyfriend knew, let's call her Karen, because she was a Karen, who lives in the same small village I do. My boyfriend had already told me she was always talking about her father dying and crying about how terrible it had been. I don't want to police other people's grief, but this woman was in her 50s and the man had died a very old, senile but happy man. When I first talked to her, she immediately started with me about the difficult time she had had, because around the same time her father had passed, one of her closest friends died of cancer, and it was just so horrible and traumatizing to watch her suffer like that. Karen was crying how she had been by her friend's side every step of the way because the family was just too struck with grief to care for her. Apparently the friend had begged this woman to think of herself because she could see how exhausted Karen was, but Karen insisted on being there for her friend and taking care of her every need. Then she ended her son's story with, "You're so lucky to be young and not have to deal with this type of stuff yet. It really takes a toll, you know." I did in fact know, because the close friend she was describing was my mother. I had never seen or met this woman in my life. When I responded, "That's strange," I distinctly remember my dad being a full-time caretaker for her and never having seen you in my life, but maybe I'm just too grief-stricken to remember correctly. She at least had the decency to be very embarrassed. But seriously, that just grossed me out so much, that she heard about this awful thing that happened to someone she maybe sometimes chatted with in the supermarket and immediately saw opportunity to get sympathy and attention for herself. She still can't look me in the eye, so there's that. One of my high school friends used to lie all the time. No matter how much you called her out on it or how much proof you had, she'd just ignore you. Then when she thought you'd forgotten about it, she'd horn her way back into being friends with you. It was an endless cycle. Literally could not shake her. I had been around her since we were kids. She lived up the street from me. I knew when she would lie. She'd say things like she had a brother, she was adopted, etc. None of that was true. The worst time was when we were juniors. She ended up getting pregnant. I knew as much dishonesty she had, she wouldn't lie about having an actual baby. She told me and another friend, and the next day she said she'd told her parents, as I had suggested, and told me they were being supportive of her. After that day nothing was said about it. I didn't ask, because it really wasn't my business, and I thought, if she wanted to talk about it, she would bring it up. Fast forward about 7 to 8 months, she's obviously pregnant. She denies it when asked, saying she's just gained weight. Her parents made her take a home test. She didn't tell them, not surprised, and it came back negative. I wouldn't be surprised if she had just run the test underwater. She cold avoided all the drama by being honest from the beginning. I don't speak to her anymore. I worked with this strange box-shaped girl who told the most ridiculous stories. First, you need a visual to understand how utterly unbelievable her stories were. She's about 5'3" and was plus size. Unlike most bigger women, she had a very little bust and a low-hanging pancake butt. Her shoulders were very narrow along with the flatness of her figure. It gave her a strange overall boxy shape. She also had extremely poor hygiene. Her hair was rarely washed, and she picked clumps of wax out of her ears obsessively. Her face was no saving grace. The flatness of her body was strangely echoed in her face. Her noses and eyes were tiny and pig-like, swallowed in the vastness of her fat dirty face. At first her stories were somewhat plausible. She needed time off because of an injury, a sick relative, a minor car accident, an out-of-town boyfriend. An unpleasant coworker stole her client book. Then it started to take a strange turn. The injury prevented her from doing the more physical tasks at work. She had surgery on her day off, but came back with a self-applied ace bandage. She milked this for months, leaving her dirty ace bandages in my work area that I was responsible for keeping clean for an upcoming corporate visit, along with food containers and other odd things we were allowed to have on the sales floor. The sick relative died several times, once requiring a helicopter flight to the Bahamas to spread his ashes on my weekend off, so I had to cover her shift. We live in New Mexico. A shift she came to work for, saying they'd do it later. It had been a dire emergency when she asked me to cover. Then the minor car accident caused some strange problems months after, with her in arrear requiring surgery over a holiday weekend. The out-of-town boyfriend's location kept fluxing between East Coast cities and Canada. He went from a college sweetheart to a professional football player who paid all her bills. The unpleasant coworker became a physical threat whenever they were alone. Finally she put her notice in to move to Detroit and work for the Lions as a personal trainer, but was going to commute from Hawaii, where she was getting her doctorate point. Before she left she decided that I was a terrible person and too old-fashioned to understand how things worked. She told people that she was afraid of me. I'm a 5-foot tall middle-aged mom with chronic health problems. My idea of fun is DD and baking cookies. My old bully and ex-childhood best friend, who would constantly blame her shitty behavior on her ADHD. She used her learning disabilities as a way to get attention and to get away with anything. I have learning disabilities too, dyslexia and dyspraxia, so I never understood why she was better than me for being disabled when I was 2. I remember it being my last year, when our GCSEs were coming up, she would always pick on me in music class. I was good at music, but unfortunately everyone in that class bullied me too. I was a singer, obsessed with musicals and emotional performances. She was your typical singer-songwriter type of gal. Everyone seemed to love her, since she would cover Ed Sheeran songs. I was more popular between the teachers and older parents who understood the effort it takes to sing classically, who understood that you don't have to sing pop songs to be a good singer. Looking back at it, I can now see she was jealous, but at the time she made me feel like I was worthless and stupid. I was sexually assaulted right before my exams, and it had a major impact on how I acted in class. I would have nervous twitches, uncontrollable anger and would burst out crying randomly. It happened a lot in music class because of the constant bullying, but she was like the ringleader of it all. I'd yell at them, walk out of class and such. I knew it wasn't fair. It's not their fault I was assaulted, so I pulled her aside at the end of year concert explaining my situation, apologized and asked her to please stop with the bullying. She seemed like she understood and was being nice to me, like we were friends again. We got pizza together before the show and things were okay. It was nice. I never understood why she suddenly stopped being my friend. The next few days I found out that she told everyone she knew about my assault. People would look at me funny, avoid me, and she was at the front line stirring the pot. The whole school knew. She made jokes about me being assaulted and how I deserved it, always bringing the topic of conversation back to herself. I thought she had a bit of humanity left in her to leave me alone, but nope. She made my recovery process 10x harder. She used my trauma as a way to get attention. It was probably my fault for telling her. I was naive to think my old friend was still in her place. Anyway, I plowed through my GCSEs and beat every predicted grade I was given, and for music I got a distinction star, the highest grade you can get in a tech course, and she only got a pass. You bet she was angry about that. I took my small victory, recovered from my trauma, and forgot about her, but I dread to think what she's like now without the popularity of high school. This girl, we will call her X, told me that her dad abandoned her when she was 5 and never saw him again, then told my friend that she was abused by her dad when she was 10, after told another friend that X and her mom moved to Spain, she's from America, because her dad, and was chasing them, that she was scared if he caught them because they were running away from him. We all knew she was a liar at that point. Her father was some sort of magician that could upbeat time and space. If he had disappeared when she was 5, how was he present at 10 or at 12? I knew she was interested in my boyfriend, and her way of seducing was telling fake story for him to feel pity for her. X told him that when she was 12 and lived in New York she was part of ghetto gang and they would walk with broken pipes in their hands, and how she would sell drugs to little kids. And then we noticed a pattern. Every time someone told a story, like parents being abusive, some creep following around, X would create a story that had happened to her that was 10x more dramatic. We decided to confront X about it so she could stop. She was a really good girl, but it was already too much. The lies were getting out of hand. And she answered with, at least your boyfriend is interested in me, instead of actually telling us the truth and talking like a rational human being. After that we didn't talk to X anymore, started ignoring her, but wait, the story doesn't end here. X had blocked us in every social media but my ex. One day, her stories popped up, and she was saying that we were toxic because we didn't want to hang out with her, how we were very important in her life and she needed us because she felt alone. After that, it felt like she had realized that wasn't good, and I'm really kind-hearted, and I was going to move out from that place. I didn't want to leave things like that, so I went to talk with her face to face at school. X was eating alone and looked very vulnerable. We talked. For once she was honest. We cried together, and it looked like everything was solved. After 3 days, I had already moved out. I received a call from my friend. She tells me that she's in tutorial. At school there's the principal's office, and then for serious stuff, it's all of the head teacher in a room, and normally police is involved. It had been reported to the office that I was bullying X, and the head teacher of our class wanted to talk to me. He asks me if I had forced X to do or try things, basically forcing her to do drugs, if we ever had a physical fight, or if we had stolen something from her. I obviously say no to everything. I tell my part of the story, and there is any need for proof I have screenshots, videos, and even people that could help. X had said that we had forced her to drink, smoke, and wait for this, inject herself weed. How do you inject weed? Or else we were going to push her to the river, that my boyfriend was a drug addict and would punch her if she didn't give him money. Obviously we had a good reputation at school. Most of the students were people I knew. So when they texted me to ask about the situation, I replied that all she said was fake. Obviously people were with us and everything. My friends went to tutorial again to report her for bullying them. X was spreading lies of how we were drug addicted hoes. The teachers didn't believe them or X, so they just believed what the other students told us about the situation. They had never seen us bullying her, but X was always bad-mouthing us. She was expelled some days, I think, and now she's the typical r/not luckier third-year-olds. I believe this was all for attention. I'm not gonna throw roses at myself, but I had the attention she wanted, and what better than copying me, trying to steal my friends and ex-boyfriend, and then ruining my reputation. OHHHH boy. Buckle in kids. You're about to learn why Uncle Remy doesn't rollerplay anymore. Back in my Google Plus days, yes, I used Google Plus, File Me, before it was shut down. I met this chick who was a Dragon Ball fan. I don't remember how we met, but god, she was a faking ladybird. She would constantly rollerplay everything she typed down, and it was as stereotypical as you'd expect from a 24/7 roller player that is flies away crying with my giant sword that I never mentioned before and took criticism about, as well as a glass window takes a sledgehammer. Which made no goddamn sense, because she would ask for the criticism and then freak out when you delivered it, no matter how hard you tried to be nice about it. And her two ox, which she worked so hard on, literally gender swapped Gogeta and Vegito, or Gogeta and Vegeta as she called them, neither of whom had an OC profile, backstory, or anything that's required to make an OC. The straw that broke the camel's back was when one day, she and her friends were doing an open roller play. Anyone can join, so I decided, gee, I wonder why I stopped roller playing. I'll join for a bit. It might be fun. Big mistake, not even 5 minutes in, and she's already doing the typical nobody loves me, I have no friends routine. Meanwhile, the people I thought were her boyfriend and sister were in the chat trying to calm her down. A few minutes go by, and she's back to role playing like normal, when I decide to bring in my own Dragon Ball lock, who she promptly calls a bitch and tells to be gone. So I decided to stay in character and told her to say sorry for calling my little girl a bitch. People start getting involved thinking RP fights. Instead, she throws a temper tantrum out of RP and goes back to her nobody loves me routine. At first I thought she was in character, but I quickly realized she was just being a melodramatic attention hoe. I decided that, since this had happened twice already, once when she was asking for constructive criticism on a knock, and I said her ox felt a little unoriginal, and another, when she was complaining about something making her sad, but wouldn't explain what, I decided to just unfollow and block her. I don't have a tolerance for that kind of stupidity. TLDR, I met a roller player on Google+, then unfollowed her, because she was a typical attention hoe. Lengthy, but bear with me. Time stamped about 10 years ago. I knew a girl from elementary school to middle school, 5th grade through 8th. Let's call her Hall. Hall was attention deprived, but not really. She had a loving home with 2 parents, spoiled with all the amenities a preteen in the mid-2000s could ask for, and lived in a decent zip code. She's just a narcissist point. If the conversation ever steered away from her, she'd direct back to something completely unrelated, but always centered on, guess who, her. It got annoying real fast. If the conversation didn't redirect like she wanted, she'd throw on a theatrical performance including crying, trudging up old hatchets, and vilifying any person who'd offended the person previously speaking. She had the neat party trick. Remember when I said she had two loving parents? Well, adopted parents since birth. Every time she wanted attention, she'd get all gushy and lament about how her birth mom didn't want her. Real obsessive about it. She even demanded people call her by her supposed given name before her parents signed the papers with her legal name. It switched daily. Hall Monday, Tonai Tuesday, and her party trick. She'd bring this up every time the attention was away from her. It got old fast. We'd, rest of us, she's silent, have a good casual conversation, and next thing we know she's bawling out of the blue because her mom didn't want her. So now we have to stop everything and comfort her for the billionth time that week. Low-key, there might have been some mental things going on. Few of us spoke out about it, but I was more blunt. After too many times, I told her to stop using it as a distracting mechanism to demand attention. There's better ways to go about it, and if it bothers her so much, she needs therapy, not an audience. She's stunned and silent. Next day we are talking about birthdays and I say mine was rainy and early. She bursts in tears again and says something along the lines of, no wonder. You're a devil, mind you. We are all 13 to 14 at this point. She then proceeds to tell everyone in this middle school I made fun of her because she's adopted. And they believed it, because she cried her heart out each and every time. Fun times. 8th grade. The night my grandmother died, the whole family was at her house saying our goodbyes and whatnot. After she died, my cousin fell in the middle of the floor and started having a seizure. We just ignored her. This is the same cousin that has moved to a different town twice because the doctors became suspicious and stopped treating her for her self-proclaimed epilepsy, lupus, liver failure, need for dialysis, etc. Along with the laundry list of illnesses her two children have to get a literal pharmacy of medications. Also worth noting, after my dad had his first surgery for his rotator cuff on his shoulder, my uncle called the entire family and told us to get to the hospital as soon as possible because he had a major heart attack and wasn't going to make it through the night. We all got there and watched as the doctor came in and told him flat out that he had heartburn and there was absolutely no proof of a heart attack. He still told all of us he had a heart attack after he went home, even though we were all there and heard the doctor. He also called the ambulance to his job because his blood pressure was so low he was going into a coma. He told everyone that there were 3 ambulances, 5 doctors and 8 nurses there because it was such a great situation. He didn't know that my dad happened to be driving by when it was happening. There was 1 ambulance and 2 EMS workers. When he got to the hospital they sent him home 10 minutes later because there wasn't a single thing wrong with him. He's also told us that he's had cancer 6 times. That was the worst case the doctors have ever seen, and the best cancer doctor in the nation had to be called down to personally oversee his treatment. A lot of my family are hypochondriacs. It annoys the shit out of me, especially when there is something legitimately wrong with one of us, and they have to have something so much worse wrong with them. 2 stories, same person. I knew my husband back in grade 8, and he loved Star Wars. This Superboy crazy girl in our class had a crush on him and knew he loved Star Wars, so one time she put on her MSN status, is that what it was called? Watching Star Wars right now. So he would see it and be impressed. Cringe. The same school year, she made up a story that she had a boyfriend who lived near her cottage. Then all of a sudden he died, and coincidentally, he looked a lot like another guy in our class, so she couldn't even look at that guy because it was too painful. So one day she missed an afternoon of school because she said she was going to his funeral. My friends and I, still on the fence about this whole story, went up to her little sister at recess and said, wow, so the funeral's today, eh? And she was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. She's at the dentist. So we let her carry on with the whole spiel, secretly laughing our butts off behind her back. Is that mean? Don't know. but to this day, it is still hilarious to tell this story. I actually have a lot of stories about this girl. Another time we had ice cream with all the toppings at school and she accidentally got the whipped cream all over just the tip of her nose and was all like whoops. Haha, clumsy me. While everyone assured her it actually looked super cute, so she left it for like 10 minutes. I made a throwaway, because I know I'm a piece of shit for doing this, but I was young. When I was like 10 to 11 I was addicted to RuneScape, and played often enough to find some pretty good friends on there. Well, I'm not sure what sparked this lie, but I told the folks that I had a brain tumor. I wish I knew why I said this, but I proceeded to disappear for a week or 2, maybe 3 just to emphasize the length. When I came back after the procedure I pretended to not remember the people I was playing with. It broke their heart from what I could tell. I went on faking this for another couple weeks. I can't really remember the time frame, but it was faked up. Unfortunately I have a second story. When I was about 14 I was on the website called Wire Club. Again I had made some pretty good friends on the mental health sub. We kind of all struggled together. Well, in a bout of attention seeking I told them a story about how I had shot myself in the stomach. I proceeded to pretend that I went to the hospital, and I got back on Wire Club a day or 2 later as someone else, a best friend of myself, if that makes sense. I then played the victim card as the best friend for as long as I could before my actual self came out of the coma. Well, there were some complications in the surgery fixing my stomach, so that there was a bullet left inside my gut. They had to remove it because I said it was leaning on a nerve or some shit. Well, for the next couple of weeks I milked the shit out of this, and then I disappeared. I never went back to Wire Club. All in all, I'm so sorry to the people I manipulated. No excuses. I faked up. When I used to hang with a local group, there was this one guy who was overly theatrical, always trying to be the center of attention in hangouts. He always pegged me as trouble, little things like using gay as a substitute for curse words. He proved it hardcore the day his home was going to be the setting for a small party. Mind you, we are big faking nerds, so this is going to be board and video games, food, bad movies and shooting the shit, so not exactly the wildest party. But he clearly wanted to be the man, and the life of the party. He's talking about hanging all night, if possible, and the stuff we'll do hanging out. The games come out and everyone wants to play old school Mario Party on the N64. I think 3, not sure. I swear he went from a 20 something to freaking 8 instantly. Anytime he was the target of something he whined. When the 3v1 minigames came out, and he was the one he whined. If it was a free for all game, and one person got him out, we were all targeting him. If he wasn't the winner, the other 3 of us were all plotting against him. Sort of became a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we were gonna hear him bitching, it might as well be, because it's true. Needless to say, he lost badly. Suddenly he had things to do tomorrow and we all had to go. He was packing up anything that was his, handing out coats, looming over anyone who didn't think him serious or not getting out fast enough. The party lasted 90 minutes tops. He was also seeing a girl in the group that definitely deserved better than him. When she decided she'd had enough and broke it off with him, he was spotted at the movies that same night with another girl. Clearly she was just another thing he deserved. Events he tried to plan got no response or reasons not to come. Events he showed up to and tried to make himself a spotlight quickly broke into smaller hangouts. It took a few before he realized in full he was unwelcome. Of course he left the group with a diatribe on our board saying how we all had it in for him and didn't appreciate him. Blah blah, cry and jerk himself off simultaneously. Blah. Nobody missed him. My aunt is one of the most unbelievable people ever. She resented my grandmother for being mean to her when she was a kid and would always try to turn any conversation into a story about how grandma abused her as a child. She almost always made my grandmother cry. My grandmother was no longer the mean person my aunt remembered her as, and was extremely sweet and nice, and it was just unfair to keep bringing up the bad times. My grandmother died last year and now she won't stop crying and writing dumb poems about her on our family chat group and basically exploiting my grandmother's death for any attention she can get. My aunt will start singing out of nowhere extremely dirty folk songs and her voice is awful. She loves singing and will use any chance she has to do so. My other aunt was playing with my baby cousin who was laughing, and when my annoying aunt saw that, she interrupted playtime and started singing some other song to the baby. The baby was looking at her like what the fuck. My aunt will start singing mid-conversation. She'll sing louder than anyone at church and will write dumber songs for her to perform at weddings supposedly to celebrate the bride and groom, but the last time she did that the songs were about the bride's dead mother. When we told her to stop because everyone was actually making fun of her songs, she threw a royal tantrum and refused to attend the next wedding. This one girl I know at my high school is awful. Before I knew her very well, she told me the school put the guy who raped her in a class with her, so she wanted me to walk her to her class. I guess since I'm 6 feet 3 inches I was supposed to scare the guy. I later found out from her ex-girlfriend that that never happened, and she just lied, so I could walk around with her. She also faked a nap during the final. While she was sleeping she was poking me and making noises, and when she woke up she asked me if she had made any noises, so I replied no, I didn't hear anything, to which she seemed really confused. She also has a fake laugh. Whenever she laughs it's a combination of a dolphin squeaking and a pig snorting. Thing is, no one remembers this laugh from before high school, yet she claims it's totally her laugh. She has even been caught laughing normally. Also, when her girlfriend broke up with her because she couldn't handle how annoying she was, the girl in question sent suicide threats to the girl who broke up with her. One of the more recent things, she faked a leg injury to get people to carry her stuff. She brought crutches to school and couldn't even use them convincingly. Our English teacher caught her walking on the injured foot several times, reminding her of her injury. She then later got a wheelchair. All the while the nurse refused to give her a note to leave class early because there was no proof she needed it. I'm sure there's more. This is just what has come to the top of my head. Oh boy, do I have a story for this thread. A few months ago, I went on a school trip to India with this girl, Jane. I'll bullet point the highlights. Jane made up a story that all of the food was making her sick, and she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days because of how sick she was getting, because she wanted to go to the Hard Rock Cafe for dinner. She had never been sick, and believe me, if she was we would all known about it. When she was told we couldn't go there, she cried loudly on the back of the bus and wouldn't tell anyone why. Point at the beginning of the trip, Jane said she had no relationship with her father because he left her. She didn't even know where he lived. By the end, her and her father were super close, and he was going to be picking her up from the airport. She would have loud phone conversations with her friends in the early morning, while everyone on the trip was on a small bus about how everyone was being mean to her, and she was having a horrible time. She would also write in her journal about how awful we all were, then would pretend to fall asleep with her journal wide open facing out towards all of us. She said that she had a child who died during childbirth, and that the child's birthday was during the time when we were on the trip, and she spent 3 days in a row crying non-stop. We also were talking about horoscopes and she looked up what this child's horoscope would be and was bawling. One night we were having a dance party and she came out of her room in complete hysterics because she missed her period. She was 1 day late, which is common when you're on the meds needed to go abroad, and thought she was pregnant. While we were trying to calm her down, the waterworks stopped out of nowhere and she started dancing and laughing like nothing was wrong. At the end of the trip, we all had to do these big presentations in groups to the board of the non-profit we were working with, and Jane made such a fuss with her group members that she had to be removed from the group by the professors. So, she deleted her group's presentation 20 minutes before they could present. It was the most amazing and most miserable experience of my life. Jane is a goddamn trip. My grandma is the biggest attention hoe. She was talking to our family friend who happens to be a black Brazilian man. My grandma said that her father was also black. Fun fact, my grandma's family is fully white, coming from the south of France, since forever when talking to my boyfriend, whose one father is Jewish, my grandma was suddenly Jewish. I was raised Catholic and my grandma was never very religious, but does enjoy celebrating Christmas and Easter. When it seemed like my grandpa was dying of kidney failure, my grandma was also dying very suddenly and out of nowhere. Who knew her heart wasn't doing well? and if it wasn't her heart that killed her, she would kill herself, according to her own words. When my mom's friend was telling us about how she was raped in a field when she was working, guess who had something to say? My grandma, who worked in a cork factory and didn't get assaulted. My brother didn't talk to her enough once at the dinner table, so she went downstairs and screamed in his face and broke one of those plastic tables that you would use to like eat and draw in cars. If you ever want to talk to someone else at the dinner table, good fucking luck, because she just has to start either talking over you or start doing things to be loud in general, so you can't talk to anyone. Point to people that aren't with her for long periods of time. She's fine. Those that are lucky enough to see her over and over again, good luck. My sister-in-law. Exhibit A. The first time we talked she asked for my number. I said sure, thinking we were off to a great start. My now husband, then boyfriend, warned me that talking to her too much might cause problems, and I ignored it, thinking he just didn't see his sister as a grown-ass adult. I stand mistaken. First thing she texted me was, "Hi, I want butter, this is Sil, and I would like to be vulnerable with you." Exhibit B. She starts telling me her life story. The whole time I'm reeling and trying to get it to end. But it culminates in her telling me when she was 4 an 8-year-old neighbor boy forced her to have sex with him. I express my deepest apologies, but I'm not equipped to handle this kind of information and recommended that she see a therapist. She got pissed off and stopped talking, but not before she begged me to not tell my husband. Exhibit C. A few years have passed, and I'm meeting with a new friend who knew Hannah in high school. She started talking about how Hannah would compulsively lie to get attention, which in the years since Exhibit A and B I fully understood, and she started telling me about how she would tell anyone who would hear that she was either sexually assaulted or raped, and the person that did it to her was always changing. But whenever she said this, she'd beg the person to never tell. She did this enough times to where it was the worst kept secret around her. Exhibit E. When my brother-in-law and his wife almost split up, she sent this incredibly long FB message to his wife basically saying that she's abandoning her and she's a horrible person for divorcing my brother-in-law. When we all call her out on it, she flips out. We all get nasty messages on FB, unfriends and blocks us for months. Exhibit E. For various reasons we weren't, and still aren't, talking to my Sil and my Mill at the time we were pregnant. My friend threw me a shower and she asked who to invite or not invite. I made it clear I did not want either of them there, but did not want to make it a big deal. I wanted to enjoy my shower and not deal with them. Well, somehow, not by my doing, they found out about the baby shower, and again, my husband gets this long nasty text about how he shouldn't make it public that they aren't invited to his baby shower. Exhibit F. When my other brother-in-law got married, he tried to make her feel included and special and gave her her own invite to the wedding even though she still lives with her parents. He asks a month before the wedding if she was going because she hadn't RSVP'd. She proceeds to say what a shitty brother he is, how she doesn't feel included and wants nothing to do with him. Exhibit G. We still weren't talking to Sil at the time we moved. She hadn't had an actual conversation with my husband in almost 2 years, so we just left. He then gets yet one more nasty text about how he's a faking bussy for leaving her, and then goes on FB declaring how no one in the family cares about her and how she doesn't have any brothers. Okay, I'm really late to this, but here we go. There was this girl in my middle school and we were friends. She started making rude jokes about me and literally nobody else, so I was like, okay, that's weird. I stopped hanging out with her completely because we weren't too close anyway. She and another friend would come up to me during the school day just to call me ugly and poor. I'm literally not exaggerating, that's what they called me. I'm not poor, and I'm really lucky to be going to the school I am, and so were they. Anyway, she switched schools for 8th grade and started to get obsessed with Instagram. She would post like 40 hashtags under her posts of herself. It was usually hashtags like Brandy Melville, model, Instamodel and other annoying shit like that. Anyway, she changed her bio to something like actress, model, guitarist, feminist, influencer 1. She paid to get professional photos taken of her and pretended like they wanted to take pictures of her because she's a model, 2. She has not been in any movie or anything close to that. 3. She considered herself an influencer, even though she has around 200 followers and they are either boys or friends. So you can probably guess where I'm going. She gets more and more obsessed with herself over the next few months and now we are here. She's acting in a short film, not being paid, posting a picture whenever she spends hundreds of dollars at Brandy Melville, posting 5 times a day on her story telling people to like the post she just posted, and pretending to be a model/actress whenever asked. And the cherry on top is the fact that she titled herself a beauty/positivity influencer. Like bruh, you called me fat, ugly, stupid, and poor for a year of my life. And it's not like she insulted me because I was fat or something. She just wanted to make fun of me. So yeah, she's a huge attention seeking hypocrite. Thanks for listening to me vent for like 5 hours. I had an old coworker who would do this to the point that even after I quit, I would ask for updates on her stories from friends who still worked there. The list was long, and this was 2 or 3 years ago, but I'ma try to summarize. Her claims included multiplying self-diagnosis for serious mental or physical disorders. Not saying you can't self-diagnose and be valid, but when it's like 10 things that only come up when it's convenient. Told everyone she was deaf in one ear, but the ear would constantly change sides. Told everyone she was in a motorcycle accident that had hurt her knee, so she couldn't possibly clean the lower refrigerators, and given her super intense PTSD, but then would turn around and talk about how much she still rides her motorcycle, which we never saw. Claimed she'd had like 6 miscarriages, and that she was 5 months pregnant with twins when she'd started there, and miscarried while she was working there. She said she'd been struck by lightning twice, that her brother had had cancer, that her father was evil and living in Texas, but also that her whole family had been in a traveling band and had played for Bush and Obama at the same time in the White House. Anytime another coworker would be talking about something, she always had to interject and one-up it. If my coworker and I were talking about ghosts, suddenly she'd assisted with an exorcism back in her home state, which also constantly changed. The bottom line was when she said she was bisexual and used it as an excuse to feel up and very creepily flirt with some of the girls there. I don't know what happened to her, but I hope someone reported that. She was a time. I always had good stories though. The thing that comes to mind when I hear attention whore is a person who was frequently called an attention hoe, but I don't think she actually was. I still feel compelled to share her story. I was in a psychiatric ward because I have schizophrenia and tried to cut my tongue off. There was a 14-year-old girl in there who had tried to kill herself. She had terrible anxiety and she got bullied a lot at school, so much that she didn't want to go home from the hospital. I guess she might have sought some attention, but only because she really needed it. She definitely didn't deserve to ever be called an attention hoe. There was a boy there that would call her an attention hoe, and every time he did, she would explode in a fit of rage and leave the room. They kind of made up and became friends by the end of it though. Anyway, I don't really see that girl as an attention hoe. She needed some attention pretty badly. The memory that stands out most to me was when I was there and she asked me if I could sing. I can't sing, but at that moment I especially couldn't sing because my tongue was swollen to 3 times its normal size, and when she realized that, she started apologizing so frantically, like she was afraid I'd be mad at her. I thought it was funny, but even while I laughed and shrugged it off, she wouldn't stop apologizing. It wasn't your normal "oh my god I can't believe I said that" kind of apologizing. I could tell she was afraid I was going to hit her or something. My ex-girlfriend back in high school. I could pretty much write a book on some of the crazy shit she said and did. We met online and started e-dating, and we would eventually meet up once. We only lived like 2 hours apart, but looking back, I probably should have dumped her almost immediately because some of the stuff she claimed was so totally insane and unrealistic that only a dumb teenager, me, at the time, could have possibly believed any of it. Here's just a short list of some of the attention whoring she performed in the brief 6 months we dated. I told her I was 16 at the time. She told me she was 15. Turns out she was actually only 13. She told me her dad was a police officer who had been killed in the line of duty when she was a kid. This turned out to be a lie when her very much alive dad called me and wondered who was always calling his 13-year-old daughter. who I thought was 15, told me that she had an ex-boyfriend who would repeatedly show up at her house and try to rape her, but he'd always get away before the cops showed up. She later confessed to this being a complete lie. Told me that there was a demonic shadowy cat creature that would show up and attack her from time to time. I believed her. I was a dumb kid. Constantly accused me of cheating on her. Every other day she was demanding to know why I hadn't called her by a certain time, or why I hadn't responded to an email she sent me yet, and that these were clear indicators that I was out having sex with other girls. I couldn't even have male friends over to hang out without her accusing me of cheating on her. And I never was. Not once. Almost immediately after I broke up with her, she called me and told me that she already had a new boyfriend and he was super hot and had a huge dick and he got to fuck her every day, and I was really missing out because he told her that she was the best fuck he'd ever had. I told her to go fuck herself. You would think that maybe she was schizophrenic or something, but no, she was just a compulsive liar. Years later, she would admit that it was all made up and apologize for being a crazy attention hoe. We still talk on occasion and she's actually a pretty normal person now. I knew a girl in middle school who was a major Taylor Swift fan. She would constantly sing her songs, would wear red lipstick all the time, even got her haircut like Taylor. We were friends at first, but then she just got so damn annoying with her constant awful singing. She tried to act like Taylor Swift in every aspect. She even wrote whatever number Taylor wrote on her hand before concerts. She honestly didn't do a good job and was like the horse girls of the Taylor Swift fandom. She did other things that were very attention hoe, but I forgot what they were. What I remember her most was when one time in class she asked if she could wear my necklace. It was a wire-wrapped amethyst that my grandma made for me, and I said yeah sure, but give it back at the end of the hour. A couple of minutes later I notice that she's fidgeting with it, and I get a bad feeling, so I ask for it back. She said no, class isn't over yet, you said I can give it back at the end of class, and I was like give me my faking necklace Emily several times. Not necessarily like that though, I was like 12, and she finally did give it back, but the wire was loose around the crystal instead of tightly wrapped like it had been when I let her wear it. She legit tried to steal a $1 piece of amethyst from the Meteor Crater gift shop and then completely denied doing it, even though I saw her do it. When I saw it, I yelled, "What did you do?" in the middle of class, and the teacher ended up having to separate us since I was ready to throw hands with her. BC nobody fucks with my crystals. Emily, if you're reading this, fuck yeah, we dunno if this is an attention hoe thing, but one of my best friends has the same nickname as I do, Bunny, and it's how we became friends in our freshman year, but we got it in completely different ways. I got it when I was about a couple weeks old, when my mom said that I looked like a little critter one night when she was holding me, and she decided that I looked like a bunny, and she's called me Bunny ever since. My friend told me that she got her nickname when she was driving with someone when she was like 10, and they ran over a rabbit and she started crying about it, and they teased her by calling her Bunny, and it just sorta stuck now. She told me I can't get Bunny on my senior jersey this year because it's her nickname, since she got it first, and is now trying to say that she got it when she was a couple of days old when her mom said that her nose looked like a bunny's nose, and she's telling everyone that story instead of the one she told me and my mom a few years ago during the freshman orientation night. The thing is though, I'm a whole 5 months older than she is, so there is no possible way she got it before me, and if we are playing by her rules, I got it first, and therefore she can't have it on her jersey. Like, if two people had the same last name and both wanted to get their last name on their jersey, it wouldn't be a problem at all. I know that a nickname isn't something to get worked up over, but come on, trying to steal a nickname backstory and telling someone what they can't get on their jersey, not a cool man, not cool. I had a guy work for me who used to lie constantly. Before we knew this, 3 of us carpooled together to work. I drove point every day non-stop. This guy lied. His last name was Italian, and one day 2 of us were talking and someone said we take spadina home, pronounced spadina. This Italian guy chimes in and says it's pronounced spadina. I know I'm Italian. Next day a person who can only speak Italian comes in. We tell him he's up to translate. He says I don't speak any Italian. Same guy convinced a mentally ill person where we worked at a hospital that she loved him while she was suicidal. When his shift ended he got up to leave and she tried to go with him. We had to stop her and told him to tell her they weren't in love and he couldn't see her. He just laughed and shrugged while walking away. We ended up restraining her for her safety. Same guy said he knew someone who wrestled a bear. Not a tame bear, not a circus bear, a grizzly bear. He also stated the guy won and killed the bear with his bare hands. A kid came in, little kid, and unfortunately died due to circumstances. He chimes in and says I could kill a kid and feel absolutely no guilt. Wouldn't bother me at all. Not the time, and not something to brag about even if it is true. When we asked him what kind of music he listened to, he said heavy metal. He actually listened to orchestra music. Trumpets, trombones, tubas, that was heavy metals, because I drove him and another guy to work for almost a year and was the only one paying for parking. The other guy would buy me food and sometimes pay for the day of parking. This guy never turned down a free ride or a free meal. But when it came his turn to buy, or the other guy would randomly suggest maybe he should buy, this guy would come up with a random excuse as to why he couldn't. I'm not hungry, money is tight, despite working full time and living with his parents, paying no rent, and so on. So we go through a drive-through after he says I'm not hungry and I tell the other guy I got this one. We order and he yells something like I'll have a double Big Mac, large fries, large Coke, with a McDouble and a pie on the side. I said no the fuck you won't and told the lady to cancel everything he said. I then told him he was driving himself. He used to show us pictures of his girlfriend who was a model for a Latin bikini website. Oddly, in some pictures she was Latin and in others she was white. And she was never with him in a single picture. So we set up a dinner where all of us could meet. He said he would pay and make a reservation in his name. We're all on our way and he cancels. We later find out he is gay with a baby fetish. He liked to dress up as a baby and have his daddy change him. He got fired because he broke an exterior door and then tried to cover it up. A glass door. Shattered it and said he never saw it, leaving the building unsecured, a cut hazard, which is a great lawsuit for a hospital, and forged logs to hide his fuck up. The faking dummy did it on camera. Stood there at the door for 10 minutes looking at this broken door, and then fucks off. 3 hours later someone else finds it and reports it. I have to launch into a 2-hour investigation, call managers and upper brass at 3 AM because confidential documents regarding healthcare might be compromised. Lawsuits could get filed if someone cuts themselves, and this fact denies knowing anything about it. My manager and I, a supervisor, show him, on camera, him doing it and ask why he denied it and if he would admit to doing it. He shakes his head no, shrugs his shoulders I don't know and says yes. He gave 3 conflicting answers in 1 second. He was promptly fired. Edit. Just to clear, the reason why this guy was an attention hoe was because he would constantly brag, make outlandish statements, girlfriend 1, bear fight, and constantly correct everyone around him. He had to be the center of discussion or always involved. TLDR, at the bottom, a mutual friend of my boyfriend and I set us up in the summer of 2018. My boyfriend and I hit it off great and soon enough we were official. Our mutual friend became not so happy at the news. He kept doing things that I categorized as extreme behaviors, starving himself, threatening to harm himself, etc. When I asked my boyfriend if he was being told the same thing by our mutual friend, he said that our friend would never talk about it to him unless he started talking about me or our relationship. In the fall of 2018, our mutual friend was acting strange and one night asked that my boyfriend be sure to come to lunch. He had been to lunch with him and our friend group without fail since the beginning of the school year. My boyfriend and I decided that was way too suspicious and reported it to a suicide prevention program that ran in our school. The next morning our mutual friend intervened and threw a fit. He said that he was going to use the knife he brought in his bag to stab himself in front of my boyfriend, which I think would have ended up with my boyfriend on the other side of the knife, but I don't know. Apparently, he wanted to kill himself in front of my boyfriend, so that my boyfriend and I would fight and break up. He wanted his suicide to be a show, that would result in a breakup. Our mutual friend, not being dead, continued to harass me and make me feel personally responsible for him wanting to commit suicide. He later revealed that putting my boyfriend and I together was supposed to be a fling, where my boyfriend would break up with me, so I'd come crawling back to him. The whole thing was a pathetic cry for attention, and when I finally called him out on it, he bitched about needing any kind of attention, negative or no, because of his childhood, which is a shitty cop-out. The entire fallout afterward was pathetic and overdramatic. TLD, a mutual friend tried to commit suicide, so my boyfriend and I would have a fight and break up, just so he could look like my savior. Met this girl for the first time ever in a small communal area with heaps of guys in the room. It was a computer room that I was using to print off a bunch of sheets, so while I waited for it all to happen I was talking to her. Or at least I thought I was. She would start every conversation with a question, like what's the stupidest pickup line a guy has ever used on you, and before even waiting for me to answer she would answer herself. And then it continued into this weird interview style conversation she was having with herself, and when she was talking, she seemed to be getting louder and louder until the boys around us shushed, and she was the only one talking. Then a mate of mine that I've known since I was a kid walked in with a guitar. Yes, this was all in one night. And she announces I haven't sung with an instrument in ages. By this time another friend of mine came into the room and we sort of moved into the corner of the room to have a yarn. This chick asked my mate to play this one song she really liked so she could sing. It sounded like Britney wanted to sing a Mariah Carey song with whistle tones and everything. So she was an alright singer, but she had no talent. She kept messing up and asking him to start again. My mate is too nice and would just end up doing it, but after an hour of this, playing the same frigging song, he's sending me help me eyes. I laughed it off and texted him while he was in the room that he's a big boy that can open his mouth and tell this chick to stfoo. She was just annoying. She enlisted another guy in the room to play drums and another guy to sing backup vocals for her as this was happening. I left with my mate and we were having the best time making fun of this chick when my friend texts me the next morning that he had been playing the guitar for this chick for like 6 hours until about 3 am. Fact, there's so many hilarious things about her, including the time that she bragged that she got more time in an exam than normal people. I remember from our school guidelines that means you've a learning disability. I was like, oh cool with the information. She told me she's severely dyslexic, and I casually mentioned this to a mate with the guitar one time we were drinking, and he goes, what the fuck? No wonder we failed that group assignment. Group of 4. She offered to proofread it and submit it. None of us saw the final product until after she submitted it. He then told me about all the mistakes he saw, but thought that the team did them, and she didn't catch those mistakes. I'll preface this by saying I took a lot more crap from people than I really should have as a teenager. Bit of naivety, a bit of wanting to avoid the conflict of calling people out, a bit of trying to rationalize people's stories with the fact that some people are just dealt a shitty hand in life. But anyway, I had a friend in school who would lie about her health if she felt she wasn't getting enough attention. I tried to drop contact with her once, and she got a mutual friend to tell me she had been brought into hospital with suspected stomach cancer. 70% odds she had it, if I recall. Stupidly, I took her back, and the cancer scare was never mentioned again. How convenient. Some years later a bunch of us were getting ready for a night out when some other girl had a panic attack. Not to be outdone, my friend stood up with a dazed look on her face, collapsed and started crying. We went to different universities and she started ranting at me by text about how I've stopped putting effort into our friendship by not meeting up every week. Her first serious boyfriend broke up with her that year and she took it hard. So hard that I got a message from her cousin saying she'd attempted suicide during the night by overdosing on sleeping pills and slitting her ankles in the bath. I rang her, and she said she was just out of hospital and wanted to meet up. She suggested a cafe near my house and said that her mom would drive her over because you definitely want to let your child out of your sight. 18 hours after she tried taking her own life, I watched her get out of the car and walk to the cafe with an exaggerated limp, but didn't show any pain once she'd sat down. At this point I was still only half convinced she didn't actually do anything, but got my confirmation a few weeks later when she wore heels and a short dress on a night out a few weeks later, and there was no scar on her ankles. I'm still kicking myself for not walking out there, and then eventually she started picking on a mutual friend and I stopped talking to her in support of the mutual friend. After weeks of radio silence from her, she texted me saying that she missed me and wants to meet up so she can at least tell her side of the story. In literally the same text she said, "I can't do Tuesday though, because I'll be in hospital." Not taking the bait, I said, "Sure, does Wednesday suit you?" Not happy with my response, she texted back, "I'm going for chemo on Tuesday." At about that point I finally decided fuck this and never saw her in person again. I have trouble trusting people these days and a lot of it came from that friendship. Looking back, she definitely had something going on, and I can only hope she got proper help for it. My sister-in-law's cousin. TLDR, at the bottom she has, I think, 6 kids, and custody of maybe 2. She lost the first 3 because she wouldn't get out of an abusive relationship, one that she knew was abusive, and had my CL come live with her to help her get out of it. Oh, when I say it was abusive, I mean both to her and sexually to the kids. She kicked my CL out of her house in the middle of the night because pedadouche wanted her out, forcing us to wire her some money in the middle of the night so she could try to get a bus back to us. Maybe 2 years later she's in a different relationship, one that is also abusive, but no kids now. Well, they lost their place because neither of them will work and need someone to take them, and I was living with my brother and his wife, that's CL, at the time, and we both told her she should absolutely not let them come stay with us. She did it anyways because she believed that her cousin was a good person. Trump wrong. GIF. After a week or so of them being there, he started coming home completely trashed from drinking with random homeless people. He found no idea where he found them, as this was a tiny town with nowhere for homeless people to stay. One of the mornings, where he didn't wake up with a massive hangover from his drinking, I happened to be woken up to them talking about me and how they're sick of my sheet, thanks to my closet door for a bedroom door, to which I yelled that I'm sick of his sheet and that he could fuck off. She ended up breaking up with him after he was arrested. We called the cops to get him out of there because he was too drunk to even care what anyone said, only an overpass because he was just drunk and not causing any public problems. Unfortunately, he wasn't tased. When I mentioned that I wished he had been tased, she glared at me like I was Hitler or something. He moved himself into an abandoned shack in the little patch of woods behind our house. She took him back within a week, to which we told her he is not allowed on this property, so she started staying gone all day and coming back to eat once or twice a day, while finding that sad excuse of a shack a better home for her. During all of this, my parents rescued a litter of puppies, pet mixes. She just had to have one of them, so my parents went ahead and let her have one. They never put a leash or collar on this dog and just let her run around all over the place. Parents saw her out on the road one day and took her. We all denied having taken her, but she already hated all of us and didn't believe anything we said after the squirrel incident. Squirrel incident. She found a baby squirrel, barely old enough to get out of the nest, so she took it and we didn't really care, since we all love animals. She lost the squirrel within a few days and said that our dogs ate him. For one, any animal, no matter how old, will attempt to fight back if it's being eaten, and the dogs had 0 scratches on them. 2. There would have been blood or fur, some sign of struggle from the squirrel. There was nothing. Similar to squirrel incident, when they moved in, I had this beautiful fluffy grey kitten named Lily, could have been spelled Lily. CL named her after something Gaelic, who had broken one of her paws somehow, so that paw couldn't extend properly anymore. Because of this, she wasn't allowed outside, which we told them several times. For some reason, they hated my cat. Even though she was the sweetest cat I've ever met in my life, she would hop on you and headbutt your face because she couldn't figure out another way to show how much she loves you. Well, they, being the sheetstins they are, tossed her outside one morning while everyone else was sleeping and claimed she got out on her own. I should have brought her back in as soon as I had her in my arms again, but I tried to trust them against my instincts. More on this later, as the ending of this is part of the ending of the story here. While they were living in the rundown shack, he set up a bunch of booby traps leading to it, because they thought we would come attack them or something. No idea why they thought that, since the only ones who made any threats were them. Dad managed to get there and point out that these could hurt or kill a kid that decided to play back there, and he needs to take them down. They eventually started going to one of the many churches in town, to which they claimed we had threatened their lives. We had warned them that if they tried to do anything to us, it would be very bad for them, so the church got their giant van bus out there to load up all of her crap and try to stay between them and us, which got them some very rude comments about them coming to our property and treating us as third-rate citizens. Now the ending, after she convinced her aunt, who I started out liking, but have come to realize pretty much everyone on my CL's side is trash. She's a story for another time. To come down and get her, she came to our place to wait. When I found my cat, who looked like she had been partially run over by a car, her back legs no longer worked, but she still had her spirit. We had to call the police chief. We were friends, and he was one of 2 officers in the town, to have her put down, because we had no money for a vet, and no way to get to a vet. Even if we had the money. The whole time we were waiting for him to come out to get her, all she wanted was to snuggle with me and love me, and I couldn't do anything that would let him know that she was ours, because I didn't want her to suffer any longer than she had. Anyways, while she was waiting at our place, at a picnic table in the front, she kept trying to justify everything she did and how she needs to be pitied because I lost my children. Not our fault. CL tried to help you. You kicked her out instead of taking the help that you'd begged for. My cat died because of your terrible choices. You have no room to beg for my sympathy. So yeah, she's the worst attention whore I've ever met, and hope she changes for everyone else's sake. TLDR. CL's cousin had CL move in with her several states away to help her get out of an abusive relationship that cost her her children. Then her and her boyfriend moved in with us, complained about me right outside my bedroom door, became a drunken nuisance, lost a squirrel, and blamed the dogs. Got my cat killed, told her church we threatened to kill them, then tried to justify it all because she lost her kids because of the first pedadouche, and we couldn't know her pain because we don't have kids. It was all her own fault there, and she must not have learned very well, since she lost another one to the government later. Since she has no way of getting them back, she just keeps having more. PS. I don't blame abused women for the situation they're in. They are not the cause of the abuse. I blame her because she begged my CL to move several states away to get her out of the abuse and save her kids from getting more abuse, then kicking her out in the middle of the night to stay with pedadouche, then did all of that to the rest of the family. I've probably written about this girl I went to high school with before, but all of her stories got so out of hand that a few people who had classes with her made a document keeping track of all of the extraordinarily tall tales she shared with us. I will share a few with you now. She claimed to speak fluent Italian. She did not speak Italian. She claimed that at her middle school, she got shot in the leg. That middle school had no reports of ever having a gun incident. She claimed to have given the football team at her middle school laxatives before a game, baked into cupcakes. Then she claimed to have done this twice. She claimed to have been sexually assaulted. Now, as an assault survivor myself, I'm reluctant to declare accusations false. However, she claimed to have been assaulted 7 times, and each time she shared her experiences the details changed drastically, or made little to no sense. Most recently, she claimed her boyfriend raped her, then she later scaled back and said he didn't, which is really disheartening. She claimed to have PTSD issues related to race-based lynchings due to personal experience. She is white. Her ACT score changes every time you ask her about it. That wouldn't matter, except she bragged constantly about how good she was at standardized tests and put others down for their scores. She emailed our principal to complain about how people were playing music on Bluetooth speakers in the hallways. It was really fucking annoying. However, her complaint was that the N-words and gunshot sounds in the music were traumatic to her. She once lectured our journalism teacher about how we need to use vector files, even after he explained why they wouldn't work. Our journalism teacher had a degree from an extremely prestigious school, not to mention Had decades more experience than a high schooler. If anybody finds this interesting, I'll share more stories. This is only the tip of the iceberg of how fucking weird she was. Bless her heart. So this was recent as all hell. The story starts off with me getting added by some female I never even met before on Snapchat. Me and my friends were throwing a party at the time. Word got around. My Snapchat was on the banner as a DJ. Needless to say, party got popped. I hit her up, and no more than 2 minutes into the conversation she states she's single, along with sending a picture to me and saying that she thinks she's ugly. Mind you, we are both 18 to 19. About 2 days later we agreed that we will hang out, so I brought her back to my place and we were just talking about life. She tells me how her father had raped her about a year ago and now was in prison. How her mother beats her and was going to move across the country and just kick her out of their house. Well, I changed the topic to something much brighter, throw on some lo-fi hip hop, and then bada bing bada boom got to baby making. Somewhat of a red flag was thrown here. This was my first time meeting her. She tried convincing me to not use a condom BC she's on birth control, but I casual sex. Is casual sex? Well, after the sex, we just kinda chill and watch TV. Then she proceeds to tell me how she was on the west side, Chi-Town baby, walking to a bus/train and someone kidnapped her, raped her, then put her in a suitcase. Somehow her boyfriend at the time found her in this suitcase and brought her home without even taking her out. These are the details she gave me. She asked what I would do if that situation happened. I really didn't know what to say, so I kinda insisted on us driving and talking about it. Needless to say, convo dropped. Fast forward to a few days later, we decided to hang out before I went to this rave with my friends. Things got even weirder. She told me that 2 weeks ago she put her dad in a coma. The same dad who's been in jail for rape, and he still hasn't woken up. Kept re-elaborating how she was soon to be homeless. Not the case at all. She wanted to guilt trip me into letting her stay over for a long period of time. Well, this time, yet again, we had the sex. During this time though, I told her I was going to come soon, so she wrapped her legs around me and tried trapping me inside of her. I straight up told her, no, I know what you're doing and that's not cool at all. And at this point I had decided I wasn't going to lead her on, as I instantly lost interest after everything went the way it did. When I told her I was bringing her home, she acted like she passed out, then proceeded to say she was going to kill herself. Needless to say, without being an asshole, I brought her home and talked her into a different state of mind. Basically how suicide doesn't solve anything, and the more you dwell on those thoughts the more prevalent they get. Along with how I had been there and have been in and out of hospitals. Well, 2 to 3 days go by, and since I lost a lot of interest in her primarily for trying to trap me, along with her calling me every 10 minutes if I didn't text back, I slowed down my replies to her and would take hours to text back. Eventually I can't see myself in a relationship with her. 3 hours later, she's calling me saying 4 dudes jumped her for no reason and sends me photos of what looked as if she had been jumped. This was a week ago. This past week she's posted photos of herself daily without even a single scratch on her. TLDR, getting involved with random people on Snapchat is like an expired box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Myself. I grew up lonely. My family moved to the countryside from the city, although we'd only lived in that particular part of the city for long enough that I had learned it and its neighboring suburbs' names. I was barely getting old enough to start attending elementary school, so before that we lived somewhere I can't remember. 5 different homes I can't remember. When we first moved to the countryside, there was one thing that struck me, one thing that stuck with me. How few people I saw. How few people there were here, in this strange green place, where the air is easier to breathe, and the roads are endless. Now, keep in mind, I moved from a city housing 500,000 people to a neighborhood housing around 300 people. It was far away from everything at what I could only describe at the time as the world's end. It was lonely. Suddenly, I was a city boy in a place I cold dreamed of only in my tamest dreams. There was noon I knew, noon who knew me, and for the next, let's say, 8 years I had but one friend and his friends who deemed me an acquaintance. I resorted to video games, mostly playing Minecraft and World of Warcraft, but also dabbling a bit into some other games and platforms. There came a day when I wasn't lonely anymore. I was content. Then I was diagnosed. ADHD. I know. It's not the end of the world. Of course, when my teacher, who had nothing but good intent, stood me up in front of my entire class and loudly announced that I had ADHD, I spent the next 6 to 7 of my teenage years being bullied, left out. Not even actively bullied physically, but it reached a point where everyone knew me as fish. Come to think of it, it's actually pretty clever, the whole fish out of water thing. I wish I had embraced it earlier. So, high school ended and bingo. Nobody I went to elementary school with was even going to the same high school I was going to. This meant a fresh start. So I did what any rational person would do in this situation. I lied for the next 3 years. I lied and made every single situation about myself. I found a way each time to make it all about me, which has always astounded me. I'm not like that at all when push comes to shove, but I've later come to realize that the only way to be is to be yourself. And that home is whatever you make it out to be. No longer am I a fish out of water, cause I brought the whole damn ocean to land, bitches. And yeah, also I lost 10 family members and or close family friends over the span of 8 years while growing up. So my constant state of grief didn't really help with my detachment to the rest of the world. I guess also, I just realized that this post is a massive attention grab, but now I've made it, and I ain't gonna waste it. TLDR, before, I lied. Now, no lie. Before, I did drama. Now, no drama. Before, I said boy. Now, I'm still sad, but also sometimes happy. None of the names are real. I had the joy of meeting someone who would be shy and timid, but want all the attention and people to come to for advice. The way Jade did this was by causing arguments and spreading lies about a group of friends with different circles but all overlapped in one way or another. She would always be on the perimeter just before and after causing arguments so no one could pin them on her. This caused no one to realize it was her until Nikki put pieces together and got the common denominator of who it was. People always said he said this, but when he or she was confronted the story was different. But when Jade was confronted she would change her story to cause confusion to make her get away with a goddamn taxi app so no one could see her on her phone. Well, when I met her before all this happened I called her out on her bullshit saying that I have never talked about my friend behind her back cause I'll say it to her face as this is the person I am. But her story changed and I caught her out as the friend I was talking about said that someone who she didn't like said it was Jade who told her about the stuff we both knew. Her story changes, and before she could finish I called her out and said to quit the shit cause if we all put our stories together it's all points to you never seen someone go as red as a baboon ass so quick before. Shouting and screaming saying I'm taking her friends away and it's all my fault. No love, it's your fault. I started with a big grin on my face. She did try and push her way back in by making my friend feel bad about her depression and wait to worm back in. But when I stopped that and she seen Jade for who she was, Jade moved on to Nikki and it didn't take long for it to all start again. In 7th grade my closest friend at the time and I went through an emo phase. I only liked the fashion while she went with the stereotypical self-harm route. Not for any reason in particular, just for attention. She put in no effort to hide her cuts, and she would brag about being depressed all of the time. She also told me her stepdad beat and raped her, and that she was pregnant with his kid, and I believed her for the longest time until one day it just clicked that everything she said was lies. Another girl in 9th grade used to lie about being pregnant, then later would say she miscarried, both for attention and so people couldn't ask about the baby. This happened multiple times. She also would dramatically declare her love for a new guy every couple of weeks, but only guys who were in relationships. When they'd tell her to leave them alone, she'd cry and dramatically yell stuff like "Why don't you love me?" and cry so hard she'd throw up. Lastly, one time I mentioned that the water at the public library was gross because it reminded me blood, the metal white taste. If you've ever got blood in your mouth you know what I'm talking about. And from across the library lobby she snaps her head up and goes, "Blood tastes amazing," as if she were talking about a really great dessert that I just had to try. A close friend of mine that I went to elementary school with, and then high school constantly told me she had severe medical problems that she clearly did not have. First, in grade 7 or 8 she told me that her IUD dislodged and punctured her cervix, however never went to the hospital. Then she told me that she had a brain tumor, which she evidently did not have, as I spoke to her mother very casually about if she was sick or not. Then, she told me that the doctors told her she may have brain cancer. She also told our entire friend group these health problems, and we never received any actual proof. Then, she claimed she had alopecia. This all occurred over the course of 3 or 4 years. I then moved away and hadn't heard anything from her. About 2 years ago she came to visit me in my city and we went out one night. I lost her in the club and she didn't have her phone on her. Rather than try to find someone with a phone to call me, she went and slept in her car. Might I add that I was looking for her the entire night. When I finally found her, she told me she had been raped by a group of black men in an alley, though she could not tell the police where it was after driving around the general area for 30 minutes. When we arrived at the hospital, she wouldn't give her clothing for the rape kit because it was too expensive. None of it added up. I feel terrible saying this, but I do not believe that it happened at all. Anyways, she spent years and years trying to muster attention from individuals about situations that are not, or did not happen. Crazy sheet. We don't talk anymore. I'm a little late, but oh Roxy, what the fuck happened to her? Point 1. She told us she had multiple personality disorder. Turned out to be a lie. Her sibling told us she was lying and exposed a lot of things about her. 2. She would act very depressed and threaten suicide on us. She also did this when a huge drama happened. C5 for what happened. 3. She'd speak in other languages as her other personality, and I'm pretty sure she just used Google Translate. 4. She added a bunch of people we didn't know in our chat group without asking. I say she didn't ask. She asked, got no response from Emma, the chat owner. So Roxy thought, okay, no response. Time zones exist, so maybe I should wait longer. Nope. She added them anyway and they just wrecked the chat. At that point we had to make 2 chats, one of them not having her in, because we had such a lack of trust for her. 5. The final straw. So at this point we have 2 chat groups. Chat 1 had Roxy in, while chat 2 did not have Roxy in, as well as my friend's sibling, Jamie. In chat 2, Emma, the chat group owner, texted me, my friend Chloe, Jamie's sibling, another friend called Mary and another friend, who came later, Francis. She said Roxy just texted me. Oh, through DMs? We were on Instagram. Nope. She got Emma's number somehow and refused to tell us how. This freaked Emma out, and as we all tried to work out what was going on, I opted to DM Roxy. At this point Emma was panicking and was frightened that Roxy would get her address. Roxy didn't live too far away. Emma was in America, while Roxy was in Canada. I DM Roxy, and I ask what the fuck is going on. Emma's freaking out. How did you get a number? Through really cryptic voice messages, I somehow figured out that she was either claiming that Emma gave it to her, which was a lie. Emma did not do that, and confirmed it herself. She also lied about breaking her arm, rambled about owing her mother money, $250, for texting Emma across countries. We worked out ourselves that this was a lie, which led to a furious Emma confronting Roxy publicly in chat group 1, and a whole verbal catfight happens in which Roxy threatens suicide multiple times, and with Jamie seemingly trying to make things neutral. I tried to tell him what happened, but he basically ignored everything I said, and for some reason stuck with Roxy. He probably believed her for some reason. This then leads to Emma basically telling Roxy to fuck off, and that they were not speaking, and with most of us leaving the chat, Chloe and I stayed to monitor Roxy in case she tried anything else on Emma. Other than that, we think that's it. Nope. Barely a week later, Roxy decides to create a chat group that would create a GIF for Chloe and Jamie, who were going through a tough time. I knew Chloe was, but I didn't know about Jamie, since I wasn't too close with him. She thinks it's a good idea to add Emma, Mary and me. Emma is furious, since she wanted to put all this behind her. Then Sheila come in. Sheila was a friend of Roxy's, and whom I disliked, because I found her a little fake. She tries to pull sheet with Emma. She tried to claim Roxy had tried to commit suicide over the drama, which messed Emma up for a bit. Tried to break Roxy and Jamie up. Yep. I didn't know they were dating until Roxy's sibling told us, but more on that later, and tried to convince me that Roxy's lies were true and wanted us to talk with her in 2 weeks. Then I met Roxy's sibling during all this. They told me that Roxy had not broken her arm, she did not commit suicide, did not have multiple personality disorder, turned out to be dating Jamie, and had his and Chloe's address. Currently we all have nothing to do with Roxy. She has tried to get in contact with me and also has done other crap for attention, but they're fairly minor and no one really cared. Everyone is still upset from the incident, and it's been a good month since it happened. It's upset me too, but we are all slowly moving on. Names changed for obvious reasons. I knew some bitch in high school. Let's call her T. T was a big pathological white liar. She would tell anything from big lies to little lies. She had surgery a while ago on her, what I was led to believe, spinal cord. She never said what exactly for, but had a scar so something was fixed. But she would milk the hell out of it. That scar was years old enough that whatever she had done was fixed. But she would make up shit like things were still wrong. One day just out of nowhere she said she had spinal fluid running from her nose in the middle of class. And yes, before you ask, none of our friends were in that class, and no, she didn't go to the hospital. I assume if spinal fluid flows out of you at all you should immediately go to the hospital. But she said she was fine. And time someone would touch her head at all she would scream blood murder, as apparently they would kill her. But the icing on the cake, minus whatever bodily problem she had, was a young girl. My friends at the time baby sister had gotten pregnant. She was 15 and well committed. I was so proud of how much she worked to make sure the baby was healthy. Well thought of falling out with the sister, and told me, while giggling and laughing, that she hoped the baby died because of whatever happened between them and she should apologize to T. Like what the fuck, that was an unborn child. You don't put that kind of evil or hurt on anyone no matter what. A girl I knew in high school, she would constantly make up stories to get attention. Some included throwing a book at a student for calling a teacher fat. She was involved in a police chase with a driving instructor which included a helicopter, etc. The one that really takes the cake is she claimed she made a video with Markiplier. She went into this whole story about how she stroked his beard, played video games with him, went indoor skydiving with him, etc. I personally thought this was hilarious, so I began questioning her during gym class. I asked what the video was called. She said, oh, it's private. So I asked, can I see it on your phone then? She said no, it was taken down due to inappropriate language. I asked if she could send me the video file, and she said she deleted it after she uploaded the video. Then, realizing she's been caught, said I have Markiplier's number. So my friend said okay, call him, to which the girl replied nah, he's busy. Then blah blah blah. Class ends. She and my friend go into the girls' locker room. I'm a guy, and when I go to my next class I talk to my friend who told me liar is pissed at you. She knew you didn't believe her. I asked what's she saying, and she replied oh how she was gonna beat your ass, end your days, shit like that. I feel bad for this girl, because she probably has mental issues, and I regret making fun of it. Guy at school used to lie a lot. Some of my favorites were, played for a Sunday league football, soccer team that beat a Premier League team 3-0. Was European kickboxing champion 3 years running, and stated on Eurosport TV channel whilst commentating on another match that it was faking shit as one competitor caught the other with a low blow. Lived in a crane for 3 to 4 weeks at a time, earning a massive amount of money. Please note was in school 16, with food hoisted up and down to him. When one of the guys had an issue with another guy, said he knew someone who did petrol bombs, but as he was a close friend with him, could get them on a buy one get one free offer 3. Personal favorite. One day he arrested and put into the back of a meat wagon. Large police vehicle cells in back for multiple occupants. After a period of time he decided to bust out of the van en route to the police station. Please note that he was handcuffed and had a broken leg at the time, full cast from toes to upper thigh. So after smashing out of the van, impossible, He ran to the next town over. Impossible. Managing to backquote run through the pain barrier of the broken leg and his backquote cast just falling off around him as he ran. Somewhat like Forrest Jr. in the Run Forrest Run scene. Oh, the handcuffs? Just smash them off on a fence. Toss up between my old werewolf DM and one of the players in the same group. Yes, they were in the same group at the same time, and yes, they clashed. Both of them were of that archetype of internet attention hoe that cultivates a lengthy backstory that involves being awesome and suffering for your art or whatever. Since I'm describing both of them, I'll try to keep it brief. One of them claimed he was a von Habsburg descended quasi-pagan Mormon who hit it rich, and he would absolutely make your dreams come true as soon as the lengthy legal battle with his ex-wife over the money was resolved. Any day now. Anyways, he had a tendency to like to cultivate this mentality of the lone wolf, and in any game we played in with him he'd just fuck off at one point and then complain because we either didn't wait for him to return or didn't follow after him. He died in a hardcore game of Diablo 3 because he decided to fuck off from our group and then got killed by random mobs. He wasn't very bright. The other guy was our werewolf DM, though it only started as that because he wasn't the first DM of the group. The other left cause he was a flake. Anyways, this guy claimed an overly long backstory involving being an Icelandic native who has a family of abusive psychos who would track him down and kill him if they knew where he lived. He claimed to practice martial arts, constantly bragged about his prowess in these regards, and eventually press-ganged our werewolf game into some freeform RPG that mostly amounted to you pass or fail depending on how it would amuse him at the time. Oh, and the setting was the basis for some old text mod he and his live-in girlfriend played back in the day that was basically just Final Fantasy with a thin veneer put on top. This guy wasn't as egregious as the first one, but he'd definitely chew your ear off about all his life experiences. Anyways, they were all dicks, but it was fun listening to them clash against each other's edge. TLDR, two top dogs meet in the tabletop arena, and nobody cares who survives. I got a lot of attention from friends. For example, I'm an artist, and for whatever reason someone messaged me once with should I do it or not, and I was confused because I didn't know him. Even after I asked what he meant he wouldn't tell me, so I said do it, because I thought he might be a young artist as well. He then said, so I should kill myself, and sent me a picture of him holding a knife to his wrist. He basically forced me into this friendship. All he ever did was cry about how miserable his life was, but whenever I wanted something, he would ignore me for weeks. The next one is a girl. She had some relationships in her life and she cheated in all of them and would blame her ex-partners because they got sad and ignored her, would get rude or cheated as well. She would always cry about how much they would destroy her and that she wants to die, etc. One time I went over to her at night. She lives 3 to 4 hours away because she said she wanted to kill herself again. I had to wait for a few hours until buses would drive again, so I was outside when it was really cold. She stayed with me for 3 days, and I was basically doing everything for her. I got into a fight with my best friend for her. I cancelled the appointment with my therapist and some commissions. But whatever I told her, she didn't listen and just did the opposite of it. And guess what? She came back to cry again because everyone was so mean to her. She posted black screens with knives and ropes she drew there and said she'd like no one is there for me or I don't want to talk about it anymore. Then, after she got home again, she asked me if I could come over and I said no because I was emotionally exhausted and I didn't want to fight with my best friend again. She then told me how I only care about my best friend and planned everything just for her. She said that I'm horrible and other mean things I'd rather not say here. Another one lied about a suicide and manipulated us to get art from 15 plus people. And my best friend is constantly asking me if she could kill herself. She always talks about how horrible she feels and that nothing I do helps her except RL play, of course. Still, if I'm not doing it long enough, she gets pissed, no matter how hard I try, or if I'm exhausted as well. She's always asking if I hate her, even though I tell her how much I love her over and over again. I know some people need to be reminded of that. I'm like that as well, but it's like she always forgets I even said something like that. She's hurting me all the time and acts as if she didn't know it, or as if it's my fault. She told me that I'm destroying her one day because apparently all I ever did was cry about shit. Then she asks me why I wouldn't tell her anything anymore and begins to cry about how it's her fault and stuff. She should just die, or she wants to look at knives. She apparently even hurt herself once because of me, and another one posted a picture of self-harm wounds she found on Google on her social media to get attention from me. A classmate told me about it. I got many other stories, but these are probably the worst I know. I apologize if there are any grammatical errors. So before I begin, I want to quickly say that in no way am I homophobic or transphobic or anything, because there are people out there who will probably take offense or something. 2014-15. So I knew a girl, let's call her Or. She was a little bit annoying to a lot of us, but we accepted her as our friend. At one point she began going out with my other friend, let's call him Jay. They went out for a year and a half before I started saying some nasty shit about Jay behind his back in an attempt to get us against him so she could leave the relationship. Jay had done nothing wrong at all. We kept telling her to break up with Jay in person, but she kept stalling it. Eventually someone else who we didn't like found out and was unfortunately the one to break the news to Jay while I ran from the scene as it happened. I tried coming back to Jay after, but Jay declined her, not forgiving the way she broke up with him, but keeping her as a friend. 2016. So after a few months, I began watching videos about gay couples on YouTube and decided she was gay. We were all naturally accepting, but she kept telling us about it, which got on our nerves. Just before breaking up for Christmas one year, I came out as transgender after finding out about the band Steam Powered Giraffe and became T. We all have our opinions on the change, which I'm not going to talk about cause it's irrelevant, but we still refer to her as T and use the pronouns he etc to be nice. Also because at this point, I metaphorically died and T was very different. 2017T. Claimed to do drugs with outside of school friends and even brought a vape into school just to show off. He would also show off cuts on his arms the way anyone else would show off a tattoo or bracelet. He started going out with a close friend of ours we'll call A. Over time T would start looking at pictures of other people on his phone, which would make A uncomfortable, and after a while of this, T broke up with A over text because he wasn't into girls anymore. T then began going out with a girl he met online. During the relationship, A claimed that T would threaten to kill himself on their group chat each night and A would stay up all night in tears trying to convince him not to. 2018-19. Eventually he began getting involved in the furry community and would, I kid you not, draw porn in our classes on occasion. He claimed to have lost his virginity at 15 to a guy he met online, which we naturally didn't believe a word of. However, over time, taking into consideration the type of person he'd become, we've begun to believe that this really did happen. God help him. He began faking Tourette's by having the occasional spasm which he never kept consistent before stopping altogether. He faked an overdose of paracetamol which wouldn't have been possible with the amount he took and was out of hospital after a day. Shortly after this he was run over by a car and was actually hospitalized for a couple months. When he came back to school, he kept his crutches for long after he needed them to remind people to be careful around him. There's other shit too, but I can't remember half of it. This is a real person and the biggest attention seeker I've ever known. Some of the stuff he claims to have and do is just insulting to anyone who actually has those problems. I might have to put up with him for another 2 years in college, but because he's faked his book says I might not have to worry. TLDR. Female breaks up with J via someone else telling him R becomes G. Male. T goes out with A, cheats, and breaks up over text to then go out with someone else. T shows off cuts for attention and tells everyone he does drugs, fakes an overdose, and is out of hospital after a day. T gets hit by a car for real, but keeps the crutches as a reminder for people to be careful around him. I know a couple, both did go through a pretty traumatic event. Quite a few people did. This was about 2 years ago now, but they were both still pretty bad attention hoes even before then. One would constantly create drama in the group, and would continue to in regular intervals until I finally had the balls to leave as the drama became too tiring, amongst other reasons. She was a very toxic friend, but I can somewhat understand why she sometimes acted that way, but many times it was super unjustified looking back now. The other one would make a lot of fake stories up for attention, mostly involving car crashes and or relatives. Interestingly, they both used to fall out often but then became close friends, and one of the girls, the one I fell out with, became a lot better according to one of my other friends, until a huge drama came across the group due to a breakup. And she and the other girl apparently, I can't prove this, had a chat where they would talk shit about people, and they fell out as one denied anything to do with it, but made up again not too long after a lot of drama and attention seeking happened. Someone in one of my classes accused the girl I used to be friends with as being the biggest attention seeker in the school, and I suppose I can somewhat see where he came from now. Secondary school drama is a headache. Oh my god, boys and girls, have I got a story for you. It's a long one, since I knew this person for years, so strap yourselves in, and let's begin. Point: I made this friend in middle school. We are gonna call her M now. M was a really good friend of mine. We went to each other's houses, did activities together, the whole nine. We were close enough that I let her in on my suicidal depression and the abuse I was dealing with at home. M's life was complicated. Her parents were divorced and remarried, but her father isn't her bio dad, and he was in the picture for fleeting moments, I believe. But her parents and step-parents loved her very much. Her mother was a bit controlling, and she collectively had 5 or 6 siblings, so she didn't get much attention, but otherwise had a fairly pleasant life. She was always weird, but so was I. That's why we were friends. But around high school she got weird. It started off small. She complained to a mutual friend, who also had a difficult childhood like mine, and was also suicidally depressed, but I don't know the level of abuse he was dealing with, about how her father forced her to do the dishes. According to him, she was actually tearing up about it. She was sitting next to me at lunch and leaned over, exposed her arm, and asked, "Are these marks noticeable?" She had drawn lines on her wrist and forearm in red ink. I immediately asked her what the fuck she was doing. As this was over 10 years ago, I don't remember the conversation after. I had friends who were cutters. That shit was infuriating. One day in the gym she skinned her elbow, NBD. While we were all filing into the locker rooms after class, I saw her licking it. I thought she was trying to wet it to feel better or something. So I told her the fountain was working and cold today. This was a gamble, whether it was actually working or just warm. Her response: "Wow, I never knew blood tasted so good." Nope, the fuck right out of that conversation. Then, she started escalating. She once just flipped and refused to leave the locker room, saying she was going to kill herself. I remember talking to her before she disappeared. She ran off and nobody could find her. Then she came back and hid in the locker room, and I remember being so damn confused because she was talking absolute nonsense. She did this 3 separate times that I remember at school, but I wasn't there for all of them. I believe she did them all in 1 year. One day we were just faking around in class. There was a hole in the desk, so we were stabbing pencils at each other's hand and playing a sort of cat and mouse. We weren't really trying to hurt each other. It was fun. A few classes later, and I'm in someone else's seat. The teacher was done, but class wasn't over. They left the room, and I was chatting with them until they got back. They came back and were in the popular clique. So naturally they tell me to leave rudely. IDC, I wasn't planning on staying long anyway, as at this point I could really only stand M in small quantities. M decides to try to pick a fight for me. She said something along the lines of, "She can kick your ass, you know." Full stop. I was 5 feet and 94 pounds at the time. I had never been in a fight and kept it that way by learning how to appear scarier than I was. I was snarky, sarcastic, and was known for saying weird and faked up shit. I was also known for writing brutal torture in a lot of my stories for writing/English classes. I did not achieve this by putting my foot in my mouth like she just did. I ask her what the fuck she's talking about. "You beat me up just today and hit me all the time." I asked her again what the fuck she was talking about. She then describes to me the game we were playing 2 classes before, that she was totally into playing at the time, and gave no indication she wasn't, as if I was just sitting there stabbing her with my pencil point. I remember giving her a stern talking to. I don't remember what I said, but it was something along the lines of how dare you accuse me of hurting you, because I do not hit my friends, and don't ever pick fights for me. That is not your job nor your place. It was at this point that I started fantasizing about beating the shit out of her and stopped hanging out with her. I was polite, but not friendly. Then, there was, dun dun dun, the last encounter. We were on the bus going on a field trip or something. I didn't have anyone else I liked or really knew. I had little to no friends. I kept mostly to myself, so I sat with her. For the most part the ride was amicable. Then, she said those dreaded words, "I wish I had your life." I asked her what she meant. She knew about my home life. My life wasn't one you wished for. Her response was something to the effect of, "Your life is so great. My dad abuses me." I was deeply concerned, as from my experiences at her house her father loved her. He was firm, but he spoiled her. Her environment gave every indication of a family that cared. So I asked her again what she was talking about. She described a tickle fight. Her father tickled her. It was an immediate record scratch moment. I unloaded on her, loudly. I remember yelling at her for comparing her life to mine that way. How it was disrespectful and just faking stupid. I remember bringing up how my father had literally attempted a homicide/suicide when I was a kid. I remember asking her how the fact that was something she wished she had. I used other examples she knew, because I had confided them to her. I was livid. I stopped speaking to her after that. There was a lot more that happened over the years, but those were the memorable events. She tried messaging me a week or 2 ago, after years of not speaking. I was polite and bare minimum caught up with her. But you're damn right I deleted that friend request and have zero intention ever messaging her again. I really don't care if she's changed or gotten better. That was a level of crazy I want nowhere near my life again. A classmate had like 6 boyfriends in like 1 semester. They were usually from Poland, because she is originally from there and apparently keeps in touch with people from there. Here are the boyfriends. The first one died from brain cancer. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I don't think someone dying of brain cancer can go around on romantic dates. They'll probably be in a hospital the whole time. This one was before she moved to our country. The second one killed himself the night before he told her how much she loves her and to never forget that. One who at the age of 15 had a daughter, and apparently they broke up because she didn't see herself as a stepmom. Justin Bieber's brother. Yes, apparently she met Justin Bieber in chat roulette. They got along well, and they usually talked on Skype. One day Justin Bieber was with his brother. He was our age, 1999. We checked that, and it turns out Justin Bieber has no brother of that age. But we didn't say anything, because it was quite funny to be honest. So we let her keep going with the stories. He killed himself in a car accident. She claimed to be too afraid to get in cars for a while. My favorite one, her boyfriend cheated on her with another girl. She found out, we don't know how, because as I said they were in 2 different countries, and then broke up with him. Apparently the boy wanted to make things right between them, so he pleaded with her for forgiveness. She refused. The boy wanted to come to the country where we live to ask for forgiveness again. When he was leaving his house to go to the airplane, he got caught by the boyfriend of the girl who he cheated with. He beat him up to the point he was in coma for 2 weeks. Then one day wakes up, calls her girlfriend, and they get back together. This is a repost from another r/us credit him not working, but during my last semester of middle school, grade 8, an ignorant kid a year younger than me, grade 7, harassed me constantly. One incident I won't forget for a while was him calling me gay. I said that I don't like guys or girls. At this point in my life I had yet to be sexually attracted to a gender. He then said that, since I don't like girls, that I'm gay. This repeated probably 3 to 4 times before I walked away and went to my next class. There were also my occasions in the last 5-ish weeks of class when he would constantly shove me, step on my feet, etc., and then, when I moved or called him out on it, make a huge scene, like he was a perfect little angel. He also constantly made absolutely no sense and flexed stuff like Jordans, Supreme, ECT, basically mini, bitchy rice gum. I think his family wasn't financially stable based on where he lived on top of that expensive clothing. I think he got mostly failing grades too because at the end of the year, each grade goes on their own field trip, and if your grades weren't good enough, or you had bad behavior, I think he was both, you didn't go. I saw him when his grade went, and that trip was fun. Next year I'll be going into high school and thank God people who know him told me that he is going to the other high school which is in a suckier part of town. Lots of homeless unfortunately. U/cat of Andy 472 note, the class was robotics and was for 7th and 8th graders in my U/is and therefore I did videos. I want credit. My mother has a business for teaching kids English. She needed help with all the kids, so she hired me, my brother and my aunt. The whole summer we were having lessons, divided into 2 seasons. The first season was absolutely horrible. The kids were unruly, loud and just downright annoying. But somehow, we managed to keep our sanity. The second season was much better, although it also had a few annoying kids, but that's alright. Here comes a girl from the Bay. Turns out she's the daughter of an ambassador, which means a spoiled girl. She had 3 separate nanas, one for playing, one for cooking, and one for cleaning up. She spoke English very well, but she couldn't really read. The daughter was one of the annoying ones, always thinking she was better because she was the child of an important figure. Whenever the lesson started, she would cry for her nanny, most of the time also getting on a window. Our lessons are 40 minutes long, and she sat there for 20 minutes. When she jumped down from the window she would barely do anything. Once the lesson finished she would talk, and I mean a lot. Our seasons are 1 month long. Halfway through she realized that she was not getting all the attention. So she starts crying out of nowhere, and you can't calm her down. When the season ended, when she went to her house, my mother received a call from the girl's personal driver. He said that the girl was crying a lot, and she wanted to go back. My mom said a couple of reassurances, and we thought that was the end. But it wasn't. They called a second time. Now the girl was asking her to come to their house. Absolutely unbelievable. This girl that kept approaching me and my friends back in high school, she was a walking r/fathapand. She always told the most absurd stories about herself. Claimed she was the granddaughter of the CEO of a huge company and inherited everything. Then complained because I kinda don't want to be the CEO. That isn't my dream. Posted pictures of the Maldives with the caption vacation mode. This place is so pretty. The pictures were in Google Images. Introduced herself as Ace, even though her name was Jasmine. When we asked where Ace came from, she said my Japanese grandmother calls me Ace, so you all should too. She does not have a Japanese grandmother. Today, I hear she goes by Aselin. When one of the girls in my high school was regularly counseled by my professors because of her depression, everyone in my batch helped her out, even those who didn't know her well. Jasmine thought it would help to cut herself, post it on social media, write a caption depressed and sad, talk to me please. Can't walk normally, always sways her hips when walking. She says it's because she's a model and she can't help it. After graduation, she told everyone that she passed one of the hardest college entrance exams, which means she was qualified to study in one of the most prestigious universities in the country, but didn't enroll because she didn't want to pressure herself. Take note, this girl couldn't even pass 90% of her classes back in high school. Kept tweeting about how she keeps receiving emails from Harvard to attend her classes because she apparently got accepted there. Right now, her current story is that she's half Latina. She is not. She's fully delusional. Honestly, just fuck off, Jasmine. I had a friend whose older sister faked pregnancy while we were in high school. Just as a quick disclosure, this was like 10 years ago, so some of the details may have faded a bit. This girl's sister is a junior in high school at the time. She starts seeing a guy, and they hit off. Few months later they had sex for the first time, and shortly after, the relationship collapsed. Now this girl is absolutely devastated. It's her first. She thinks she's in love, and now her life is over. Obviously her go-to move is to tell him she's pregnant and try to guilt him back into the relationship. This is where things take a twist, and I honestly still wouldn't even believe it if it hadn't happened so close to home. Said girl buys one of those fake inflatable stomachs and starts wearing it all day long. She wears it in front of her family, his family, the teachers. Slowly but surely every few days the stomach gets a few more pumps. This goes on for months. I don't remember the particulars of how she kept the charades up with this guy she had convinced, but eventually he starts to feel around and notices something is up. She comes clean to him, all hell breaks loose, as you can imagine. Fights ensue with the families of the two kids. She starts seeing psychiatrists and is absolutely destroyed by the kids at school. Real hell for her for a while. After years of therapy and berating by her peers, I think she finally cleaned up her act and recently got engaged and had a real baby. Still blows my mind to this day though, the extent this teenage girl went to for attention. I'ma call this girl Becky. She loved herself out. Phone background was a picture of her standing in front of her trophy mural. All from horse racing, shows, jumping events. Decked out in full horse gear, just to make sure people who saw her phone knew what was up. She always dressed properly in one of those single buttoned up dress jackets and tight dress pants. Always. You might be lucky to see her in a little boaty sometimes. She loved talking about herself, how good she was, how good her successes, and how I'm going to X universities. Her parents were well off. No, they didn't own a mansion. Yes, they owned a stables, where they let people ride their horses for a few hours for a hefty sum of money. Yes, they had their own dressage / jumping ring, just for their daughter. She had many fake friends unfortunately. Many would talk behind her back about how uptight and bitchy she was. She just didn't get that only speaking about yourself gets boring, and it would be nice to acknowledge other people's existence and success sometimes. No matter how small. She wasn't a bad girl, just sheltered all her life and brought up by self-centered hottie-totties. So what would you expect? She's a vet now according to a mutual acquaintance we both have, specializes in horses, donkeys, other animals of the sorts, but has done her fair share of lamb births and cattle births, and has apparently mellowed down / come back to earth a bit. Back in school there was this girl that constantly wants attention and would like to get it. She would lie about absolutely everything. When she first came to our school just before the summer break, we would have been around 7 or 8 at the time. She said to near enough the whole class that she had a big villa in Europe and would live there during the summer holidays every year with her dad. My friend was at her house not long after her saying this, and her mum said to her that she needs to think about what she's taking to her dad's. When the girl was out of the room, my friend, being oblivious to the fact that this girl was lying, dubs her in by asking her mum when she comes back. Her mum looked at my friend confused and asked what she meant. My friend told her what this girl had said, and her mum turned round and said she's a lying little bitch. And there was this time in the space of a month where a lot of people came out. She noticed the people that came out were getting attention and congratulations for doing it. Well, she came out. I said congratulations, I'm happy for you BC. I believed her. I thought she was lesbian for the longest time, but my friend said no, she just wanted the attention on her too. She's also said for attention that her dad is going to buy her and my friend boob jobs. Lmayo, she's enrolled into a really good acting school and has been given an acting role on a soap. She went to a different HS for a couple weeks for some reason. From what I know that is true. She did go to a different high, but said that the school is a really posh private school. You're not allowed to wear makeup and have to wear a certain uniform. She refused to follow these rules and was kicked out. The school was around 10 to 15 miles away and everyone knew it was a normal public school. She argued with the science teacher that the sun is a planet and wasn't a star to get attention, and because she thought it was cute in front of the boys in the class said she had tickets to see an artist. I asked where did you buy them and when. She said a week ago online. The artist had already passed away by that point, so they weren't on sale anymore, and when you buy tickets online they arrive like a week or 2 before a concert. I asked to see the ticket and she said her mum had them with her and she's out shopping right now. She was bringing in £20 each day for high school and buying herself and other people their lunches. Someone asked how she was getting all this money every day and she said her dad was giving her it because he's rich. Police turned up at the school along with her mum because she'd been swiping her mum's bank card and taking money out. She got fired from a job because she has no customer service skills. She would swear, talk about her love life and slag off her boyfriend to the customers. My friend knew a girl that worked with her and that's how she found out she was fired. My friend texted her asking if she was in work one day and she replied saying yeah, but she's quitting soon. She said to my friend not long after that she quit her work and told them to fuck off because they are unappreciative and don't pay you on time. There's loads more, but they're the ones I can remember off the top of my head. I still have her on social media and she's still bullshitting to this day. Mayo also, Gillian McKeith when she was on I'm a Celeb. Quick bit of backstory, volunteers regularly, and one day at a hospital she met a woman who she later began visiting her house to spend time with her and help her clean and prepare food and whatnot. This went on for a couple years, but as time progressed she began to get more and more needy the less reasons. Little did my mum know she also kinda second person into helping her without even knowing. They found out when they ran into each other at the house one day, and my mother would get calls randomly every day, even when she's busy with someone else, asking for her to go and help with tiny things such as picking up a towel. This woman wasn't helping herself as she really got out of bed, and when she did she just sat on the sofa all day watching TV. She really tipped the iceberg recently when no one was able to come help her do one of those silly tasks, so she decided to call the hospital to see if they would come out. Then when my mother went back to her she said, "Oh, you don't need to worry, I've called the hospital," and she did this with the other woman that she had conned into helping her. Eventually she just thought not a nurse would come out and help her with her task and then make my mother and the woman feel bad. But actually the hospital found out she needed to go in and now she's stuck in hospital when no one can visit her. My mother's tried getting in contact, but can't, and she's just decided to give up. So a bit of karma here and there, but I just think it's terrible using fake disability to get attention, asking people to come over and help. If she didn't sit down all day she would have been very fine and able to do these tasks herself, but she was just being lazy and an attention seeker. In freshman year of high school there was this girl who had a group of like 15 girlfriends that sat together at lunch. I knew one or two of the girls, so I sat there too, and after a couple of months, she started complaining about how she might have to go to boarding school, but she hadn't decided yet. Everyone kept saying how much they'd miss her, and she was crying about having to decide, even though I kept thinking, you can choose not to go if you're this upset. Anyway, she told people she was leaving the school and was so sad about it, so at lunch the next day, her friends all bought her goodbye gifts and she made people watch her open them the entire lunch period. Then decided she wasn't leaving the school, so everyone cheered. But then she did end up leaving the school. Bye, Hannah. Also in HS, there was this other girl who desperately wanted to be a model, and I guess she had her mom take pics of her for a portfolio, but they were just weird shots of her in different parts of her house with terrible lighting. This was back when people took pics on 35mm. She brought in the photos to class one day, and when people were trying to look through them, she got embarrassed and kept telling everyone not to look and tried to take the pics back. So I asked, "Why did you bring in the photos to school then?" And she just gave me a look and put them away. Also, I have a family member now who, when not posting selfies of herself, constantly posts on Facebook about some sort of accident she got herself into or a new malady that she found out she has. She's not lying about any of these things per se, and she's not as annoying in person, but she definitely posts things to garner sympathy from people. Girl I went to high school with and was in my group. We never got along. She's about 4'5", genuinely looks 12, isn't very bright, and has a super inflated ego. She is under the impression that she is extremely talented at everything she does, and it's mostly because her mother has constantly told her so. She once cornered my mum and ranted for a solid hour about how her daughter has the best voice she's ever heard. She is the most incredible dancer and genius, who is exceptional at acting. She was in my drama class and would deliberately accidentally fall or slip and then attempt a very fake laugh to draw attention to herself. Everyone used to ignore her because of how frequently she did it. So this girl is now mid-20s and believes she's a sex symbol who can sing. She has this over-the-top Instagram account where she posts videos of herself singing very badly and pouting, as well as random up and down body shots of herself. On occasions she will post a video going on about how women aren't objects and men are pigs, and I kid you not, the next video in line is of her wearing a white t-shirt with no bra, panning the camera up and down her body. It's very uncomfortable because of how young she looks. She once went to LA for a holiday, and she acted as if she was a celebrity. At one point she posted a video of her singing "Where Is the Love?" by Black Eyed Peas, just in a random park, very much out loud and out of tune, in front of many people. Some very close high school friends who were also in the same group all follow her on Instagram purely for the wrong reasons, myself included. She doesn't realize a lot of the people who follow her are for the wrong reasons, and she tends to call them out by saying they're jealous and haters lol. A girl in my class always told everyone she was gonna fail this HW/quiz/test. She always said I studied all N9GHT and I'm going to fail. She also clapped when she said this. After the test she would get a 95 or above and say stuff like, "How? I'm so dumb, I don't know how I could pass it." Maybe it's because you studied for the whole night. Miranda. Another one happened at my day party a while ago. I invited my friends over and we went to the park to play some basketball. For some reason they wanted to invite a girl in our class who lived very close. Long story short, they get this girl to come over and my best friend starts talking about how he has this crush. After half an hour they get him to say the girl's initials. Then after another half hour he says the girl's name, but to only one of the guys. Then they spend the next half hour talking about it. My best friend dragged this out for about 1.5, just for a girl's name. All I wanted to do was play basketball, and they just stood in a circle and talked about a girl he liked. That was pretty tough, especially because that's when I had some depression. Point at it. In defense of my friend, he might have not gotten a lot of attention at home. But I mean, we didn't play a single game of basketball because they were talking about his crush. I worked with a lass who would say all sorts of shit. She had 2 children. First one when 14/15. Has had alopecia, spelt wrong I know. Has a fiance then a boyfriend then single, but still with the guy. Every time she isn't the center of the conversation she turns it into her. You say something about your life and she's done something similar, but better or worse. Point thing is, she went to school with my younger sibling, and we grew up in rural areas, where everyone knows everyone/everything about everyone's business. So with every lie I called her out. Point she brought up her kids and I said, in front of everyone, "Oh, did I tell you my younger sibling was over at the weekend?" And we got to talking about work plus who I now work with. They find it very odd that you have 2 kids, especially when you weren't pregnant in school. The birthday you've said would mean you would have been very pregnant in school. She then goes on to say that she didn't know she was pregnant and had a flat stomach. Me, huh? So how come your sister doesn't know anything about them? She says they are your boyfriends. Also that you never wore wigs or lost your hair. Why lie? She then sat there sullen and went to the bathroom not long after I called her out many more times till I left the job. Don't bullshit. And bullshitter. Also, has anyone else noticed that a lot of child actors turn into attention hoes? Jamie Lee Curtis is a huge one. Saw her on the Graham Norton show and it had to be all about her. Everyone else was getting super annoyed and Graham had to take control far too many times to get it back to the other guests. In junior high, I used to think I was the attention whore of the school until I met one girl. She made me believe and realize that I just need lots of social interaction, and even mentioned how I always talk to strangers when I'm standing around in video game stores. She made me feel normal instead of needy and outcasted. She was nice, and the very first person to call me Brennan buddy. I felt loved and was in love. Super regret for not asking her out. Kinda spent my entire life thinking I could easily live alone. So naturally I still miss her, because she was the only one who made me feel that way. What a drag. Meanwhile there was this larger breasted girl who constantly said she has had sex with like 50 grown men, and would vaguely describe what they would do with her. Always talking about how they would suck her boobs, that she would always over glorify, like she was the biggest tittied girl in the world. I'm not saying there is something wrong about being proud and enjoying the looks and shape of your body, because I feel everyone should accept themselves. But there is definitely something wrong with a 13-year-old middle school girl talking proudly about her consensual pedophile experiences that nobody could prove were false or true. It was awful how long she would talk about those things. An old friend. I don't blame her for it, because her parents are neglectful and occasionally bordering on verbally abusive, so she's lacked positive attention all her life. But I'll still tell a few stories. She just makes up a lot of ridiculous stories that make her seem more impressive to anyone who doesn't know her on more than a surface level. X1. The time she claims to have taken a fully mixed up Rubik's Cube, twisted 3 times, toss it in the air, and catch it fully solved. X2. The time she claims to have read a Bible cover to cover in less than an hour. X3. The time she claims to have taken down the 3 largest guys in her karate class in under 30 seconds. She's hardly 5 feet 2 inches and can barely balance on her own feet sometimes. There are numerous other instances of stories like this, but those are the more memorable ones. She also does things like dye her hair neon colors, which isn't bad in itself, but then runs around and points it out to all the people she wants attention from. Lastly, she is also uncomfortably flirty with literally everyone, even though she is in a relationship. Part of the reason I stopped being friends with her. There are many other things, but a lot of those are more personal or controversial. I think she may have done them for attention when she wasn't intending to. Again, I don't blame her for any of the attention seeking, but I still don't have to like it. My mother, who I will refer to as BGHM, birth giver, horrible mother. She loves attention and is in fact a hoe. Quick backstory. BGHM is 52 years old now, hasn't really worked, rather, had a legitimate job in 20 some odd years, sleeps around for a place to stay and food. Has been an alcoholic for roughly the same amount of time. Anything you've been burdened with, she's been burdened with worse. If you try to have a conversation with her in regards to any type of hardship or inconvenience. Long story, here's a TLDR. If you want to avoid my opinions on her being a drama queen, TLDR, grandmother has cancer. BGHM once again makes it about herself to me and the rest of the family. The last straw / last time I had contact with BGHM was when my grandmother, her mother, was rushed to the hospital because of a large growth in her abdomen that she had been hiding and putting off seeing a doctor about. Finally got to the point of unbearable pain that she had to be admitted. First thing out of the doctor's mouth was likely cancerous, and the close family that was there was pretty distraught. BGHM conned a last minute ticket out of my grandmother under the guise of needing to be there for her grandmother, even though she had literally just broken up with her boyfriend and was looking for a way back home from Florida. Finally showed up at the hospital not even the day of the flight, but the next day, put on a show about how she was so distraught and how she had to put up a fight with her own cancer, throat related, ended up getting a trach from smoking like a chimney, drinking like a fish for 30 years. Surgery goes well, requires getting a colostomy installed, most likely permanent, and will likely result in indefinite care due to how frail grandmother has been, and even more so after the surgeries. Oldest aunt decides to step up and have grandma move in with her permanently for round-the-clock care and not to a facility. Everyone pretty proud of her. BGHM catches wind of this and gets very angry, says she can take care of her at grandmother's mobile home, where mother decided she was going to conveniently move back into without even asking. Everyone tells her to just let aunt assume responsibility, better house layout for getting around, closer to the doctors for appointments. Aunt works from home so someone is literally always there. Aunt can actually drive. Mother lost license XX number years ago. Truth starts to seep out. BGHM says fine, as long as grandmother keeps paying all the bills at the mobile home so her and my worthless brother have a place to stay and food to eat. Wait, what? Grandmother likes to avoid conflicts, so says she will sign the mobile home over to them. They just have to go to the park manager's office and apply for the lot. Told mother that she will pay for 1 more month's bills, so they don't have to worry about it while they get the clerical stuff resolved. Month later the bills show up and BGHM tries to contact grandmother to pay them. Aunt intercepts and says that the bills are her responsibility now and not to call grandmother asking for money ever again. BGHM loses her sheet. Says it's not fair that she doesn't have a place to live now since she doesn't have a job and can't work. The state doesn't give her enough money to support bills in that way. Threatens to take aunt to court for stealing grandmother away from her house. Aunt was smart enough to have power of attorney granted and witnessed by myself at the hospital. Next week I start getting all sorts of calls and texts from relatives asking what is going on with BGHM and aunt. They've been getting massaged on any form of communication from BGHM stating that aunt is not letting anyone see grandmother and probably neglecting grandmother as the reasoning. Have to reassure them that's not the case. They've known about BGHM's antics for a while now, so it isn't too hard to convince them. Went with my oldest brother to grandmother's old mobile home that BGHM and younger brother have now pretty much trashed / destroyed with hoarded stuff and moved everywhere. Literally trash strewn about. Looked like there were new holes in the walls. Took anything left of grandmother's out of her room too that she may have wanted to store at my house and told BGHM to get her sheet together and that I didn't want to hear from her again. Last I heard she was now trying to sell the house and move back down to Florida. This woman was so awful she caused me to leave a place of work I loved because they kept putting us on shifts together despite me asking to be kept separate because I couldn't be professional around her anymore. About 4 months in working together, she was a liar and a bad one. She'd like to be best friends with people who'd never heard of her. She lied about people in her life dying, be it by car crash or suicide to get sympathy or praise. She lied about a major operation the day of which I saw her at the zoo. And she was on work the next day disappearing every hour to take her med. Who knew you could get cocodamol in vape stick form? She'd like about pointless stuff just so the conversation would turn to her for a fraction of a second about things she literally had no clue about and everyone could tell. But that wasn't even the most annoying part. The annoying part is she kept on invading my workspace to help me out expecting praise, but really she would just cork up my workflow so that people weren't being looked after in favor of whoever it was. Now helping me is not a problem if I actually need help too. You ask me for an update on my work before you try and take over. Your own work is getting done too, so I don't then have to pick up after you because you've spent 10 minutes pestering one of my customers while one of your customers is staring at your back waiting for something you promised them. And 4. Didn't say it's okay you can owe me one every time I thanked you out of pure polite British spite. Yeah, she pissed me off despite many attempts at mature conversation about her behavior and heart-to-hearts about how she doesn't need to lie to fit in. Cue shock fake horror face. And what I never lie, I hate liars. You wouldn't believe this thing someone told me that was just a barefaced lie. I hate it so much blah blah blah. She didn't improve and kept pissing me off, so I had to leave. My mother, I could list literally hundreds of things she's done over the years, but let's go with the last time I spoke to her. In 2012. She lived back home. I lived on the other side of the country. I was at a friend's house and we were spending the day doing dumb shit like modding Nerf blasters into guns from Fallout and binge watching B-horror films. I was on civil acquaintance level with my mom because, well, she'd been batshit my entire life and I didn't want to poke the bear, but I was stupid enough to try to maintain some sort of civility. Looking back, my mom very obviously has some sort of personality disorder. My guess would be NPD, and she would alternate between weirdly juvenile behavior and condescending pseudo-intellectual bullshit. I had my laptop open and she'd Facebook message me asking what I was doing. I told her, and I politely told her I was busy and bear with me if I couldn't get back to her straight away. Normal people would be cool with this, but no, she lost her sheet. My messenger started going off like a Karen was slamming the bell at the service counter, and then she started tagging me in posts claiming she was having chest pains and couldn't feel her arm, and she bet I didn't give a fuck, and she was probably going to die at any moment. I'm quite sure she had them filtered only for me to see as none of her other friends were commenting. My friend and I were both what the fuck, so I called the police department back home and asked them to do a welfare check. Reading off the Facebook posts with timestamps and all. They rolled up to her house and saw her through her office window, playing Angry Birds on her computer. She answered the door perfectly lucid and supposedly had no idea what they were talking about. They suggested she leave me alone and perhaps take a break from her computer and have a cup of tea, read a book, or take a nap, and leave. Okay. I even offered to send them screenshots, but whatever. I blocked her on Facebook for good measure and went back to what we were doing. A few hours went by and my phone blew up with calls. I spaced on blocking her on my phone, and then came the texts calling me some lovely derogatory terms, claiming I woke her up by having the cops bang on her door and that she was going to have me arrested for filing a false police report. Again, this is one of literal hundreds. Sorry for the length. I work at a company that sells high-end athletic clothing. A man and his 2 daughters come in usually about once a month or so and spend probably close to $4,000. About a week after their visit, the 2 daughters come back with the mother. Parents are divorced to selectively return items. Some they even have doubles of for gift cards or just extra money. They then spend even more money on the clothing. While this may not seem like attention whoring, they also come in and make such a show about their shopping and demand that we help them with everything. The entire shopping experience is only about them. They want all your attention and all your help. They want us to be their personal shoppers and demand that we even steam their clothing before they purchase it. The mother has also held events and demand discounts and spread gossip about there being a discount, even though that isn't part of the event, just so she can have people talk with her about it and appreciate her for the discount. And then people proceed to be mad at us for no discount, and to top it all off on why they are awful humans, they have a bunch of money because when the parents were still married, they sued a bunch of places for little things to try and hit it big. They eventually struck gold on sausages, they claimed, giving them food poisoning. So they divorced later, and the mother demanded the father pay her country club membership. Still. All this because they had some bad sausage. This girl is going out of her way to get all my old friends away from me. Now some of them are realizing it, but can't really do anything because they are scared. She had a past of animal abuse and wanting to murder children. So they have to stay with her. Every single time I try to talk to them on their own Discord server, this girl gets really angry about it and brings up dumb stuff from my past that I don't like. She's sad all the time, but I can tell the difference between depression and fake depression. She's faked suicide more than 50 times and people still believe it. She scares her friends to death. She also claims her parents are abusive, but those parents of hers are so nice to her. They get her nice things and stuff. Like a boohoo idiot, your parents punished you for doing something you weren't supposed to. Shut up. She also dates everyone in our friend group multiple times, shortly after each other, but they still can't see how she is faking it and doesn't actually love them. Because of her, I have no friends, and for people who used to be my friends, most of them despise me now. So many lies and things taken out of context to make me look bad. I try to warn them about her because I had a past with her. I know exactly how she is. They just get mad at me because they don't believe it can be true. When I was friends with her, there was someone trying to warn me too, and I didn't believe them. Sure wish I did. This one girl from my high school was the absolute worst person I've ever met. It was a public high school that had to wear uniforms. She went there in 9th grade but moved away, came back sometime in 11th grade. Somehow on her first week back, she was able to wear regular clothes, so she stuck out like a sore thumb. One of those days in her uniform last week was her birthday, and she wore a faking crown to school. This is where it all started. A few months later, she threw a tantrum in English. Unfortunately, I was also in that class. Some kid made a stupid racist joke about how Asian people named their children, and then another kid made another terrible joke about how Native Americans get their names. It was a little offensive, but everyone thought it was funny, except this girl. She goes on a rant about how offensive it was because her father was Native American. He wasn't, and we all knew it. So she and the kid who made the joke start arguing. Then he starts roasting her, and she loses her mind. She gets up and storms out of the room, slamming the door so hard it knocks the teacher's nameplate off the door and the teacher from across the hall comes to check on us. I was her target once too. My friends and I would stay behind after school for about 15 to 20 minutes every day, so the parking lot could clear up, so we would just stand there and talk in the cafeteria. She hung out with us one day because one of our friends was getting closer to her. Well, she steps to the side and calls her mom because she's late picking her up. Don't know what happened, but it turns out her mom was going to be even later. She starts yelling and cursing at her on the phone. The rest of us were just standing there awkwardly because we could hear everything she was saying to her own mom and thought it was ridiculous because none of us talked to us that way. When she hangs up, she walks back up and asks all of us if we could take her home. No one offers. So she's like, wow guys, thanks for being so cheap that you can't take me 10 minutes out of your way. Appreciate the help or some stupid shit like that. Well, according to this girl, I laughed at her. The next day a mutual friend found me and told me that this girl wanted to kill me for laughing at her. She was mad for like a week, but never did or said anything to me. She dated one guy, and when they tried breaking up she told him she had breast cancer. Then she dated another guy that I was friends with and tried to trap him with pregnancy. These are just the events that stick out in my head. But she was the one-upper and always had to talk over everyone else. I just never got good vibes from her, so I stayed as far away from her as possible. There's this girl I used to be friends with. Let's call her Priscilla, because that sounds like a bitchy name. My apologies to anybody named Priscilla. She used to be the weird kid in elementary school because she was faking obsessed with fairy tales and books and all that. That wouldn't be that bad in normal situations, but there was one thing that separated her as weird, and it was that she ate tape from the tape dispenser, so everybody avoided her. Flash forward to middle school, and she's trying to get people to notice her. It didn't really work for all of 6th grade, but in 7th grade, she changed from weird to straight up attention seeking. After 6th grade ended and summer began, she had found a game called Undertale, and by god she got faking attached to it. We come back to school for 7th grade, and she's looking like the Hollywood definition of anxiety. I had assumed that it was nothing, but when she came to the homeroom she was still doing very stereotypical anxiety things. I decided to ask her what's wrong, and she just says I have the voice of 23 different Sanses in my head. And comments similar to that kept on coming up to the point where it's almost worrisome. Another time in the homeroom, she said something along the lines of the walls are moving, and my friend, who had gym with Priscilla, overheard her say to herself, Chera, a character from Undertale, if you don't know, don't kill them. Chera, stop, we can't kill them, etc. Like whoa, the bitch was crazy. That was the highlight of Priscilla's attention seeking in 7th grade basically. 8th grade rolls around, and she was acting completely normal, well for Priscilla at least, and even talking about how cringy she was on the Undertale fandom, like she didn't pretend to have mental illness over it. But oh no, this is just where the attention seeking begins. So basically, she started calling herself Danny, and made her whole personality you woo, I'm a small soft asexual pansexual non-binary being you woo, and that would be all she talked about. Every day. I have no problem with people who identify that, but Jesus Christ, every day at every hour all she would talk about was her gender identity or her sexuality. Somehow, I guess she caught the attention of this nice boy named Eric, and they started dating. I'll just sum up the end of their relationship by saying Priscilla was only dating Eric because he gave her free junk food, even though she had a lunch full of goods her mom packed her every day that Priscilla would eventually throw away at lunch. And she denied that by saying I'm asexual aromantic. I didn't want to break his heart by leading him on, so I stayed with him. Besides, being asexual is a lot more oppressed than being trans, so cut me some slack, yeah. No, I decided to stop associating with her when on the first day of high school, she had drawn red parallel lines up her wrist saying she cut herself. I went to rehab this one time cause I thought I was probably en route to a puddle vomit filled mess of a death. Anyway, point being, while at rehab you end up meeting folks and shaking hands and shit. My roomie was a kid from a northern town that faked hookers too much and liked cocaine. I mean, like, yeah buddy, me too. Very anti-prostitutes myself. but his friend, that I would later meet, let's just call him Zach, would go on and on about how his pops was loaded, an investment banker for immense, and how difficult it was growing up with basically a nanny for his parental figures. Which always made me think he lived on the set of the Nanny Diaries. He would complain about not being in the right field of study, then the next day be like, oh it's okay, I'm just gonna drop 10 GS when I get out and start recording music. And the kid was like a piano virtuoso, so I was pretty jelly of his talents nil. Especially because I can't get the piano down. The whole rhythm left hand melody right fucks me up. Anyway, breakfast was at like 6 AM and this kid would always play piano instead of eating. It wasn't even annoying, just the ringing of his stupid voice in the back of my head. Also he got along with these city kids that me and Rumi didn't get along with and encouraged people to be mean and talk behind backs and whatnot. Like what the fuck man, this is rehab bro, not the streets. Go back to peddling some bags of coke for recognition, dumbus. I knew someone in my first year of college who everybody disliked. I at first had no opinion on her as I didn't really know her. However, I slowly began to realize why people disliked her. For starters, she had one of those voices where it just was so loud no matter what. I'd like to add that I'd be up at 6 AM to get on a coach to get to my college. It was a 2-hour trip. So, imagine, you're tired, maybe a little groggy as it's early and her voice just keeps bouncing off the walls of the coach. I thought I could ignore it, but no point anyway, not the point. At one point, when I had finished up and was waiting for my coach home, she stood next to me. At first it was kinda pleasant, just casual small talk, and then she claims she knows and is close with One Direction. She's met Shawn Mendes several times, has One Direction's and Shawn's numbers, and then claimed they were in a group chat together, but couldn't load the messages or show pictures because of how popular they are. Then she said that Zayn liked her. Yep. Oh. And for her birthday they were all traveling from the US to the UK just to see her. She also bragged about how her dad works for Audi and she and her brother were getting new model cars. Then she got a new dog, and when she showed me the picture, I had literally seen the exact image on Google Point. Until I had met her, I genuinely didn't think people like her existed. But, just wow. I'm late to the party, but I have a story. At my secondary school in year 9 there was a new girl at school who was adopted in me, and my friend decided to try and be her friend. According to her, not a single thing in her life was good. She said her adopted parents were abusive, but they always smiled, drove her everywhere, and took her to all the parents' evenings, and seemed really kind. But I appreciate you don't know what is behind closed doors. I asked why she couldn't be with her biological mum and couldn't come save her because she too was in an abusive relationship. Then her mum got cancer and a few days later I found her sobbing in the stairwell being comforted by a classmate saying her mum had passed. I felt so bad for her and tried my best to be a good friend. However, somehow her mum died again a month later. Then she was pregnant. Then in a coma while pregnant. Then she gave birth during this coma. No wait, by the week after the doctors aborted the baby without consent of the mother or father, and then she died again still in the coma. Once we stopped believing her home life stories, there were school-based lies. She lost her virginity at 13 to a fellow classmate and apparently she was having an affair with the art teacher. He was just an eccentric but nice guy who showed her a bit of encouragement, and she spread rumors which slandered his whole career. She also has since herself numerous times, but at this point I didn't bother being around her. Hoof Amanda from middle school. Hands down. She was a massive attention hoe, would have a fit if she wasn't the center of the friend group's attention for 5 minutes. She would insert herself into other friend groups feigning interest, so she would be the center of attention. Also, if your friend happened to also be friends with her, like mine were for some reason, that means you have to be her friend too, and give her attention. It was awful. She'd make up stories, each one contradicting the other, to get sympathy pats and AWW poor baby hugs. She was cutter. No she wasn't. She was a drug addict. Nope. She got raped. Nope. She had abusive boyfriends. Nope. She had a whole list of mental illnesses that she barely knew the name of or knew what they were, and on and on. The real kicker was when she decided to announce she was pregnant to the group to get sympathy and attention. She milked that for about a month before the school got wind of it. They questioned her, and then cops got involved. She ended up saying she got pregnant by her neighbor. All lies. She changed the name of the father like 5 times before and after that. Innocent neighbor got arrested, and his life ruined. They found out it was all lies, and she was never pregnant, except she insisted she had a miscarriage, again to gain sympathy, let the neighbor go, but he killed himself, because people were still calling him a pedo. Bitch had the gall to milk that, and make it about her. The guy's family sued, and the bitch milked that too. Then she and her mom, apple really didn't fall far from the tree, had to move states, and I never saw her again. Good riddance. I had a friend in my early 20s who would lie out her ass for attention. The problem was, we had no clue she was lying until our friend group was in too deep. It started with her making up this elaborate story about her ex-boyfriend kidnapping her and taking her to a wooded area where he sat her down and killed himself in front of her. We knew that guy actually did kill himself, but didn't know any details. Another time she convinced me and 2 friends that her dad had left her house in Oceanside, California, and that we could go live in it. She showed us all kinds of pictures and pulled it up on Google Maps and everything. To the point where I had put in a 2 weeks notice and had most of my stuff packed and ready to go. Right before we were about to move, she texted us at like 3 AM saying she was about to have heart surgery. She supposedly has had heart problems since she was a kid, and we all knew about it, so it wasn't just totally out of the blue. However, I called BS right away because it was 3 AM and no surgeon is gonna schedule a surgery for that time, and if it was that big of an emergency she probably wouldn't be texting. So I asked her which hospital, and she said the heart hospital. So I drove all the way across town to the only heart hospital and snapped a picture of the front and said, I'm here, which room or floor? She didn't respond for like 30 minutes. So I texted again and said I asked the clerk and they have no record of you even being there. Her response was no, I'm here. They just can't give out my info like that. So I told her to send a selfie or a pic of the room. Radio silence. So I drove over to her house and I could see the TV in her room. So I texted her again and said, can you please admit you're lying? I'm parked outside your house. Your car is here, and I see your TV on, to which she replied, my mom drove me, but her mom's car was also in the driveway. I knew that she never locked her car, so I opened the driver's side door and wiggled the steering wheel until it locked. I texted her back and said, okay, since you are gonna be in the hospital for a few days, I'm gonna lock your steering wheel and take your backward steering core so nobody can steal your car. When you're out, call me and I'll come put it back. And she started freaking out and instantly admitted she was lying. She left me a screaming voicemail asking what I did and that she couldn't turn her steering wheel. She apparently never even started the car, just tried to turn the wheel in the driveway, which helped in my favor. By noon she was begging me to come back, put her steering core back in so she could get to work. I completely ignored every text and call. She called into work and her manager, who I was friends with, texted me and asked if I knew anything because she was acting weird. I explained the situation but told her the car was completely drivable if she actually tried. At the end of the day, I told her there's no such thing as a steering core and that her wheel will unlock if she starts her car. None of us ever really heard from her again. She pops up every now and then. According to another friend that had lunch with her, she's doing much better now that she's found religion. But who knows? So in my freshman year, there was this senior who was known around the school to be like a super creep. He would take freshmen and send them nudes when they didn't know him, and he had had sex with 3 different freshmen in his junior year. You get the idea. Gross bad person. You see, I was in marching band, and marching band practices in my school start 2 or 3 weeks before school. At one of these practices, our flute section was super gossipy. So we got on the topic of this senior and our section leader stares us down and tells us to stay away from him. She tells us everything. FFW a week. One of the girls in my flute section is posting memes on her story about him being creepy. Everyone's a little weirded out by this because we joked a little like the day after we heard, but it had been days after we stopped talking about it, and she posted it on a public story point, so this girl never shuts up about him. It's like the only thing she talks about. But, sorta in the background of life, she starts hanging out with him. Lo and behold, he sends her a dick pic. Cause of course he would, but she doesn't complain about it. She enjoys the attention he gives her. FFW another week or two. They fuck at a party. Wowie. She gets her friends to tell everyone in the goddamn school. Along with that, she tells a bunch of her friends and plays the victim when she had consensual sex with him. She even admitted it to me. TLDR. Girl dates and then bangs the school creep to get attention. Girl in my dorm when I was studying abroad was a real one. She was older than the rest of us, but would lie about her age. I think she was 32, and she said she was 23. The rest of us were 19 to 22. She would always have a, usually wrong, answer for things, and cite her mom as a professional in the field. She told me that blue balls could kill a man, and when I called her out, she insisted it was true, because her mom was a nurse, and told her that. Next week she gave some advice on hair care. Her mom was a hairdresser that week. Apparently. She would make up wild stories. She was from Britain. She had an American accent. She had an apartment somewhere in Europe. She was so well known at the chocolatiers that they sent her free chocolates because they missed her. She's 100% American and is just obsessed with British stuff. When I called her out enough times, she decided she had had enough of me and basically took over my little friend group. I'd been too depressed to go out of my room for the most part, so at one point I came out to dinner and stopped by the table with them at it. I asked a question and leaned on this girl's chair, and some other girl in the group turned to me and said, "Attention ho, doesn't want you to be near her." And I said, "Attention ho, can use her words then," which is the only time I've made a decent comeback. Anyway, she disappeared one day and I asked about it, and turns out she had somehow lied about her visa or some shit and got deported. LMAO. I worked with this girl who seemed totally normal at first. She and her husband had a kid when she was in high school, and she had gotten kicked out of the family, so it was just the three of them. One day, we find out her husband and daughter got into a horrible car accident and were in the hospital. We all told her not to come in for her shift, but she still came in and was totally normal. I said it could be the shock, but she was just too calm. Later we heard that both her husband and daughter died, and yet she continued to come in to work like nothing had happened. One of my coworkers did some digging, and turns out she never had a daughter. She didn't even have a husband. She was just trying to get money from the company by giving them this sob story so they would pay for all the medical bills. When the manager found out, he got mad at us because we didn't have proof other than all of her social media accounts, but he didn't want to look at them. But he had to ask for a copy of the medical bills to pay for them, and she suddenly changed her mind and said she could handle it on her own. No one trusted her anymore. For obvious reasons, she then got pregnant with her husband again. I think I remember someone telling me she said it was twins. Realized no one believed her stories anymore. Said she had a miscarriage and left the company. TLDR coworker made up a story about her fake husband and fake daughter dying in a car accident to get money. I will put in a trigger warning. If there are those who need it, there are mentions of suicide, depression and self-harm. I'm going to try to keep this less all over the place as I can, but buckle in because oh boy, do I have a story to tell. Since I don't have the will to come up with fake names, I'm just going to use initials for me and my friend group as follows: me, C, J, A, K, and DD is the girl in question here. And quite honestly, one of the worst girls I've ever met in my life. I'm really nice and easygoing, and rarely come across people I really dislike or hate. D is one of the few of those people. All of my friends are younger than me by a year or two, so my freshman year of high school I wasn't as close with D as I was my sophomore and junior year. Around the start of sophomore year, D had fallen up the stairs and injured her knee while on the way to class. She claimed that it hurt too much to bend her knee and walked with that knee in a locked position constantly. Over time, with her not bending the injured knee, of course her muscles and everything else had grown around it, and now her leg is stuck like that after about 3 years of walking that same way. This is just the start of attention seeking. My whole friend group knew that D could have easily just gone to the doctor and tried her best to bend and move it to whatever way was needed for it to heal, but D refused. Her injury is now used as a pity factor and for said deprived attention. Now, along with the knee injury, D has always claimed to have depression. CJ and I have been diagnosed for about 3 years prior to her claiming to have said depression, so we talked about our problems frequently. D has usually been silent while we conversed about therapy and medications because she didn't experience these things and was therefore excluded from the conversation. The claims of depression didn't come around with D until the summer before sophomore year, where all of my friends and I had to talk her out of suicide multiple times during the summer. She would send us pictures on Snapchat with a handful of pills and some sad captions, and we would all have to talk her out of it. She claimed she was depressed because of the bullying that went on at school, because of her injury. We go to a very small school. Yes, some people talked about it, but everyone knew what happened. No one outwardly bullied her about it. And again, she didn't bring the injury upon herself, but refused to have it fixed. So in a way, her own fault. We all consoled her and reminded her that it wasn't true. No one was talking about her or her injury. The depression talks and suicide mentions went on and on and on into my junior year until our friend group had eventually grown tired of it. Anytime Dee opened her mouth to talk, it'd be something along the lines of "I'm depressed" or "yeah, I'm really suicidal." Every single time. She didn't know how to make any other type of conversation aside from those two topics. Eventually she started going to therapy, and one day she was at a lunch table and talked about how all she did at therapy was listen to music and play on her phone. This made me absolutely livid. I could never afford proper, regular therapy even with insurance. The cost was just too much, and for the fact that Dee did have access to regular therapy and didn't utilize it to her benefit made me extremely upset. That hours she spent with her therapist could have gone to someone more in need of actually talking about their problems and ways to solve them, rather than just sitting in a room and ignoring said therapist. My friend group had slowly drifted away from Dee, so of course, she was gaining less and less attention from all of us. So, in the middle of the school year, I can't remember when to be exact, our friend group gets a text from A saying Dee is trying to commit suicide. Dee had been texting A non-stop about wanting to kill herself and that she was going to do it. Dee then blocked A on all accounts, so A had no way to contact Dee. Was in tears, trying to contact Dee's sister and mother in order to make sure Dee didn't harm herself. No one answered. A contacted the rest of the friend group and tried to get her address out of us so she could call the cops. We didn't know her exact address, just the street and the house she lived in. The cops did show up, and soon after Dee's sister texted A very angry and upset, and said that Dee wasn't never going to do anything. Why would you call the cops? In her words exactly. A relayed what Dee's sister said to us, and we were all super upset. For a little context, I lost my father to suicide, so imagine how angry I was about Dee faking her suicide. We all cut her off and kicked her out of the lunch table, and if I'm honest, not being around her made me a lot less depressed than I was before, since I was constantly around someone who was talking about depression and suicide. This was not the only time she had faked her suicide, though. K stayed friends with Dee for about a year after we the rest of us cut her off. K told us a lot of stories about Dee going out and doing drugs and partying constantly. She idolized Lil Xan and Lil Peep for the longest time and of course romanticized the fuck out of drug addiction. K finally parted ways with her too after her second faked suicide attempt. K was very involved with school activities and NHS, so she didn't want being friends with Dee to affect her membership in those clubs. There's so much little stuff that she has done for attention, but this post is already long enough, so I'll leave it as is. TLDR, a girl I went to high school with faked her suicide not once, but twice, for attention. A guy I started my job with, who lasted until probation was over somehow but then was fired pretty soon after. Apparently he's extremely well known for being a compulsive liar. A few of his lies he used to get attention. His family owned World Bank. We work in a shitty call center. How did you end up here, bud? He was a manager for a World Bank call center and once kicked one of his employees. Actually kicked him out apparently, and the dude broke his jaw. The best part was him actually saying everyone clapped. He was born with a hole in his heart which only started coming up after a girl in training class brought up her actual condition. He was in the arm and had something like 37 confirmed kills he bragged about regularly. His son was in hospital and was severely ill, so he couldn't always be in work. Ended up being confirmed bullshit, since many colleagues saw him out and about with his perfectly healthy son and wife. The stress of his son's severe illness and going to the hospital all the time made him ill, so he started bringing doctor's notes which were proven to be fake, which is when he was finally fired. The icing on the cake, after mentioning this to my brother-in-law, he mentioned he actually went to high school with the guy, and he was a compulsive liar back then too. He would regularly tell people he can't feel pain, and at one point told someone to test this shit out. Dude got punched in the stomach, was winded in agony, and then was sent home. TLDR, compulsive liar colleague who came up with the most bizarre stories, which ultimately lead to him getting fired. Raven Valentine, not her real name, girl from my high school, insisted everyone call her that instead of her actual name. She would lie about anything and everything, as long as it drew attention. She said she was adopted from Egypt. She said she worked with both the Bloods and the Crips to move drugs over state lines, and at age 15 claimed McDonald's was paying her over $20/HR, when minimum wage was $7.25. For being a stellar fry cook 3 months into working there. She didn't even work at McDonald's. She even claimed she sewed all her own clothes, but would steal name brand tags and sew them on to make the clothes look more professional. Her and her boyfriend saw 6 pit bull puppies on the side of the interstate, stopped the car, and dogged traffic to save them, and then they trained them themselves, at age 16, while living with their parents, and going to high school, to be certified seeing eye dogs. Once she camped out in the girls' bathroom to tell everyone she thought she had ovarian cancer and ask them to feel her stomach for a lump. After graduation she started a pay-to-view blog of nudes. When she had a baby right after graduation she gave the kid like 6 first names. Luna, Snowflake, Bunny, Zelda, Ophelia, something something Valentine. She didn't have any mental issues that I could tell, and she did well in school. She just needed everyone to be paying attention to only her, all of the time. I met this girl at the start of high school. We instantly became best friends. In a hoe she had this weird habit of always going for the guys I would go for. I hadn't ever been in a relationship with any of them, but it was always weird to me, and she would always say they came to me and whatnot. Even if they came to her, she shouldn't have entertained the situation, while knowing I liked them. This behavior continued for a couple of years. I got into my first serious relationship with a guy. This guy was friends with her before he knew me, so I respected their friendship and never said anything. Me and him aren't together anymore, but we had a really good and healthy relationship for the most part. We only fought 3 times. All 3 times she had started it. I honestly felt like I was in a relationship with 3 people, and there was one time where she was extremely out of line. I was out with my boyfriend and his friends and she tagged along. We were all sitting down and she kept flirting with him in front of everyone. I just sat in the corner staring at them because I just didn't know what to say at that point. Plus I respected his friends, so I didn't wanna get up and fight like a crazy bitch. One of his friends eventually went like, leave him alone and what you're doing isn't appropriate, along those lines. She then has the audacity to say it's not like I'm sitting on his dick or anything. A few months later after this incident me and him were no longer together, but she still calls me once in a while to rub in my face about going out with him or whatever. I eventually blocked her and my life has never been better. Mayo. So there was this pianist in our school orchestra. Let's just call her M. So when M first joined the orchestra earlier this year, year 1, my friend A was doing BO homework outside the orchestra room during auditions. Year 4 in secondary school, as this was the week we only audition new members. M went up to A and went, "Oh, I did this when I was 8 years old." Another time my viola friend N entered the orchestra room and M just found out about viola jokes. She then kept calling N the worst musician ever because she was the principal violist. She then kept boasting about how she's a diploma in piano and didn't need to practice, and told us she was perfect pitch. Then, I would tune my violin, which was horribly out of tune. The string was so loose that it was on the verge of coming out, and she shouted, "Flat." Yeah, no sheet, Sherlock point. Apart from that, on sports day I was dutying as one of the junior paramedics in school and she decided to go up to me because she was one of the junior paramedics too. She said she cut her arm and wanted me to give her a bandage, and so I did. I offered to help her put it on, but she refused and plastered it herself. A minute later M was trying to peel the plaster off, and I said, "Whoa, don't do that," and she said, "What? It's normal." I decided to shove that feeling inside me aside and asked her to kindly leave, but she persisted in staying. She proceeded to complain about how bad of a person she is because she only knows additional math at the age of 13, calling herself retarded. Mind you, math is something we learn only in year 4. She refuses to practice her piano parts with our orchestra keyboard. Instead she prefers the piano outside. She says she hates the feeling of keyboards, but I think she's just trying to flex on people outside. Plus, she's going to have to perform with keyboards either way, so yeah. Might as well get used to the keyboards. She also stabs other people with sharp-ish objects, like pencils, regularly in the stomach. When we turn around and say, "Hey, what the hell?" she says, "What? It's normal. I do it all the time, and it feels good." It is still not confirmed, but I had a friend who told everyone he was going to be homeless. Online friend. Well, it sounded real. He only could get on Wi-Fi on his phone while living in his car. However, about half a year or so later he got back and told me he was fine. Worried me so badly, I even was trying to earn commission money and invited him to live with me until he was fine. His wife lived in a state very close to me, closer than his, but he said no. Many people invited him, but he refused, even if they were in a place above his state point. When he came back he was telling me how great of a job he had now and was getting better. He asked me if I had $1 to start a Minecraft server. I gave him like 8 cents to 50 cents. He and I were going to start it, but it never worked out. He hung up that day. I thought I had a very genuine friend until one day he blocked me and never explained why. Mom said she did get a weird feeling from him. A year of friendship wasted on someone whom I trusted. It sucks. Thank God I only had 50 cents because a bit later he said, "Shoot, it says $10 to get 500 GB or something." Me, "Sorry, this is all I have." Him, "Well, that sucks. I'm used to long friendships to help others out. Never got commissions during this time. I feel like God was protecting my finances. I'm not hurting for money. I thought he was, so either way, if he did or didn't lie, at least I could help a friend out. I feel stupid, but I'm not gonna let it bother me." This thread hurts my heart because people who are attention hoes are still people and they are probably in anguish if they are that desperate for attention. Empathy really goes a long way, my dudes. You could never know someone's whole story. There's a girl in my uni who I'm somewhat friends with, and she is very attention seeking. She's also very self-absorbed and vain. She points out unchangeable flaws in people. She puts people down to keep herself elevated, and she will only acknowledge you if you listen to her first. She talks shit about everybody, and she's so scared of being on the bottom of the totem pole that she'll throw everybody under the bus who she thinks is weaker than her. She will complain about virtually anything but do nothing to fix whatever she's complaining about for herself because she just wants people to listen to her. She's a very high maintenance person and a toxic person to be around. But I understand why she's the way she is. Her own mother once told her that she has a bad chin and that the mother would pay for a chin surgery, a complete aesthetic surgery. Same goes for her nose. The mother also degrades this girl frequently, calls her fat, will tell her she looks ugly, and when she's home, her mother nearly requires that she wears makeup when she's at home. The mother is also emotionally unavailable, and I've never heard the mother tell her own daughter that she loves her. And this is just what I've seen with my own eyes. I have no idea what her mother is comfortable telling her daughter when people aren't looking. Is any of this an excuse for this girl's shitty behavior? No, absolutely not. But I have to acknowledge that she's very unself-aware. The best I can do is deal with her when I can and hope that she finds her way in life someday. But I'll never hate her or think she's a bad person, no matter how many times she cheats on me. Dude in my 8th grade class TLDR, Good friend turns into a one-ape depressed gangster harem protagonist player. We were good friends the year before, and he was actually a good guy to hang out and talk with. Then the beginning of 8th grade rolled around. First week he was the same, but then he started using made up slang words like facts and man's about to catch a dead fox or waste you. It started out as annoying, then it became unbearable. As soon as he obtained earbuds he started singing randomly in class when he was done with his assignments. Even worse, we are both weebs, so he sang anime openings in a super high-pitched voice basically all the time. Claimed to have studied for 9 hours straight, then was upset that he only got 80% on the test. I saw through his bullshit, but I didn't bother saying anything. Claimed to be the soul of debates, but lost one in debate club the week after. He was like that for basically the entire year. Towards the end of the year, no one was really paying attention to him. But coincidentally, an accident happened involving 2 girls, and he decides to fake being sad and grieving for those 2 girls, just so that he could talk to counselor and get out of class. Later on in the day he just decides to walk out of class for apparent reason. We just left him to it, since he was an annoying piece of shit. A few days later, he decides to scream in a super high-pitched voice at random intervals. Not long after, he starts squeezing random girls' cheeks whilst saying things like yo eri face iss so soft and yo eri so crt, and screaming in high-pitched voices. Every time something bad happens to him, he goes ratty ism. Everything he said was hollow and annoying. Thankfully the semester has ended, and we don't have to deal with him anymore. I was pretty angry, because I had to witness this transformation from good friend to absolute douche. He was my only friend in 7th grade and I didn't really have any friends in 8th grade because my school was super loud and annoying. Never really had a crush either because everyone was an Instagram thought who had depression. 7th grade was okay, but 8th grade was just a pain in my ass. I was best friends with a girl who I thought had a very rough and troubling childhood. We moved in together. Within a year she lied about her mum having stage 4 breast cancer, her dad having a terminal illness, herself trying to commit suicide. She would tell people lots of different stories. She got with my ex-boyfriend behind my back. I forgave her because I thought she really liked him. Turns out she only did it to make a boy who rejected her jealous. I'm a scientist and I specialized in cancer for 4 years. I was very supportive of her because of her mum. Then one day I met her mum and was like, bitch, she ain't dying. So I later asked her what was happening with her mum. She said, oh, they found a new type of surgery last week and she's cured. I just stood up and walked off. Like it's insulting that she thought I would believe that point. When she attempted suicide, she came into my room saying that she'd taken an odd and needed an ambulance. I had my fingers down her literal throat making her chunder, screaming, crying down the phone to the emergency services. Later in the hospital she told me that the paramedic found 90 paracetamol in her system. Once again I was literally like, fuck you, how do you even 90 tablets, you faking liar. Also she would done irreversible damage to her liver etc. and 100% would be dead. She asked me to open the letter addressed to our house because it was meant to be a summary of what the doctors had said, and she wanted me to give it to her uni to explain absence. All the doctor had put in the letter was that she had a wheezing cough, but that had me wheezing. I moved out. She messages me twice a month. It's been 2 years now. I don't want anything to faking do with her. She had me missing so much work to look after her and comfort her etc. and it was all just bullshit. She told me she was from a working class family, as was I, which was literally what a lot of our friendship was based on, talking about poverty and shit. Turned out her dad's a pilot. Oh, shoot, I have a story point. So for a little bit of background, I've been studying Korean for a few years now, so I know my way around a good part of the language. Let's call this one Jamie. My first memory of this kid was when I was back in middle school, where she entered her name in a Kahoot as Korean girl. I was talking with another friend who was pretty invested in Korean music, and she even said, I think Jamie takes being Korean too far. I hadn't known if she was lying or not, but I remember thinking it was a bit odd that that was what she put as a nickname. Fast forward a couple years, and we end up next to each other in English class. Keep in mind we didn't sit near one another all the class, we just ended up like that for about half of the year. I had gotten to know her a lot better, and we both had bonded over our passion for dancing. She was always a good listener and never really tried to make herself superior. When she found out I had been studying Korean, she made a really surprised face, and I don't want to sound conceited here, but it looked a bit shocking in a giddy way. She went on and on about how she was Korean, and I started to remember how confused I got when she said stuff like that back in middle school. Korean culture would always, sometimes unwillingly on my part, become a topic of conversation. And I remember her saying she was only half Korean. She has 2 last names, and she was like, yeah, one of them's the Korean name, but I pointed out that, and aren't Korean last names, and she froze. She quickly evaded the topic, and brushed it off. She once asked for me to make her a chart with the Korean alphabet. We were pretty close at this point and I decided to do it as a favor to a friend, but when I gave her the chart, she squealed like, fangirl type squealed. I was confused. If she was Korean, I'm not sure she'd squeal at such things. Maybe she was just excited, I don't know. She was one of those fans of Korean pop where she'd say things like I can be girlfriend haha, but usually she didn't say this around me. It was usually via text. If she ever did. Things got messy once summer started, and she started claiming she was a JYP trainee. JYP is one of the most popular Korean entertainment companies. Trainees debut to become idols if they make it far enough. I've grown away from her since, and I'm kind of glad. Her friends seem to put her on a pedestal because of her being Korean, being a JYP trainee, etc. If she actually did become a trainee, I hope she's happy and is living her best life, but I'm not sure that's the case, and everyone pretty much knows about it. There are ways she can be a foreign trainee here in America. They offer things like that, such as online courses and evaluations. I'm still in high school, so there will be immature people. I think a great majority of how she was able to keep this up without getting bullied was because she's fully Asian and could definitely pass as a Korean, or at least a mixed Korean. I don't think she was an attention whore as a whole. She was very kind and welcoming to me. We bonded that year and had a rather stable friendship. I just think that this whole scheme she had going, well, currently has going, is for attention. TLDR, Asian girl claimed she was Korean, fangirled over Korean things, claimed to be a JYP trainee. I once had a friend who took the whole attention hoe thing to another level. She came to visit me to attend the Comic Con near me, and I offered to take her to a local tourist trap for a day before the con started. I planned out a bunch of things to see. Since we only had one day there, we ended up seeing less than half the things I wanted to show her, and stayed several hours longer than I had planned. At every location, she would spend ages getting the perfect Snapchat photo. Since Snapchat only allows you to take one photo at a time instead of doing a series and picking the best, this took forever. A few times she asked me to take the photo, which meant she'd give me her phone, climb up onto the rock/rail/whatever pose, I'd take the photo, she'd climb back down, decide she doesn't like it, and repeat. It could easily take 20 to 30 minutes to get one photo. The best part was that she wasn't even really saving these, so once they timed out on her Snapchat, they were gone. I think that happens after 24 hours. The whole visit she was either taking selfies/photos for her Snapchat, or she was telling me about how many likes or reactions or whatever she was getting to them. There wasn't a single moment when one of those two things wasn't happening. I also took photos with a DSLR of the trip because I'm a photographer, and she outright told me at the end that she doesn't care and doesn't want them because she can't post them on Snapchat anyway. One time, she disappeared while taking photos, and we had several people looking for her and nearly called the park rangers. She said she was just going to get photos from the path, and I couldn't follow because of a back injury. After 20 minutes I started searching and yelling for her, and people joined in around the 30-minute mark. We found her after about 40 minutes. She had decided to climb down an icy cliff to get better photos of the river at the bottom without telling anyone. She didn't have cell service without being tethered to me. Yes, she used up all my data too, so we had no way to contact her until she came back up. She actually got mad that we were looking for her, and she yelled at my mom when my mom got upset with her for doing it because it seriously stressed me out. She was also just about the worst house guest ever. practically demanding us to serve her like a queen. Not only that, she was my guest, yet she'd demand my mother do stuff for her. On the last day she was 3 hours late getting ready. Luckily we planned to go to the con before the airport, so she didn't miss her flight and was acting super annoyed with us for reminding her of the time. She ended up taking her bag and throwing it at my mother, who was having coffee, saying this can go in the car now before storming off. My mom looked at me and said, does she expect me to load her stuff into the car? And we had a good laugh about it. Once, I had to argue with her about why she couldn't bring her Tinder hookups to my house. She didn't get it at all. I have way more stories from this girl's visit, but I want to make a big post somewhere, maybe r/entered people or something. I knew a kid who was around 12 or 13 when I stopped talking to him pretty recently. He's a huge hypocrite and makes a big deal out of everything he called NSFW triggering, despite the mods and other members using spoilers and warnings for their dirty jokes. Next thing you know, he's venting and crying about it as well as leaving the server. The kid later on read NSFW as well as 18+ doujinshis. He likes to hide behind his girlfriend and friends, so they have to do all the dirty work. He used to talk shit on a mod from a progressively dying social media app where we met, but is too afraid to confront them. After drama had passed over between him and another kid, he started talking bad about his friend, who was there for him through the whole ordeal. Take note, his friend was in a shooting, so they have trauma related to that. He started to insult their vents, calling them back over the top and back edgy. My friends and I confronted him about it and all he said was I should kept my mouth shut. That's not all. He proceeds to swoon over some kid he saw at the pool, despite being in a relationship already. He said this all in front of his girlfriend, who is a bitch, but I still feel bad. Another time, we were doing a joke sort of thing and he just started talking about his abusive ex out of nowhere. Everyone in moderation was pretty worried, but also pretty pissed, because he was mentioning way too much triggering shit without warning right in the main chat, as well as making the whole situation about himself. I could go on, but there's already a ton of stuff showing he's an absolute attention hoe. For reference, I'm female. A long time ago a male friend of mine got a girlfriend. He wanted myself and a mutual female friend to like her, so he arranged a kind of a meet and greet situation. We got along well, but as his relationship with her went on it became very clear she was an absolute attention hoe. One good example was her diabetes. Apparently she'd had it all her life, but growing up with parents who strictly controlled her diet kept it pretty well in control. When she went to college and could eat whatever she wanted, she went into a diabetic coma and was officially diagnosed. Whenever she thought she wasn't getting enough attention from people, her parents, her boyfriend, me, etc., she would intentionally not monitor herself, so she'd have to go to the hospital to get it under control. She was also clinically depressed, but as a lot of depression meds mess with blood sugar, her therapist was limited in the options of what to give her, but she wouldn't take the meds anyway and tried to kill herself a few times while I was still friends with her. Again, it was for attention, usually when her boyfriend couldn't hang out because he had a life and was busy, and I couldn't drive 45 minutes to go spend time with her. She eventually broke up with the male friend, but I stayed friends with her. Sadly she got a new boyfriend who had registered firearms he kept in his car, and one day she took one when he wasn't looking, loaded it, and shot herself. The wound wasn't deadly as she just hit herself in the shoulder with a handgun, but she did have to go to the hospital. The boyfriend was arrested because the police were sure he had shot her, and both claiming otherwise was just her protecting an abusive boyfriend. And after that her parents were sick of her antics and kicked her out. I also stopped being her friend at that point because I couldn't take the stress and anxiety of never knowing when she'd end up back in the hospital, and for what? Because she wanted attention. My mom. Woman needs an award. She is currently fighting stage 4 terminal cancer for the 3rd time since I've known her. Bone/muscular growing up, brain now digestive. She doesn't explain what kind, other than vaguely being in her digestive tract somewhere, and the tumors float around. She is going through chemo and underwent a UOFM Mayo Clinic study to shrink her tumors using cryotherapy, which according to her is brand new and just in trials, this being the first human study for cryotherapy to treat any form of cancer. She was having extreme pain several weeks ago and told the doc at the hospital about her terminal cancer. He flat out told her she was not ill. Her labs were fine, there was nothing in her file suggesting cancer, and her imaging showed no tumors. The way she relayed this story to me was that she has such a rare and unusual form of cancer, the doc wasn't qualified to identify her tumors or read her labs, and there would be no record of it because she's being treated in a study that doesn't share patient info outside of the study. Inept doctors. This is her third time dying of cancer. This one had been going on for 2/3 years. She's also had a hole in her heart the size of a dime, a few strokes, heart attacks, many broken bones, internal bleeding, blockages in her bile duct. Every few weeks she needs to treat severe allergies to Benadryl, sulfur, bees, strawberries, eggs, several heat strokes, seizures, and a severe TB. Actually, fairly true, from many years ago. And another one recently, so now she can't work full time again, a never ending string of BS that makes her excellence and know-how undeniable. Claimed lawsuits against any job she lost, all of them claimed she had a clear win, she was expecting a windfall. She's always seeming to be treated in ways she can sue about. The perplexing part is she is adamant she's never dealt with mental health symptoms. She's never been anxious or depressed, etc. She actually works in mental health. Is it her job? Her mom was huge in the mental health advocacy world. I'm open with my struggles and also work in the field. There is zero shame or stigma, but she won't acknowledge any hardships. She's just fine. Her lies are so outrageous, so constant, and make no sense, and deeply undermine the intelligence of her audience. But she has such a killer personality, it takes years and years to recognize this crap. Her old coworker/friends finally, after 10+ years knowing her, saw through it all because her behavior nosedived 2/3 years ago. People were like, what the fuck? It's a tough situation and frustrating beyond comprehension, but I like her as a person. She's a great friend to me. She's crazy, abusive, and has a lot of great qualities, those and are brutal. I was friends with a girl via a group of friends we mutually knew. She and I became very close, but there was always something off about her. She claimed her family owned land in NC. She had gone on about it for years. When she found out my family is from NC, she became hush hush and never talked about it again. She was allegedly paying for 2 mortgages while making about $13/HR and still having money to go out and blow on clothes and buy a new car. It turned out dad was supporting her. She constantly put down her looks and sought compliments. This girl is knockout beautiful, like sickly beautiful, and was constantly told by strangers how beautiful she was. I'm not saying she couldn't be insecure, but I do feel she exaggerated her insecurities for further attention. She lied constantly about little things. But the kicker, she told us she was several years younger than she actually was. Timelines started to not add up. She would have had to have bought a house when she was 16. Finally it came out that she was older than all of us by about a year. It was a strange lie to keep going for years. I mean, we were super close, so it definitely bothered me a lot. I sort of took space from her after that, and about the 4th time she told us she moved/was moving and didn't. I wish her the best, but she is an energy sucker and just very draining. In my current friend group, there's a girl who does everything for attention. She's said so many things that, honestly, I'm not inclined to believe her on anything anymore. But here's a potentially bogus story anyway. Wound up being adopted away from all her siblings at a young age. She was raised by an abusive Spanish father and a kind mother. Wound up being abused in every sense of the word until she was around her early 20s. Now she's in a relationship with the sweetest guy ever, her fiance, and she doesn't love him, but she loves some guy who lives thousands of miles away and, I believe, groomed him into a relationship. He was not 18 and she was over 25. Poor guy is still a kid, for sure, even though it's been 3 years. She thinks she's in for open relationships, but doesn't understand what she's getting into at all. Now the guy she may have groomed broke up with her for some girl he actually liked, and she's been throwing a tantrum about it for about 3 months. Not to say that guy didn't fuck up, because he did too, but the punishments she's dealing him, along with the other people were friends with and she had tied around her finger, have been over the top and ridiculous. They have, to say the least, very much so exiled him from a place we all had fun in. Poor guy can't even be on VC anymore, because he triggers another member. Like, what the fuck? Latest installments she took a break, and wouldn't you faking know? The whole group has been happy, and without a single incident. Goes to show how much of the problem she was. This girl in 6th grade at my old school, now in 7th. Let's call her Lee. She had the case of the fake depression, and this other girl, we'll call her Kai, she had/has depression, and was telling Lee how to cut herself with pencil sharpener blades. Like, this is sad, but keep reading. Lee asked Kai if there was anyone there Lee knew. Kai said my name, and Lee said, okay, make sure she doesn't know. I sit behind Kai, and guess what? They were on FaceTime. I listened to the entire conversation, because Lee was very mean to me. Then Lee asked Kai how to cut herself. Kai taught her, and I kid you not, Lee said, why are you telling me this, when she asked. If you're interested in the phone conversation, here it is. Lee, hey Kai, hi Lee, is there anyone there? Kai, just insert my name. Lee, okay, don't tell her. So how do you cut yourself? Kai, explaining how to do it. Lee, why are you telling me this? Kai, you asked. Lee, okay, whatever, thanks. Bye Kai. Bye. I know depression is a sensitive topic, but Lee was very toxic. She was rude to me and most of my friends. She has divorced parents, but she got to live with her mom, who she wanted to live with, and was extremely wealthy. She wasn't bullied either, but she bullied other kids. She was just cutting herself to make it known to everyone that she wanted more attention. I have very bad anxiety at a young age and I'm still clean, but have thought about it a lot. I also have divorced parents and wasn't able to choose, and I can't live with my desired parent. I'm sorry this was so long, but thanks for reading. Girl I went to school with and was, I thought, actually good friends with. Lots of little things when we just met. My uncle has his own phone store. I can get blah 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 because he promised me, and others along the lines of bragging about stuff, but never having anything to show for it. At one point she didn't come to school for about a week. We, our friend group, were concerned. When she came back she seemed fine. Didn't wanna say why she left, but nothing wrong with her physically as far as I could see. But she was getting a lot of calls from every teacher and had no due dates on homework. All of a sudden. A few weeks later she said that she was gone for her mom's funeral. She didn't seem sad when she came back to school, and she had bawled her eyes out during lunch a few months before when her cat had passed away. Gave my condolences, but something felt off. After this she was using the fact that her mom died as a means to get out of everything from detention to being a bitch and lying to people. And we didn't say anything really. Anyways, friendship didn't last after graduating grade 8. The reason? After the ceremony at the school there was a dance. A lot of parents showed up, including her dad with her stepmom, and her mom with all her siblings. When I was introduced to her I very politely chatted with her for a moment, then went to see my friends. When this girl walked away I told the rest of my friends I had met her mom. They asked if I meant her stepmom. I said, oh, I met her too. Two of my friends then went to investigate. About 20 minutes later they came back. The mom was talking to her dad at a picnic table. Two friends saw the stepmom nearby with all the kids. They went up to her, pointed at the picnic table, and asked, who is that with? Bad friend's dad. Oh, that's her mom. Anyways, the reason she had left for 2 weeks at the beginning of the year was for a vacation. To visit her mom, who lived about 4 hours away. We were pissed to say the least. After we confronted her it was all avoiding answers and playing dumb from her end. Followed by anger, then sadness, but no apology or remorse. She just wanted us to drop it. Then it was making us the bad guys and walking away. A few teachers found out about her whole situation the same way we did. A lot of them were pissed because they went on her word and gave her special treatment. When she was confronted by the teachers, her exact response was, I just graduated. I don't have to answer you anymore, and walked away with her nose up. This was in 2009. Fast forward to 2016. Last I heard she was trying to claim that a mentally handicapped kid who was 13 years old, she was 21 or 22 at this time, and was supposed to be babysitting, had raped her. I knew this kid. He thought the idea of sex was icky. The story on his side, she lay down on my bed and made my hand touch her chest. I didn't like that. He was a sweet kid and didn't like anyone touching him. And now he has a record at 13 because they did a full investigation. And before he was cleared of any and all charges, the investigation showed how averted he is to physical contact, as well as character witnesses against her, and no physical evidence. She went around telling everyone who would listen. She ruined that kid's life. Girl in my HS. We were pretty good friends till last year, then on my sheet she used to say she was a lesbian. But, not even 6 months later she got a boyfriend, who was one of the most popular guys of the school. Totally not believable. And she started saying he bullied her over her musical taste, or that he wouldn't let her go out with makeup, or that she couldn't have male friends. I didn't even try mentioning it when we were with other people cause I'm pretty sure it's not true. It would be funny to see what she'd do though. They faking kissed, and the next morning she was at school literally faking shouting around that he took her mouth's virginity. And no, I'm not joking. Yikes, talking about musical taste, she's a huge poser. She goes around telling everyone she's a metalhead, and then she listens to Black Veil Brides. Again, I'm not joking. She's exactly the type of person that wears a band t-shirt and can't name one single song by that band. She said they broke up because of the reasons above, and that she already cheated on him anyway with a girl. I'm actually bisexual and this annoyed the shit out of me honestly, cause the last thing we need is to be seen as a huge group of hoes that will cheat on you with everything that breathes. She still has the courage to complain that she's alone. She plays guitar like me and she shows off all the faking time, even though she's absolutely not good, and even after years and years playing she still sounds like someone who barely knows how to hold a guitar. I think she never learned to play one single song, but whenever I told her, hey, I learned this song, she'd go like, oh I know it, it's super easy, and proceeded to send me a video of her playing like 4-note that vaguely sounded like it she also sings. And yeah, she's not good, but I'm not saying you have to be good. She's just super annoying because she will literally start singing randomly in public. She's super obnoxious and loud, and I'm very shy and absolutely hate to have attention on me, and literally found myself begging for her to stop yelling a couple times. Once or twice she faked going to the hospital for a nervous breakdown. I think she'll literally post just pictures of herself on Instagram in slutty poses, then say she's ugly and no one likes her. She always posts photos of her smoking and drinking. I saw her drinking a faking beer once, and I swear she nearly threw up halfway through it. We were good friends and I used to just casually help her with a subject she was not good at, but then she started calling me just for school to the point I basically became a private teacher, but obviously not paid. She always talks about herself. Whatever you have to say about you, she has something more interesting. Whatever you can do, she can do it better. Whatever you manage to do, she did it too. She's just generally annoying at this point honestly. When I was in 7th grade there was this annoying kid in my class who was literally the biggest crib you can imagine. I was new to the school that year, so I heard a lot of stuff about him. How the year before, if you didn't say hi to him, he'd start hitting you, then run to the principal and say you were hitting him. So anyways, me, my cousin, and one of our friends are walking to our lockers after class. Lockers were decided by last names, so ours were all pretty close, and this kid walks up behind me and pushes me into a wall really hard. My cousin and friend turn around and he tries to tackle my cousin, who pushes him toward my friend, who pushes him towards me, who pushes him into a locker, where he falls on the floor and refuses to get up, screaming at us the whole time about how he hates us and he's going to murder us that night. My parents, my friend's parents, and my cousin's parents each get a call from the kid's dad about how we've been bullying him all year and telling him to kill himself. Before this there had only been one incident where the kid tried to steal my drink at lunch that I had paid for. So I grabbed him by the hair, pulled his head back, and punched him in the throat. On the first day of July he made several Instagram posts about how the next day was his grandmother's funeral, and he was very sad, even though he made the same post a year ago. He also always brags about how many Xboxes, PS4s, gaming computers, iPads, and phones he has, even though it's been confirmed by his friends that he has none of this stuff. He also called me an attention hoe because I was in a severe accident where I almost lost my hand and was in the hospital for 2 days. I knew a girl in high school who was a pathological liar. I'll call her C. We had a mutual friend I'll call A. One example of her attention-seeking behavior was the time she cut herself across the face and came to school with a story about how she somehow burned herself on the face while taking something out of the oven. There were a couple of thin surface level marks that looked like razor scratches across her cheek/brow area, obviously self-inflicted and definitely not burn marks. C later admitted the truth to A. She also lied at one point about having had childhood leukemia and told A that she was being sexually abused by a family member, while her little sister denied anything of the sort when asked. I hate that. I doubt her, and I know the sister's denial doesn't necessarily mean it didn't happen, but the shitty thing is this girl lied so much, both about totally pointless benign things and serious issues, that it became impossible for me and her friends to take anything she said at face value. I also believe that she told A this story because A was sexually abused growing up, and I think she either wanted to have something in common with her or to one-up her. I can't know for sure. She also had a creepy obsession with one of our teachers and they would text back and forth, and she loved that she was his obvious teacher's pet and would go out of her way to defend him if he was being shitty, which was often. She babysat his kids and knew his wife and yet would go on about how she and this teacher were meant to be together, and she very nearly chose a low-tier school that was in his area instead of a much better one that she was accepted into, which was further away. She did not end up going there. Instead she went to the more respected school, but she got married at 19 or 20 and started having kids immediately and dropped out. There's a woman who's a pretty popular Twitch Let's Play streamer in my country, won't say names, and our siblings are friends, so we vaguely know each other too. She is such a self-absorbed person, it's unbelievable. I mean, when she does her streams of course everyone is just there for her, and she has to entertain the whole crowd on her own, but she is like that when the camera is off too. Whenever a conversation isn't about her, or about something she can't dominate the conversation with, she's just going to interrupt and change the topic. If you sit in a group of 20 people then she'll make sure it's gonna end with everyone listening to her. When you're out at the beach, or in the city with her, and a man vaguely enters her ADS, the show begins. She suddenly has to very dramatically shove her bra into the correct position again, tuck on her panties, or she just talks or laughs way louder than before to make sure he looks at her. She has a boyfriend by the way, and no, she's not a stripper streamer or anything. Her streams are 100% SFW. Whenever she has the tiniest ouchie boo, the world is set ablaze. She is an absolute drama queen. For instance, she had her wisdom teeth removed, and not only whined about that for maybe 3 weeks before the appointment, but once she was done she kept posting about how it was an incredibly difficult special procedure on her, and how she almost died, and how she cannot eat solid food for the rest of the year. Cut to 3 days later, when she's at KFC. What I hate most about her is her treatment of pets. When a pet is trending, she buys it and posts about it until it doesn't get enough likes anymore, then throws it away, either giving it away or just go on vacation without giving it food. Yep, she did that. And again, I don't want to give her identity away, so I'm not going to list the pets she's had in the past, but she usually doesn't keep a pet longer than a year. Her last pet was a dog breed that's very popular online. Such fluff. Very Japanese. Many wow. Just as an example. She still has the Instagram account for the dog, but the dog itself is gone. Got too annoying. She is a despicable human in my opinion, but she has a lot of fans, and is very beloved online. When it's her birthday or Christmas there's hundreds of presents from fans piling up at her door. She really made me reevaluate being a fan of some online persona, and treating them like a perfect deity, because you never know what those people are like in the real world. My friends and I were just hanging out at a lake near a buddy's house smoking some devil's lettuce, joking, and just having a great lazy summer afternoon. One of our buddies showed up late, and he brought a friend with him. I never learned his name, so to this day we refer to him as Dingalinkaws. That was always our go-to name for a ridiculous person. In the span of maybe 30 minutes, Dingaling claimed he was born in Thailand, Singapore, China, Laos, Hong Kong and Malaysia. His dad owns and runs the factory that makes Samsung phones, iPhones, HTC phones, and owns a majority of Dell computers. His mom also had quite a portfolio on her as well. Somewhere the same flex he had for his dad. Point, he sees us smoking and asks us what we are smoking. We say pot, and he starts flexing about where he's from, wherever that may be. He could get sentenced to death if he smokes it, but doesn't care cause apparently he's also the kingpin of all cannabis traded Southeast Asia. He asks for a puff, so whatever. He's an adult. Well, physically he is, so we oblige him. We pack a tiny hoot in our bung for him. He takes a puff and starts asking for a solid goddamn hour. Is this high? Guys, is this high right now? Is this high? We roll our eyes, go home, make some Kraft dinner, mac and cheese for non-Canadians, and just force feed it to him to sober him up. Sobers up a bit in an hour or two, talks about how the stuff he has is better, but we can't have any cause it's in a secret warehouse somewhere in Asia. Rolled our eyes and told his friends to take him home, and that was the last I conversed with him. Point, TLDR, multinational Asian dude whose family should be on the Forbes 500 list, and as a cannabis kingpin can't handle mid-grade Canadian pot. TLDR at bottom. Oh man, there might be too much for me to get in one comment, but I have a cousin who constantly bitches on FB about how much her life sucks. Anytime someone offers a suggestion for a solution, she has an excuse for it. But the real attention hoe came out when I was 37 weeks pregnant with my first son. To preface, I was told at 17 that I might not be able to have children, or it would at least be a struggle to conceive. So when and I got it on the first try, I was elated and terrified, and after I announced, I'd posted a cute little status about having a bad dream about the baby, and in his sleep, my had gently laid his hand on my belly, and it made me feel better. Anyways, back to the story. I was getting ready to spend the night at my mom's for my baby shower the next day, when I checked Facebook, and saw she posted a picture of a negative pregnancy test. Yes, negative. I sent her a PM and told her the test was negative and she should see a doctor to confirm what's happening, but definitely shouldn't have announced she was pregnant. The next week or so FB was filled with statuses about her pregnancy, looking for a crib to buy, what car seat. Then I see a status from her that said something like this: when you have a nightmare, but your boyfriend puts his hand over your uterus area. Yes. She said uterus area. I was like, sounds familiar. A week or so later, she posted that she went to the doctor and was informed that she was in fact not pregnant. She'd been experiencing a hysterical pregnancy. She also said they told her she may not be able to have children or have a hard time conceiving. Used the exact same words and reasoning that I'd told her they said to me when I explained why I was so scared of being pregnant. That was weird. In a hoe. Fast forward 2.5 years. I had given birth to my second son, but he had some health complications that we were unaware of, and he passed away 4 hours after his birth. While I was making funeral arrangements, she was messaging me about how upset she was that no one would drive her the 1 hour to where we lived for the funeral. I had to message her from the hospital and ask her not to post about the death of my son on her personal FB. I ignored her messages because obviously I had more important things going on. The big one was 7 months later, I'd decided to return to work. She got hired in the same place at the same time, and one day I was talking to some friends at work about my kids, including the child I'd lost. She spoke up and started talking about how she knew how I felt, because 3 years ago, when I was pregnant with my first, she had a miscarriage. Okay, hold the fuck on. For 3 years, she said that was a hysterical pregnancy, until I went through a traumatic experience, then it magically turned into a miscarriage. She admitted to me later that she'd lied to our friends about having a miscarriage. I didn't call her out just then, but one of our friends asked me if my husband and I thought about trying again. I said we'd been discussing it, but I was really scared. My cousin shouted, "I'll surrogate for you." Hell no. I called her out on everything right then and there. I haven't spoken to her since, and it's been almost 2 years TLDR. Cousin had a hysterical pregnancy while I was pregnant with my first child. Pretended the hysterical pregnancy was a miscarriage after my second child died. Offered to surrogate when friends asked me if I wanted to try for another baby. Just broke up, for lack of a better word, with my friend of 3 years because of her attention seeking behavior this week. She's got a rough past: abusive BO parents, mentally abusive adoptive parents, abusive relationships. At first I felt bad for her, and my husband and I would try to help fill in the gaps for her family wise, because she was always saying how sad she was, that she was always alone. We traveled from upstate New York to Virginia to help her move back after her abusive boyfriend had taken it one step too far for her, and she finally said enough. We were always doing little things for her. My husband would help her fix her car as much as possible, and any time she was in a new relationship that didn't work out, I would be there to pick up the pieces. Throughout the friendship, her adoptive mother was sick with brain cancer and eventually passed away. Once that happened, she went downhill so fast. Her behavior became even more erratic and negative. She began cutting. I tried to be there for her, but struggled with my own depression and mental health. I even spent 12+ hours missing time from work to sit with her at the hospital when she said she felt like she was going to kill herself. The past 2 years my husband and I were trying for a baby. We didn't think it would ever happen because I have PCOS and never get my period, so I never know when I'm ovulating. Well, 3 weeks ago I found out I was pregnant, and you would have thought I shot her damn dog. After everything we've done for her, she couldn't take even a few hours to be happy for us without immediately jumping to the conclusion we will never see each other again. I was floored. Her reasoning was that her dog, which doesn't do well with toddler-aged children, meant that we would never be able to bring the baby over to her place to visit. She also said that, since we never invite her over anymore, because our house is a mess from struggling with depression since her suicide threat, she knows we would never see each other. I was so hurt that she would make the happiest time of my life about her after that initial comment, and me telling her how upset I was, she half-assed apologized, and we tried to mend our friendship. She tried telling me about a guy she was sleeping with for months that was actually cheating on his girlfriend the whole time, and I tried giving her advice, but as usual she wouldn't take any of my advice. I told her I was tired of her never listening and causing more drama for herself. She got upset at that point. Then we found out we had to put one of our senior dogs down. We were devastated. She briefly reached out and asked if I needed anything, and I said no, because honestly she was the last person I wanted to talk to. A week after that last conversation about me not wanting to hear about her drama anymore, and 2 days after we put our dog down, she messages me and all she says is, "I'm guessing you're still mad at me. I just don't know what I did wrong." I was going to ignore the message, but decided to let it all out. Everything that had been building up into a raging fire of resentment. She immediately got defensive and switched right into attention-seeking mode and threw in a thinly veiled suicide threat about taking me off her emergency contacts at the hospital, so I won't be bothered by her anymore. For good measure, she threw in a comment about this just being another time she's been abandoned by someone she thought she could trust. Ugh. She was such a drain on my energy, and I'm so glad to be rid of her. Days later she posted a status on FB about how people, me, who advocate for mental health, and then ditch people when they need help the most, are garbage humans. I do advocate for people to take control of their mental health, and that's exactly what I was doing for myself. She just couldn't accept that she wasn't our baby anymore, and she'd actually have to start being responsible for her own actions now. I knew a girl in high school who was constantly pregnant in ways that made no sense. She was friends with my friend who also for some reason faked a pregnancy, but she actually was pro at it. I'll get to that later. I sat with her at lunch because I sat with my friends. The amount of shit this girl made up. The first time I heard she was pregnant I thought she was serious. Then shit started getting weird. She lost the baby and then came back a week later saying she was pregnant again. Then suddenly a few weeks later she was 7 months pregnant, then 5, then 3, then 4. Then she lost the baby again when her brother beat her with a bat. Even though she seemed completely uninjured. She came back pregnant again shortly after with wildly inconsistent trimesters and lost the baby by falling off a roof. Again, no injury. She also claimed she was allergic to salt. So one day she said she wanted to test if she still was. She salted her fries to oblivion and started eating, saying, "Oh, I guess I'm not allergic." Then, choked up, she made a small show about how she was still allergic, but didn't have any outward signs other than disgust for having eaten half a pound of salt. I don't know how many times she claimed bullshit afterwards, because I lost count. But I do remember walking back from lunch once and confronting my friend about this. My friend, who I knew had faked a pregnancy, but she didn't know I knew, and who was also pregnant again, but she waited a good month or so at least after losing the baby. I told her, "Your friend is full of it," and she admitted she knew, and none of her stories made any sense, and she knew everything she said was a lie, and that she just didn't bring it up. Kind of like I did with her. It was kind of ironic, the pregnancy faker calling out another pregnancy faker, but at least she was good at it. And now I don't know why she faked 2 pregnancies. Probably for the same reason, but really, she had like everyone fooled. My best friend from 4th grade till around the time we graduated high school, let's call her Karen, was a complete pathological liar and attention hoe. Whether it was lying about random internet celebrities that she hooked up with, or simple things like lying about buying me a birthday present and then saying she lost it, which she then made me search through the house with her to find, only to be told by her brother that she never bought me shit. Karen would do anything she could to be the center of attention at all times, even if it was for something bad. The worst story I can think of is when she told everyone at school that her dad was beating her severely. I knew her dad and her family very well, and I was with her almost every day, so I knew for a fact that this wasn't true. Somehow the news got back to her parents, and instead of confessing, she blamed it on me and told them that I was the one who spread these rumors. She then told me, with fake tears in her eyes, that we could no longer be friends because her parents wouldn't allow it. I was incredibly confused as to why they would suddenly do this until one of my other friends received an accidental voicemail from Karen. The voicemail was of her and her mother discussing the fact that I had told everyone about her dad abusing her. Karen claimed that this was a but dial situation and that no one was supposed to hear the conversation. At that point I was done with her shit and ready to move on with my life. I was fully aware of her lying and attention-seeking tendencies prior to this event, but it seemed that she regretted trying to blame it on me and wanted to be my friend again. To solve her problem, Karen decided to blame it on another one of our friends who was conveniently moving away, so she wouldn't have to deal with her own lies that caught up to her in the end. Overall, she was a terrible friend, and I was so relieved to have finally gotten rid of her when we graduated. I've heard that she's now on to better things like taking her dog's Xanax and making lots of other horrid life decisions. Good riddance, crazy as. There was this guy in my class who would lie constantly for attention. I'm pretty sure he was a pathological liar. His biggest lies were playing in the National Football League in his free time, having served in the army, being the father of 2 kids, having been in court for a false rape allegation, not 100% sure that was a lie, that he tried to commit suicide 5 times, and that his entire family got murdered by a gang when he was a baby. In the beginning I figured he just exaggerated stories before he told me the story of how his family got murdered, explaining the incident in vivid detail. He was supposedly 1,5 years old at the time, and I realized he straight up made shit up. He got caught when one of his friends at school met his ex-girlfriend who warned the friend about his lying. Even after getting caught he tried to tell the lie about his murdered family to my friend, at which point I confronted him. I said I knew about the lying, but could forget about it if he didn't lie to me in the future. He said he'd never lie about such a serious thing. I guess at that point he believed in the stories himself. I did feel kind of bad, because I don't think he was a bad person. He had a hard time making any real friends, so I guess he had started lying to seem more interesting. Some of his behavior was pretty manipulative though. After school ended he said he had feelings for me. Hard pass there. I lived with this crazy bitch who we'll call JJ. Seemed chill in the beginning of the year, a little uptight, but whatever, people are like that. She has a food allergy that our school doesn't really have anything for, so instead of saving herself $1,400 a semester, she bitches about it all the damn time and how she can't get food. Okay, that sucks, but you literally need a doctor's note and you'll save yourself money. A doctor's note wouldn't be that hard for Jay to get, because once a month, she flies home, about a 45-minute flight, for a treatment that I, who has the same illness as her, know is just bullshit. Once classes start, Jay starts bitching about how she has to write papers. You're in college, yeah, you have to write papers, and how nobody in her group does anything and are, of course, against her. She ate something containing her allergen, and apparently spent the day throwing up in our bathroom, then came out and shouted about how the people who sold the food lied. This is all just the beginning. At the start of second semester, Jay decided I'm a horrible person, and that she absolutely hated me. Some shit happened, and we ended up having a meeting with our ad during which she pretty much shouted about how I didn't do what I was supposed to, and how she had to teach me how to do it. Then, at a meeting the next day, she stormed around, on the phone with her mom, refusing to say what was wrong, instead saying we'll talk about it at. Well, at our third meeting, she attacked me for being a bitch, went into hysterics at the idea of having to sign anything that said she had some responsibility, and literally said she wouldn't stay at our school if I didn't move. So I moved BC. That sheet was toxic. I came back for something, and she's written on her door that she was the happiest she'd been all year. So wherever you are, Jay, I hope you're faking miserable. TLDR. Thought roommate was just uptight. Instead she used her allergy/illness to get attention, and was convinced everyone, including me, was against her. I ended up moving. My sister. She convinced my mother to force me to pay over $500 for her online degree back in 2005. I found out it was an associate degree in general studies. So, basically an overglorified HS diploma. But all throughout HS she would wear pounds of makeup. She wore so much you could smell it on her. She would steal my bras just to stuff them, so it would look like she had more than her itty bitty bee stings. Then, when her husband decided to stop allowing her to spend every single penny he earned on junk, she decided to join the Air Force, because she felt oh so poor now. When she then cheated on her husband with so many men, when he found out, he hung himself, because he felt it was his fault she cheated, again. Even though she had 5+ guys on the side, she shows back up acting all weepy. I saw her facade slip a few times. She would have the biggest smile on her face when she thought no one was looking, and right after the funeral she went and got a giant rib tattoo honoring her husband. She started dating nearly right away and got remarried within 14 months of her husband's suicide. She bought a huge truck and a shitty rundown house with the insurance money. My dad was a construction engineer in the army, so guess who has been fixing her house for her, all free of charge of course. Oh lord. I knew a girl in high school who was a year younger than me and would just compulsively lie about anything and everything, along with pretending to be afraid to have people look at her all the time. She told everyone she was color blind. There's no way to tell if she really was, except there were at least 5 times when she commented on the color of something that was supposedly out of range of what she could see. She never caught herself saying these things. We were friends for a bit. I joked with her about how I was in an accident, because that's what you do when you're in high school. She told me she had a failed abortion. I was very surprised, as her parents did not seem like the pro-choice type. I went over to her house a few weeks later, and she made an abortion joke in front of her mom. Mom freaked out. Told her to never say anything like that again. There were a few other times when she told me something, and I believed her, and then when talking to my other friends about the situation, their stories were totally different from hers. She would exaggerate and make things up just for drama's sake. The worst part, though, whenever we had parties, she would hide under the dining room table and refuse to come out. This was so nobody would look at her. Instead, she had everyone looking at her and wondering what the fuck was wrong with her. P.S. She broke up with her boyfriend, one of the best kids I've ever met, for his deadbeat, asshole best friend. She told everyone different stories as to why she broke up with him, said she wasn't gonna date his friend, and started dating him a week later. God, I hate her. A new gal that could not appreciate herself without getting stuffed with a dick. We'd be hanging out, all's well, a few drinks, and before you'd know it, she'd be on the phone trying to have someone come over to pound her. Literally, in the middle of a hangout point one night, she wants me to come over, cook some good food, and get a little drunk. Said I could sleep on her couch to avoid driving drunk. Great, I think. Halfway through the night she calls a few guys to come over. Mind you, I'm happily married. So after watching her toss herself at one guy for the rest of the evening, they retire to her bedroom. Other dudes leave. Gross. It can't be that good. Such sounds are rattling the window panes. I went outside for some air and relief from the nonsense, only to realize I had locked myself out of her apartment. I bang on the door, only to be answered with more grunting. Thankfully I had my keys, slept in my car until I could drive and went home. When she called the next day I was annoyed as hell and told her I was sick of being ditched for dick. An hour later I get a call from one of the guys that had shown up the night before that my friend was in the hospital for a suicide attempt. This was not the first time I got this call, by the way. Turns out she called the guy, told him she swallowed a bottle of Tylenol. He called 911 and she was rushed to the ER for a stomach pump. Guess who faked the whole thing? No pills in her system. So her parents get a $3,000 hospital bill. She had to beg them to bail her out because she had no money for another suicide scare, and she got her 24 hours of attention. That's just one example. Temper tantrums, manipulation, extreme verbal abuse, late night texts about how horrible a human I'm for not taking care of her. Mind you, we are well into our 30s. I had to remind her on more than one occasion I was not her mother. I eventually ghosted her, and she tells mutual friends she has no idea why. Went to school with two girls who were the epitome of attention hoe. One always wore way too much makeup and would say random things that didn't have any tie to what was being said to try and turn the topic to herself. The more you would ignore it, the worse it would get. She would sit with my group of friends sometimes at lunch, and her and a friend of mine liked the same guy. The attention hoe kept talking about how she was texting this same guy all the previous night and how he was pretty boring, but she was gonna keep talking to him because she likes being called pretty. She came out with a CD last November and has posted about it over 100 times on Facebook alone, not trying to promote it, just bragging about it. I don't follow her on other social media, but I can only imagine it gets worse. Then her friend will break out into song randomly at the top of her lungs, or join in with harmonies when someone else is performing, me being one of those people she's intruded on. She prides herself on being a goody two-shoes church girl, but is a massive flirt, and it doesn't matter if he's in a relationship or not. I enjoy flirting, but not to the point where I'll get up on the side of a public pool during recreational time at a provincial championship to dance for boys from a competing school. There's this girl in my friend group who nobody likes much. She has an Instagram account that's mostly followed by her friends from her old school. So she and my best friend had really high marks and were competing for top form. My best friend won, but the girl posted on Instagram that she had received the award. Apparently she didn't realize that multiple people from our school who knew she hadn't received the award were following her. She was already fairly disliked because she would interrupt people trying to help others in class and always insist on helping people. Multiple times she would pretend she completely understood the material and give people completely wrong answers totally confidently. She was also really skinny, and she would make comments like, "Oh, I can't be your canoeing partner, we have to pair with people our weight," and I'm like, really light. Why don't you find someone more your weight? Stuff like that. Also interrupting people's stories to talk about her own life, talking about cool things she did over the weekend which were clearly fake, and making random rude comments about other people. She also lived playing up injuries. She tripped and bumped her head while singing and got a minor concussion. She was told she was okay to go back to school after 2 weeks and continue her normal schedule, but she would take tests and see how she did, and she would insist that the mark not be counted if she did poorly because her concussion had affected it. This continued for 3 months. She ended up getting a bunch of brain scans or whatever, but she turned out to be absolutely fine. She didn't show up to play rehearsals during that time until 2 weeks before the school play, when she tried to get her role back. She knew none of her lines. She wasn't allowed, fortunately, which was really good, since a way better actor replaced her. There are these 2 guys at the frat I'm part of who do anything for attention point. As soon as they get in the room, everybody just sighs and rolls their eyes and think, here we go again. Things they do: order shots and scream shots, then order it. I was behind the bar. I pour them a couple of shots, and as soon as they try to reach for them I say, you gotta pay for those, you know that right? Then act all surprised, like they get free drinks all the time, and tell everybody how stupid I'm for not giving them free drinks. Nobody gives them free drinks. Get behind the DJ booth, put on stupid annoying music which everybody complains about. They will proceed into dancing on the floor and kick everybody off it because they are dancing to good music. Point: every time I say something in the group chat they just have to comment something nasty about me. Oh yeah. They don't like me. Whereas one time one of them just plainly told me nobody liked me, and I caused everybody to leave as soon as I was in the building. Quickly recovered by half of the people of the frat who don't like them either, by saying they enjoy it. When I'm bartender, I volunteer for this, by the way, because I like being a bartender and it's hard to get volunteers. Luckily they quickly shut up except for 1 or 2 people who looked up to them somehow, who then would say I was annoying and they weren't. Point: sit next to you, close by, like really close to you, and put their arm around you. And as soon as you tell them to fuck off they look surprised because why won't they be able to touch you? Well, because it annoys the crap out of me when you're drunk as fuck and try to tell me a story that makes no sense. Point: act like they run the place when new people are around who then think they actually do run the place, but in fact everybody just gets annoyed. Problem is that they have a lot of support from other people who are friends with them, and where they are able to not act like assholes, I suppose. Well, that's it folks. One girl was a high schooler's attempt to be high school emo. She would wear the wolf tail, choker, the whole getup. She was using and cheating on 2 of my friends. Of course the whole friend group let those 2 boys know, and she flipped out. I was blamed, since I was the person to point it out. Originally point right before the sats. We all sat in the cafeteria with some weird lunch schedule. The topic was brought up as one of the boys was there, distraught from the situation. I simply said, she can be a good person, but she made a mistake. She can grow from this. It was something along those lines, but calling out the mistake was a trigger. She was sitting at another table, but walked over to join as I said something. Not that her company was wanted for the poor boy. She started screeching, I know I'm a bad person, but stop telling people, and she scurried off. By scurried off, I mean she plopped herself facing us at the next table. She formed crocodile tears and laid her head onto the table. Occasionally, she would look up to make sure we were paying attention. When we weren't, she'd move spots or start wailing to get our attention. Point: the next day, I did go to apologize because I just wanted her to stop treating us all like enemies. When I talked to her and even showed her some poetry, I was part of a sensitive group lol that I made, she pulled up her arm to reveal self-harm. It broke my heart considering I have had self-harm issues for years. But the difference between her and me was our response to our actions. She started screaming again, you did this to me. You made me cut. You hurt me. At this time, I profusely apologize. Even if I knew it wasn't me who actually or physically did that, I just figured she had so many mental health issues that I really did not want someone to kill themselves. Point: at least I knew it would not be my fault if it happened, and that she could only help herself at that point. Oh boy, I got one. So one of my roommates during my freshman year of college used to tell some of the strangest lies I've ever heard. My friends and I recently compiled a list of the highlights of his tall tales. He has synthetic blood that was implanted in him as a baby that makes him menstruate every month, which can only be alleviated by chocolate. This blood makes it so he can't drink much alcohol, and he had to sign a contract with the government where he couldn't vote until he was 21 because he worked security for them. He is a prostitute that works at a host club in Pittsburgh called the Swallowtail. When we looked it up and asked him why it wasn't on Google, he said I don't know why that would be, and gave us the address. As expected, the address did not lead to a supposedly above-board host club called the Swallowtail. He also would shift between calling it the Swallowtail and the Swallowtail Cafe. He has a friend who is a Russian national named Vlad who is currently in the Navy SEALs and did his training for the SEALs somewhere in Colorado. Vlad is the subject of many odd stories which make no sense. He speaks fluent Japanese and Korean. When asked to speak the phrase "this food is blue" in Japanese, he proceeded to say thank you, assuming nobody else would know the difference, or, in my case, had watched any amount of anime to know how to say thank you in Japanese. Claimed his father works in cybersecurity and hacked into our college information system to get information on all of us to make sure we weren't criminals. Claimed to be a victim of mass stabbing at a school near Pittsburgh, one which actually happened, but I don't know the name. We have since verified he was not involved in this incident, as he went to an entirely different school at the time. This is just a few of the really funny ones. He would also just give out blatantly false information that could be debunked with one Google search. My favorite of these was him claiming the shoe brand Adidas came from Spain because Adidas was Spanish for shoes. I used to be friends with this girl who pretended to have depression, anxiety, BPD, bipolar, and pretty much anything else she could come up with. Never professionally diagnosed, and her parents always just let her be alone and never showed any signs. When I wouldn't answer her or couldn't hang out, she would threaten to kill herself or pretend to have an episode or anxiety attack, so I would reply. I was in my early teens at the time, scared me shitless, and took a huge toll on me. The last time I spoke to her, she had spent the night at my house and casually showed me cuts on her arms and told me when she would do that. I stayed up all night that night. I was scared and didn't know what to do. Her ex-boyfriend at the time told me a few months later she had sent him images of them and wrote "you made me do this" and spammed him until he was forced to block her. I had been friends with her since 2nd grade, so it was a total 180 on how I was used to life both in and out of school. I was professionally diagnosed with moderate severe depression and anxiety, now medicated. A few months ago, after years of going untreated, being with her had made me doubt that I had what she said she did. It took a lot of time to move on from that, and it was difficult for me to not think friends were using me because of how she treated me for so long. I still have issues making friends and knowing my worth, but I'm extremely relieved it could be much worse. A girl I met freshman year who I still know today in our senior year. She was cool when I first met her, but the stories she constantly told everyone seemed way too fake, and the amount of time she cried from her injuries were too much. Claiming in 7th grade she got pregnant twice and had a miscarriage. Always crying and having asthma attacks and panic attacks during band practice. Claiming to be bipolar, have scoliosis, being on the spectrum etc etc. She would always have a sort of injury and always sit out in practice, and even bragged about marching with a messed up ankle despite her doctor saying not to. Surprise surprise, she ended up bawling at the competition because of pain she was feeling. Even with relationships as well, she always makes sure everyone knows there's something wrong, at one point screaming bloody murder, chucking her phone, and throwing herself onto some chairs. No one actually has her attention though, because we all knew what she was doing. She lies about her exes, claiming she helped one of them ask his new girlfriend out to prom, when in reality it wasn't the case. As proof, he texted her confronting the claim, to which she blocked him. She always made this entire story sophomore year about her childhood best friend she's known since she was 2. Claiming he died from heart failure. Of course we all felt bad, but the things didn't add up. She left a picture of him as his wallpaper, but the photo seemed to be professionally taken. So we asked her if there were any other pictures of him, to which she responded, "I have pictures of him in the hospital, but looking at those makes me sad." How do you have a childhood best friend, but only have one picture of him? Through some digging we found his picture online. When we brought it up to her, she claimed he was a model. One of our other mutual friends kept on asking questions to make more information, but she just stopped answering. There is still a lot more, but mostly small stuff like lying that me and her have the same period cycles to how every boy is in love with her. Or how a 22-year-old alumni from our school is still waiting to date her, even though he's had a girlfriend. How she has tattoos, but refuses to let us see, because of how personal it is. Or faking being wasted at homecoming with spiked vodka, that no one saw her drink at all. No one believed what she said anymore. She has gotten better since freshman year, but she still loves the attention. This is crazy, but an old friend of mine with severe mental health issues I used to know sometimes used to phone the ambulance early in the morning randomly to say she was going to kill herself and that she was standing on a roof saying she was going to jump. She actually wasn't on a roof, just sat calmly smoking a cigarette in her living room. She was actually fine when the ambulance got there, and she did it so much they eventually had to blacklist her for time wasting. She also used to accuse guys of rapping her too when nothing had happened, and she had no evidence, basically just to create drama. Last I heard of her she had to move to another town with a guy who uses cocaine and heroin. She's out of my life now, and I plan to keep it that way, but unfortunately some of my friends still hang out with her as I think they are too scared of cutting her off for good, especially as she's lost a lot of friends recently. I can understand she has severe mental health issues, which explains her erratic behavior, but she isn't getting help for it and has burnt bridges with a lot of people in the last few years, especially me, as she betrayed me extremely badly, as well as her parents. I wish her all the best though. I wouldn't wish her mental health problems on my worst enemy. Edit. Also, she told her close friends she was going to commit suicide randomly for attention when she thought everybody was ignoring her. She expected everybody to be there and call for her, but if you had problems, you were overburdening her in her mind. One of my classmates, 13-year-old, yes I'm that young, shut up, had about 6 or more boyfriends from the start of 2018 to 2019 year. She was together with a poor guy that, whenever they were walking down the stairs they were holding hands and cheating just because. This guy was the crush of one of her friends. Also, none of the reality on shipes lasted more than 1 to 2 months. Also, one time she texted me like, where do you know current boyfriend's name, which we are gonna call him George for the sake of the story, from? And I reply with, we were classmates in an art class. Why do you ask? I'm just asking. You don't know what's happening with me and George right now, and I don't see a reason to know. Then don't tell me, cause I don't give a shit. I wasn't going to tell you anyway. Then don't tell me about that, because you are just trying to get me to ask you about what the hell is happening with you and him just to say no. You wish. By then, my god, just to know my mother language isn't English, and I know that most of you won't find anything wow in this story, but she is fucking annoying. I hate her. One time she stabbed herself. I can't find the equivalent word in English, for no fucking reason, just for her friends to comfort her the next day. Wish you never find something like that in your life. An ex of mine. We dated for 5 months, then she broke up with me out of the blue and refused to even tell me why. Not even a week later, I overheard her at work telling some coworkers how I broke up with her and how sad she was. Also, it turned out the entire time we were together, she talked shit about me to our mutual friends. A couple weeks later, she met some guy over the phone at work. We worked at a call center and gave him her phone number, which was a huge work no-no. Without meeting the guy face to face, she made plans to move in with him despite the fact she has a kid and he lives on the other side of the country. Her parents tried to talk her out of it, since obviously she is endangering her child, and in response she told them to fuck off out of her life, and she threatened to sic a lawyer on them. For what? I don't know. Through this, she maintains that she is a victim somehow. She then proceeded to fly out to meet the guy, slept with him right away, and then at the end of her trip, he told her he wasn't interested in dating someone with a kid. A couple months later, she ran into my best friend, who I lived with at the time, at a funeral, and tried to talk him into going home with her. He, of course, being a decent friend, told her no. A couple months after that, she let a guy move in with her after just one date. He didn't have a job and proceeded to mooch off of her for the next year and a half. Did she try to get rid of him? Nope, she begged him twice to marry her. She only kicked him loose when she found out that he had been blowing off job interviews the entire time they were together. So what did she get out of all of this? The chance to bitch to everyone on the daily about how bad her life is. She just has this habit of doing shit that will obviously cause all kinds of drama. It's sick and feels really bad for her kid who had to put up with the parade of losers my ex brought into her life. My sister and her so were ruined by him. Any signs of someone being an attention hoe terrify them now, all because of him. They're paranoid, to say the least. I watched them break a few relationships off just because they were acting like another attention hoe. They gave him a few too many chances to make things worse for them. He lied about everything under the sun basically. He tried to tell them he was raped. He popped pills, faked depression and paranoia very poorly too. This is just what I know. He's done far more. So suffers from depression and paranoia. So was also raped. Yeah, all cases are different, but it was so painfully obvious it was just for attention. Even more so, since we have to help someone actually suffering from this. The final straw that broke them was when he tried faking people in his head. My sister has MPD. It's a very serious topic for both her and her, so they called him out in all his BS, broke the friendship off after they got him to admit, and went as far as ruining his reputation at school with how done they were. They knew him for years and gave him multiple chances. He was toxic beyond the attention hoe thing. He kinda deserved his reputation being destroyed. It wasn't hard for them either. Everyone already knew he was pretty toxic. They just had to share the truth with a group. Then it spread like wildfire. Had a coworker in his 50s I used to work with at a grocery store about a decade ago. Had this plan of hanging out every Wednesday night to go drinking. He was a cool dude in that if you were DD he'd pay for the gas and your food, and if you did drink he'd buy the first couple rounds. But every wed night he would just get plastered, tell the same stories over and over, brag about his hot girlfriend in SF who makes six figures, who he didn't have a pic of, and we never saw, because he didn't want anyone at work knowing about her. Then we'd bar hop all night, staying at each bar for 10 to 20 minutes before leaving, and then the entire ride to the next bar was dude. Did you see that girl in there? She was totally eye faking me dude. So was the bartender. Damn, she was hot. Dude back was in the Air Force. I used to bang women all the time in other countries. Oh dude, the other day I was riding my bike around town and I saw this chick walking her dog. Tiny tight little Brazilian chick. Dude, you should've seen the look on her face dude. I just got my hair cut. Yeah, I know, nice blonde hair. Got a tan going. I'm sweating and my muscles are pumping cause I've been going at it the last hour or so. Guarantee you she would given me her number and let me bang her right there, but I had to finish up my ride and get ready for work. My high school best friend. There's probably something wrong with her, but I don't feel sorry for her in the slightest. Here's a long list of all the bullshit she got up to. Claimed she was bulimic at school in front of everyone, and that it had ruined pizza forever for her. Then when she slept at mine she was excited to order pizza, and got annoyed when I took a picture of the pizza to put on my Snapchat story. When I asked why I can't post it, she said because people will think I was lying, but I've just got over that now. Also, she was not bulimic at all. Constantly posted pictures of herself crying, captioning them, "It never gets better, no one cares anyway, so what's the point?" When people messaged her asking what happened, she just said nothing. Then when they asked more, she just left them on read, would make herself cry, then sit crying in class for no reason at all, and when other people got concerned she just laughed and stopped, would shout random stuff in class, so people would ask her about them. Things like, "I'm not pregnant, I'm not gender fluid, I was in hospital last night because I tried to kill myself," when no one even asked anyway. Then when people asked about them, she claimed people were spreading rumors about her, cut her wrists and rolled her sleeves up in class, cut her legs, and in the pet changing room would walk around in her underwear and make loads of noise so people would look at her, but when they were looking she would cover her cuts and say, "Oops, no one was meant to see them." FaceTimed me to tell me her mum had just found her words, hanging from the top bunk with a belt. Surprisingly, she was with me the first time she heard that song because I was playing it. Even more surprisingly, she wasn't on the way to hospital and her mum wasn't in the slightest concerned for her health, she told me, and other friends her mum always tells her, if you want to kill yourself so much then do it. Her mum was a very nice woman and comments she made about mental health in front of me confirmed she was lying. She always called me crying after she cut herself just to tell me she'd done it. I asked why she didn't tell me she was feeling like that before, so I could try help, and she said you wouldn't care anyway. I was her best friend, left school halfway through the day to go to a doctor's appointment and told everyone it was because of her depression. When I asked how this went in front of her mum looked confused and said that was for a rash on her back. Me, her, and two friends were walking home from school on a really hot day, so one of the friends offered to buy us drinks. Tesco do 1 litre bottles for 45p each, so we got those, but she wanted a £3 energy drink. She had a tantrum exactly like a toddler who doesn't get what they want in a supermarket, going, friend, please, I'll be your best friend forever, I just really want the drink, kkk. He couldn't be bothered with her, so he just got it, but we were all pissed at her, so we didn't talk to her on the way home. She spat out most of the energy drink on the way home pretending to be sick, so we'd pay more attention to her. A friend was coming to mine after school. She begged him all day to come to hers after school instead, and then decided to follow us uninvited to my house and come in, and then complained she was bored. When he needed to go home she got the bus with him, and he got off to go to hers for 20 minutes, so she'd shut the fuck up. She then spent 20 minutes making him uncomfortable by trying to kiss him and give him love bites on his arm. He didn't like her at all and was starting to not even like her as a friend because of how she acted. She then told him if he didn't go to hers then she would have killed herself that night. Bullshit. Told me she really wanted to lose her virginity to her then boyfriend. When she did she FaceTimed me all excited that she had. Then at school she told everyone he raped her and she didn't want it. I once walked up to her telling my friend he did it, even though I told him I didn't want to, but as soon as she saw me, she started saying I mean of course I wanted to, and he made sure I was okay with everything, and me and the friend just gave each other a confused look. This girl probably won't be part of our friend circle for much longer. I need to start by saying that she legit has it rough. Won't go into details for privacy, and while we suspect some of the other awful things that have happened to her are likely embellished, she truly has been hard done by. But she's so hard done by. Every little inconvenience or mishap is something to be pored over and cried about and complained about continuously. That cashier might have given her a dirty look. An ex from 6 years ago was in the same pub. The hair dye looks fine, but didn't come out a specific shade. And so on. Last year, on the day of my BFF birthday, I briefly met with BFF, attention her and two friends for a lunchtime tea. BFF was excited because we were all going out for her birthday later. Attention ho, or from here on out, was upset about an argument she'd had with her mum. It wasn't even the first time BFF and I had heard about it the day before, but the other two hadn't or had a captive audience as she burst into tears and talked about how hard her life is. BFF, managing to be far kinder than she wanted, we both exchanged eye rolls, suggested or stay with her for the weekend to have a break and clear the air, or accepted but spent another hour talking in circles about the argument. It was very tiring. Later that evening we were all dolled up, but BFF and all were late. Eventually they arrived, and BFF was trying not to be angry, or had continued to talk about that same thing for several hours straight, and then got into the same argument with her mother on the phone, thereby making them late. BFF and I tried not to engage with her the rest of the night, because she was just sitting there with a face like a slapped ass. Anytime I overheard her talking, she had pinned down some hapless unknowing victim and was ranting at them about her issue yet again. We all went back to BFFS at the end of the night, drunk and happy, then or started on again at another victim, this one becoming so upset for her that she cried too, while I'm sure BFF and I looked cruel to the uninformed as we got frustrated. In the end we insisted on going to bed. The next morning I woke to find my chronic pain condition had decided to flare up, so I was in a lot of pain. We all went for a coffee, hoping the walk might help my joints, but I was really suffering. Even when seated I had to keep readjusting myself as I gasped in pain. Meanwhile, or was constantly making comments like, well at least you don't. Something about her argument with her mum. She'd keep huffing as she looked at her phone and making snide comments about her mum, as though to prompt us to ask about it. It was ruder than usual, I suspect because everyone was more concerned about my pain. Basically this behavior has just kept happening and she's become so self-absorbed and selfish. We're all done. I think we've been saints to put up with it, as long as we have. I'm looking forward to crossing her off my Christmas list. Late to the party and this will probably get buried, but let me tell you about the billionaire, aka Mr. B. I'm a lawyer. Back in February, a colleague called me around midnight and said he needs my assistance. How quickly could I get 1 county south of our county the next day? Had a 10 a.m. meeting at my office and ended up meeting my colleague at noon and driving down to a small rural county. I'd been told that Mr. B had money from, variously, a big lottery win, a large personal injury settlement, inheritance, and a combination of all three. Guy hired me for some civil work and my buddy got some criminal work. Writes is a $10k retainer check. Looking at the guy, he's obviously a heroin junkie. I asked his fiancée how bad his drug habit was. She says he's skinny and sick looking from cancer treatment and doesn't do drugs moving forward. His $10k check bounces and everything he told us turns out to be a lie. Specifically, he did not own 50 luxury vehicles, though he did produce insurance policies for about 30 mid-range vehicles. He was not suffering from cancer he got after being exposed to chemicals while an army ranger in Afghanistan. He was not the heir to the Prudential life insurance empire. He did not own 100 investment properties across South Texas, and his father was not an ace fighter pilot killed in Vietnam. I quickly realized he was full of shit and quit working. A month later, he calls me, allegedly from the hospital, in tears because his mom died. Said his mom made me the executor of her estate and the trustee of the aforementioned trust, and I was to receive a $10 million lump sum payment and a $1 million a year salary for the rest of my life. Of course he disappeared a week later, July 3rd. I knocked off work early and was sitting at my neighborhood bar drinking vodka and watching USWNT soccer in the World Cup. Phone rings. It's Mr. B. He had all the paperwork from his mom's estate and he's waiting for me at the bank. I just need to get there by 6 p.m. to sign the papers and pick up my lump sum payment, which has now grown to $14 million. Of course I'm 30 minutes away, it's 5:15, and I'm kinda buzzed, but I say fuck it, and drive to the bank. Got there just before 6 o'clock, and the branch happened to have closed at 5 p.m. So he obviously wasn't in the bank at 5:15 waiting for me. He gives me his usual bullshit and lies, and asks me for a drive back towards the north side of town. I say no, and go on my merry way. The next 2 weeks, he called or emailed me every other day, promising to hand deliver a cashier's check to my office. I told him the second he paid me, I'd start working for him again. Sitting here in mid-August, still don't have my $14 million. My sister-in-law has to be involved in everything, then spin it, so that she's the center of attention. Some background, she's my dad's child from their first marriage and she's about 12 years older than I am. My entire life she resented me for being born and living with my dad. My parents would try to include her in family vacations, events, etc. But the second they turned their backs, she would literally do anything she could to make me feel horrible about myself. She told me I was fat on my birthday when I was 10. She was 22, causing me to sob at my special Disney World dinner my parents busted their asses to afford. When my mom died I was only 19, and she insisted on being included in everything, despite barely being around during my mother's cancer treatments and end-of-life treatment. It was about a 10 to 11 year span. When my family gathered to grieve, she insisted on being around. I had no space to grieve, because she would jump on anything I said. Any post on Facebook I made, she would write some long post about how it affected her. When I ignored her, she called our dad and told him I was ignoring her, and then he'd in turn get mad at me. Now that I'm older, I have no problem telling her to fuck off and have the backup of my brother. But she still comments on my brother and I's Facebook pages. He's expecting in a few weeks, and every single post he's made about it, she has taken over and commented on everything. When I posted that I was excited to meet my niece, she wrote that I was being horrible to her children, who she's kept us from seeing most of our lives, and I already had a niece and a nephew. Rather than being direct and causing conflict, I've just learned to delete everything she posts on my posts. She tries to repost things, but I just keep deleting them. I've told her I don't want her in my life, especially if she thinks she can treat my niece the way she treated me growing up, but she's relentless. There was one girl in particular that comes to mind. This story was told to me by a friend, so details may be a little off. My friend walked into her science class in grade 10 and sat down in her seat, just chilling, waiting for class to start, when this girl walked in. Now, this girl was very well known around the school for wanting attention, either good or bad, from the teachers and from the students. This particular day she was screaming into her phone to someone about something her boyfriend had done. Kind of reminds me of a Taylor Swift song, and didn't care that there were other people in the room. The conversation went a little something like this. We'll call her DA, for dumbass. DA, well maybe he shouldn't have gotten so angry about it. It's not like it's a huge deal anyways. He won't even have to be a part of it. Whoever she was talking to starts screaming over the phone, loud enough for my friend to hear almost clearly from across the room. DA starts screaming back, a mix of profanities and words slurred out of anger, but something along the lines of well fuck you too, you're just as sensitive as he is. My friend sits and quietly listens as the class starts to fill and the bell rings for the period to start, and she is still screaming into the phone, now threatening whoever she was talking to. Their teacher comes in and requests that DA puts her phone away so that they could start the lesson by watching a biology video. A reasonable request, right? Wrong. This girl turns her anger from the person on the phone to the teacher, screaming racial slurs at him, along with a long list of profanities and threats. The teacher took it like a champ and just stood there, waiting for DA to stop screaming. You don't have to give me your phone, just please turn it off so that we can continue on with the lesson. This causes another long stream of screaming before DA threw her phone on the teacher's desk and walked out. Before he could even say anything, he shrugged it off and started the video, handing out worksheets to start off dissections. Nothing too big, when all of the sudden shifts. DA's mom walks in, face red and eyes nearly popping out of her head. We'll call her DM. DM, why the fuck is my daughter telling me that you snatched her phone out of her hands? Look at her, she's sobbing in the faking hallway because of you, you pig. Teacher, I did not snatch her phone. I told he DM. I don't give a shit what you told her. I care about what you did. I'm gonna have you fired, you jackass. She leaves and the teacher starts the video again, keeping the class going scarily smoothly with what has just happened. 20 minutes later the teacher gets called down to the office and another teacher comes in, sitting down and finishing the video with us, and letting us finish up any extra work from any other classes. This was pretty close to exams. The teacher comes back with a very embarrassed DM in tow, hands her daughter's phone back, and she walks out of there so white you could mistake it for a linen sheet. Turns out, the girl had been talking to her best friend who was a good couple of years older than her and had recently become pregnant. They were talking about how DA had purposefully ripped a hole in her boyfriend's condom while having sex so that she could be pregnant at the same time as her friend, so that their kids could be friends. And people always love to see babies, so she will be so popular. Her boyfriend was obviously mad when he found this out, considering he was 16 and in no way wanted or was able to support kids yet. He also made it very clear that if she were to get pregnant then he would definitely want to be a part of it, and that he was quite insulted that she assumed that he wouldn't. The friend obviously got mad at her and had been in the middle of chewing her out when the teacher asked her to put her phone away. After leaving class she went and called her mom from her friend's phone because, and I quote, "If my mom causes a scene, then people will just think that it's a product of bad parenting and people won't judge me as much." Her mom, obviously embarrassed considering that the teacher, the principal, and a police officer, the girl also claimed that she was assaulted, were present, noticing that she and her daughter had just made a scene for absolutely no reason. The girl got charged with a couple things. I can't remember what exactly. Some were uninvolved with this incident, but ended up spending 1.5 years in juvie. And when she came home, her mother sent her off to a survival camp out in Arizona to teach kids skills that they need to live. And she spent 4 months there. Needless to say, she wasn't the same when she got home, and she has actually gotten her own house and has a college education with a well-paying job. But seriously, all that for some popularity and pity? Nah dude, that's just sick. Back in high school, I remember this emo kid in an anon club who basically did everything he could to hoe for attention. Here's a short list of things that come to mind. Lie about lots of things that he made that he just found on the internet, including manually making mods for Super Smash Bros. Brawl, including saying that he was the first modder, recreating Pokemon Gold in Game Maker, despite me knowing very well that he just pulled the code from the internet. Making the Pokemon Black ROM hack, going as far as to take original creator's name and using it everywhere he went, going into the most public places possible to cry when his girlfriends would, understandably, break up with him. He would stand in the middle of the stairs to cry there, where he made sure everyone who passed would see him, do all the cringy Naruto stuff, like the run across the hallways and try to just people or some shit. I never watched Naruto. Go into rants about how emo he was, and would go as far as to get a speaker so everyone could hear his shitty music. Point: he was not liked by anyone except the Anim Club, because the Anim Club was full of assholes that would actually bully those who did not like Naruto. My high school was pretty faked, and I'm glad it's being torn down. But yeah, I got a little off topic there. In short, this emo kid was just the worst, and would do everything he could to make sure you knew he existed. I don't even know what he's doing nowadays. Probably snorting crack up his ass or something. A girl I knew when we were both in high school. There is no way to put this nicely. She was not a pretty girl, but she somehow found this guy who was in his late 20s to pay attention to her. She told me that the friendship was completely platonic, but she would tell other people that they were in love and would be fabulously wealthy and famous and travel the world. Nonetheless, I know that behind his back, she acted like he was her boyfriend. I remember going on a double date with her, this dude, and the dude's friend from overseas. The overseas friend barely spoke, and it took me a long time to realize that it was because he was on a date with two 15-year-olds. Looking back, I know that I felt weird about hanging out with two guys so much older, but thank goodness at least one of them had the sense to bail as soon as they could. Point: the final straw with this girl was when she publicly outed a friend of ours. She took such glee in making these screaming announcements to people about it. Our friend was barely out to himself and had confided in us after another close friend of ours did come out. He was from a religious family though, and wasn't sure how to tell them or any of his friends from school. The 90s were still a scary place for a kid who is figuring out who he is. I confronted her about it and told her our friendship was over. I saw her about 10 years later at the mall and ducked into a store just in case she recognized me. Point: she also used to pretend to be British and had a terrible fake accent. She really thought she was fooling people. Used to be friends with some guy who I met through a sorority sister who was kind of weird but pretty fun to hang out with. On a couple of occasions, we made plans to visit each other, and every time he would visit he came up with the worst excuse. The first time we made plans, they fell through because he claimed he had to have gallbladder surgery and that raised eyebrows for me because at his age it wasn't common, but I let it go. We were 21 and young. After the second time, we actually made legit plans. On the day he was going to come visit, even after confirming over text, he didn't show up. No text, no calls, nothing at all. After 2 days, I started to worry a little because he wasn't active on social media. A couple months later, I got a text from him saying he was super sorry for flaking and told me his dad passed away at the time we made plans and he was struggling here and there. I gave him my condolences and we went about our lives. Then one day, while going through my feed on Facebook, I saw he posted a picture of him and his dad looking happy and healthy as ever. I messaged my sorority sister asking about his dad, and she said, oh yeah, his dad never died. He's been alive this whole time. His dad never passed away. He faked and lied about everything. I hope to never hear from him again. In my first semester of college, I took Psych 101, along with every other college student ever, to fill in one of my humanities. I took App Psych and Soc and HS, but being a lazy bastard I didn't take the App exams. So, being a lazy bastard, I figured I could half-ass the class, not study for the tests, and forget most of the assignments. Which all culminated with me forgetting the term paper for the class, freaking out and needing to do a rush job on it with nothing except what was in my brain and a few hastily pulled up Wikipedia articles to write an essay on a particular treatment approach in 3 to 4 hours the night before it was due. So, the next week we all got our essays back, and the professor kinda slid mine down the row to me face down, not a good sign. So I picked it up, nervously sweating in my boots, and feeling like an idiot cause I really should have tried harder and I didn't want to bomb my first semester, and it turns out I got about a 93%. I'm absolutely amazed, so I quietly say to the guy next to me, wow, I can't believe I did as well as I did. I cranked this out in like 3 hours yesterday. Then I looked down, and realized my horrible mistake. The man who was sitting next to me was someone who had a major related to psych, and had spent about 2 weeks on his paper. I had said this statement to a man who had just wasted 2 weeks of his life getting a 63% on his term paper, and the idiot next to him just remarked how he got a 93% on a 3-hour patch job. Still, honestly, the moment of my life I feel like the most douchebaggiest I could be. A girl in my class would pretend to faint multiple times during the year. When another girl in my class had broken her arm, this girl would try to stop the problem. Like her life was more difficult than the rest of us. She would talk very highly about herself, and because of all this the amount of friends she had was maybe one, who also ended up having enough of her bullshit. Sometimes I felt bad for her, but when I tried to talk with her I just gave up cause it would either be about how hard her life is or how her butt was bigger than everyone else's. When she and her only friend had a fight, this girl would go to our teacher instead of confronting the friend, even if it's a tiny little problem. She even accused me of calling her fake and a lot of other bad things. She didn't confront me or say anything about what I apparently had said. No, I got called out of the classroom to talk with our teacher instead. We had another girl in our class who had an eating disorder, and this girl would walk around claiming that she had an eating disorder, which she did not, and I don't think the girl even noticed the other girl's disease, so full of herself was she. All the girls in my class had to have meetings with our teacher to discuss how everyone is feeling in the class, but that was all about her and her made up problems. Sorry for the length, I just needed to come out with it all. I knew someone in RL who would make up stories all the time. Recently she left our friend group and got into another where I still know people, and one of them recently told me, oh man, I recently heard about her possibly having cancer, isn't that awful? Oh yeah, when was she told that? A few months ago. She told me the same story 2 years ago. Ironically, I have known 2 people who lied in the same way, and that was saying the same one pet had died multiple times. Saying they had mental or physical illnesses. The physical ones are conveniently hard to prove, such as Crohn's, chronic pain, etc. Saying they had the same things other people actually did have, illnesses, current situations such as pets getting hurt, etc. Simply because the other people were getting attention for it, saying they were a POC there. Words, not mine. Unsure if that's an offensive term or not. They were both white. One person would claim on some occasions they were in so much poverty that they had to eat rubbish. Depending on the day, this was sometimes a current situation, sometimes in the past. But then other times would claim things like how their dad paid $600+ for Manuka honey. Very frequently the lies come to one up everyone else, so they always had it worse or better, that is. I have this old book, it's about 70 years old. Oh, I have 3 books that are over 100 years old. You can't see them though. Or damn, I didn't get paid today. I really need that money. Once I didn't get paid for 3 weeks and I just had to not eat for that time. Lucky girl. A lot of people see that's it just for attention, because I would worry if it was just me, lol. My flatmate from my first year at university, constantly getting hammered and dragged back to the flat via a police car, would have meltdowns when we, as a collective of anywhere 5+ people, would decide to head home from the pub. Oh hell no, she had to go to the club. Having to babysit a girl older than I was at a pub was ridiculous. Which tried to kill her FN boyfriend. No matter how many times I threw her back into the flat, trying to stamp on my feet with her stilettos. She was doing it for attention, because they'd had an argument funnily enough about her constant attention seeking. Appeared more hammered than she was. Yup, she faked being more hammered than she was. Ha, I know. That same night we got a lovely taxi driver who had 40 plus years experience in nursing. He'd say she'd and oh look she'd get more sober. I donated my radio/CD player to the living room of the flat, rather than a TV. No matter how often we'd ask her to turn the bloody thing down, it's damn powerful, would she? Nope. And it was the same songs over and over and over. Yeah, eventually I was done, so we the other flatmates and I took the damn thing back for the rest of the year. I tried to do something nice, but it just fed everyone over. We were all music students. Myself sound engineer. You can't exactly study music when there's a random bass and music playing through to walls, or sleep when the same thing is going on. Point. She was a lovely lassie ish when sober, but F me, she was batshit attention seeker, so much so that an attention seeking friend my husband had from high school made a comment about her when she had the misfortune of being her flatmate for the year after. So, I used to have this BFF1 in 6th grade, and she was a lying bitch, to say the least. Point. She would lie about everything. Unrealistically, she once told me her dad owned a Barbie hotel. A Barbie hotel, not in the UK, not in the US, but in a third world Middle Eastern country. Sure fam. And like, she was serious. She was talking about her dad's Barbie hotel to the entire class, every day. Also, there was this time, where she told me, and also the entire class, she has the ability to see ghosts. I remember walking with her in the schoolyard and this crazy ass bitch, in front of everyone, got down on the ground, pressed her ears on the grass, and said they are screaming. I can hear them. You know how embarrassed I was. Also, her lies would hurt others, including me. She was making comments about my curly hair, my body, anything and everything. We eventually stopped being friends. Now being the dumb bitch I am, we reconnected in high school and I gave her a second chance, because I'm a dumb bitch. I really thought she'd changed, that she'd grown up, but nope, still the same ol' H. Once a compulsive liar, always a compulsive liar. In HS she was still the same. Expect worse. She was lying about going to this party only wearing jeans and a hoodie, which made all the guys in the party go hard. Right. Point. She also became, you know, these heavier set / bigger women that would cheat on other women because they are insecure. Yup, that's her. I was walking next to her one day when, out of nowhere, she goes, yours is so tiny. Honestly, it's disgusting. I literally didn't say anything to provoke her. She just said this out of the blue. I'm someone with BDD, and I was extremely hurt. So, I'll let the nice sweetheart girl that would put up with your obvious lies, so she won't embarrass you, guard down and went off. I looked at her and said, I think your waist is disgusting too, but you don't see me talking, do you? She was shocked and said, honey, I was just joking with you. How can you say this to me? I gave her a bitch. Really? Look, and just kept walking. The rest of the day was super awkward and quiet, and she got the hint after a few days and stopped talking to me. I'm so done with her lying ass. So done. Girl I went to high school with. Psychotic, storytelling sociopath who would come to school in a hoodie without pants. She would date several people at once without the others knowing, and brag about being a heartbreaker. Then the moment any of them dumped her, she claimed that they had raped her because I would have never consented to such if they were just going to break up with me. She bullied a close friend for years because she didn't want to date a guy that was stalking said friend. She would give blue jobs in the gym bleachers to multiple men at once. She once stopped me in a Taco Bell a year after graduation to ask if I would call my brother a bitch for abusing her with a basketball. My brother didn't know her name, but knew the incident. She had aimed a ball at his face. He spiked it. It hit her back. She went to the corner to cry, and when he apologized, she screamed, "My dad abuses me every night. I hope you are proud of yourself." I had no issue with her sleeping around and enjoying sex. The cheating bit was messed up as she was potentially passing stuff between partners, and we just all got so tired of her calling rape on everyone that we told her to fuck off. I haven't seen her in 3 years, as horrible as she was. I hope she is in a better place now after high school and college. Had a friend who lied about their sexuality, depression, having an anxiety attack, and lied about her sister slapping her, let's call her B. When I helped B with her so-called anxiety attack, she didn't want to tell me the next time she had one, because apparently she didn't like the attention I was giving her or something. Drake. If you're skeptical about faking this, here's some more details. She had no sign of anxiety, just her fake sad face. Not even close to tears. Breathing was absolutely fine. Overreacting about everything. etc. Every day, she would walk into class with a fake sad face. You can tell. And then someone in our friend group would go off with her to make me feel better with the sexuality thing. Here's a bit of backstory. My friend comes from a religious household and doesn't really think much about LGBTQ+ anyways. I had come out to my friend group and obviously I got some attention from them. B noticed this, and not even a week later, she comes out as the same sexuality as I did. Would constantly talk about her being bisexual. All the time. Now, the last part. Since B came from a religious household, she apparently came out to her older sister. Apparently, her sister slapped her. My other friend had messaged her sister and asked about it, and B's sister replied, saying she had no idea what they were talking about and wouldn't ever hurt B. Now, if I'm making fun of someone with actual health problems I ought to burn, but I think it's safe to say I knew a girl who claimed to have medical conditions for attention. I met her back in college when we both worked at a local pizzeria. During the lulls in business, conversations between restaurant workers can get very personal, and she would talk about her health problems. She drew sympathy from others for a while, because we were service workers, not animals, but after a while people became skeptical of her as she was very difficult to work with, and used her medical conditions as excuses. She had every ailment known to the popular mind in the last decade. Everything from tinnitus to celiac disease and a whole host of other health problems are too many to count. Yet she ate the pizza we made with gluten-enriched flour. Whatever. When it comes to a person's medical history, no opinion matters other than the individuals and their physicians. But I started to have my suspicions when a coworker of ours said he suffered from myotonia congenita, a disorder that imposed a good deal of pain and inconvenience to his day-to-day life. Guess who had it as well? Conveniently with no visible symptoms. I realize conditions exist on a spectrum ranging from severe to benign, and I'm not saying it isn't possible for two people to have it, but in a town with a population of about 75,000 and a prevalence of 1 in a million it would be quite rare. If you're making up medical issues, you clearly aren't a healthy person in one way or the other, and deserving of some sympathy. I believe they call it factitious disorder, but that sympathy is difficult to give when you're essentially making light of very real problems other people suffer from. I knew this girl who used to be my friend. I didn't really realize that all the "I'm suicidal, I'm abused, I just cut" and the images of her cuts on her story weren't a cry for help, just for the pity. All her friends, including me at the time, would flock to her and try to support her as best as we could. I have met her parents, kindly buy her everything, give her $80+ worth of markers for her art every week. I didn't realize it was all for attention until her boyfriend broke up with her and she began to post the stories of her cuts, the manipulation, saying how she hated herself and was going to kill herself, all because he didn't want to be with her. No matter how hard everyone supported her, she would get her friends to witch hunt. They got back together. The attention seeking got even worse when she began to say she was male. People bought her binders, packets, etc. Her parents respected her, and her reaction to all of this was disgusting. I hate myself didn't wear the stuff, but once without complaining, and never using it again. Wearing makeup, talking about "I want people to fuck my boy Bussy," and showing pictures of her breasts on her account. When anyone would call her out, they were harassed and told to kill themselves. She isn't a male anymore, by the way. She got too dysphoric. In high school I had a girl who I was best friends with before I knew she was a pathological liar. I should've seen the red flags when she slept with my brother and lied about having a miscarriage with his child. Didn't know it was a lie at the time. She lied about so many messed up things, but the worst was when she convinced me I had a stalker. So for some backstory, there was this boy who I'll call Tim. Tim liked me for a while, but I turned him down. Nothing bad happened, and he was really respectful about it. However, Tim's issue was that he was a little strange, so in hindsight I can see why it was so easy for people, myself included, to consider some of the rumors surrounding him. Not long after turning him down, said best friend brought up that she found something I needed to know about Tim. She claimed that while they were in class together she saw he had pictures of me on his phone. Specifically pictures I had never posted on the internet. Being a private person, there simply weren't many of me floating around. So when Tim went to the bathroom, she took his phone and looked through it like any good friend would. She claims he had over 50 pictures that I had taken of myself, and many more taken at school of him at a distance. She also said that he had even more that were photoshopped pictures of us together in weird and sexually suggestive situations. So, after he came back, she confronted him, and he admitted to hacking into my Google Drive and taking pictures of me. She made him delete it all and threatened to go to the school about it if he continued. She even sat down with me and went through my personal photos, pointing out which ones he did and didn't have. That is what she told me, and being only 15 at the time, I was terrified. I hadn't even taken sexual photos of myself, so the idea that he was creating them and practically stalking me at school scared me. I didn't feel safe and went in and changed all my passwords. I went to another friend close to me and asked him for advice. He assured me that he would help protect me, and I needed to get my parents involved. So that night I went to my mom and we are going to go to the school and police. At that point I didn't know how far Tim was willing to go if left unchecked. So I confronted Tim at school and told him I knew, and I wouldn't let him continue his sick bullshit. At first the best friend even encouraged me to confront him, but once she found out about me getting my parents involved, she admitted it had all been a lie. She said that it was a rumor she heard and didn't know why she lied. Turns out the rumor was about a whole different person. I had to apologize to Tim, and the best friend went on to lie about being pregnant and having miscarriages many times afterwards for attention. She even once asked one of our teachers who couldn't have children, who was looking to adopt, if the teacher wanted her baby. She was never pregnant and lied to the teacher about having a miscarriage. Found that out from the best friend's mom while she was driving me home one night. I completely cut contact with the girl, and I feel bad for anyone else who has gotten caught up in her attention-seeking lies. My ex-girlfriend. I wouldn't even call her a girlfriend because we only dated for like a month before things just went exponentially south. She whined about how she thinks she had no friends and her only friend was the popular girl in school who was really mean to her, I guess. She said her sister and her family hated her, which I always told her is not true. She probably just didn't know the bigger picture. It did seem like her life was slightly more annoying than the average person, but with her manipulation and lies she definitely lied about how bad her life was. I learned that I want to stay away from any girl that says I don't like drama or I only hang out with boys, because girls like drama, because they are 100% the ones that like drama. She always made it seem like I made every mistake and that she was perfect. I was the only one caring enough to try and fix it when I knew it wasn't worth it. She tried to get me away from my friends, and she also stopped hanging out with her friends when we were together, which I never told her to do at all. If anything, I wanted her away from me because those red flags showed up when she started saying I can't live without you. I don't know what I'd do without you. At first glance that may sound really cute and all, but it just kinda locked us in for a bad time, because when we hung out all the time we got sick of it. I realized, only after she broke up with me, and that she thought she was being the bigger person, how stupid I was. I was wanting to break up with that witch as soon her rabbit died, because things just went south from there. She definitely whined to me about how her parents called her an over-exaggeration, and they were right because she just loves attention, but can't make up her mind on what to do once she gets it. In hindsight, it was actually a really good learning experience for a first partnership, because now I for sure know everything I do not want, which was basically everything that encompassed her and her personality. Yes, I'm still a little salty, but hopefully now it all can go uphill. Edit. Formatting. My friends Guy at work watched another co-worker get raped. Let's call her A. Told everyone the next day that it was traumatic for him to witness. A has not come back to work because she knows that he told everyone and she feels understandably violated. She doesn't want to see him because he didn't help her and it gives her PTSD to see him. A month later he confronted A asking why she didn't want to see him anymore. Her friend, B, who also works with us, told him to fuck off and leave her alone, that it was his fault and A doesn't have to see him because he gives her PTSD. He did nothing to stop her from being raped. He went off his face and got into a punch-up with B. A had a panic attack and started cutting herself. B tried to calm her down and threatened that if she didn't stop hurting herself she would cut herself as well. It worked and A stopped hurting herself. So both A and B were bleeding, and attention home G called the police and had her arrested for stabbing and not giving A shit about how it would make A feel to have the only calming presence around taken from her. He is pressing charges against B for assault. He came into work the next day and told everyone that B assaulted him and that he was a victim blah blah. He went to the bosses in an attempt to get her fired. He made the whole incident about himself, all about him, not giving a shit about A, how she felt or her well-being. He was the one who gave her drugs when she couldn't say no. He watched her get raped. He made her have a panic attack and cut herself. He has turned everyone against B because he wants it all to be about him. He is a piece of shit. Well, I'm a drama club member in our school, and every year each club has to perform a skit. So, us drama club members decided that the play would be about a corrupted goddess that slowly killed her creations, but a female warrior along with her lover defeats the goddess blah blah. That's not really important. Everyone was down for it. We had to show our acting skills and the teacher that was managing the club along with the club leader picked who plays who. A girl, or H, let's call her that was a freshman, got the role of the female warrior, and her partner, female warrior's lover, was the popular guy among the juniors. This other girl, let's call her A, got the role of being the female warrior's lover's best friend. So A got jealous that H became a popular guy's partner, while H was happy. Apparently, A and H both liked popular guys. I got the role of one of the goddess creations, by the way. So we started to rehearse for the play we were gonna act in. On the day of the play, when the female warrior's lover's best friend shows up, or A, it said in the script that A had to comfort the guy. So A became touchy with him, and she made it obvious that she wanted H to be jealous. A few moments later, when a female warrior and her lover kissed, A faked passing out so that the popular guy would carry her. Next day, A along with her friend started bullying H. H eventually transferred schools and A was happy about it, but only ended up being rejected by the popular guy when she asked him out. A girl in my high school. She was the most annoying and hated person at school. Only 2 people liked her, and that was it. Let's call her Terry. She was a chronic liar. She lied to everyone daily. I only got on her good side in 6th grade, so she could stop manipulating the new students. I was the new kid back then, and she made most of the new students believe in her lies, and I couldn't stand it. She always gets into other people's drama / gossip / backstabbing, just so she would be noticed. Once I was caught in some big drama that involved me, a popular guy, and a girl, let's call her Eri, who liked the popular guy. I didn't even like the popular guy, since I was already dating another guy that was fairly attractive, though I kept it a secret, since my school was full of beach. Terry decided to bully me, so she could gather some attention. She stated that Eri is my best friend, so back off her man. Terry was lying, because Eri doesn't even like her, and even tells her that she hates her. I got angry, and I was super stressed, since drama and school, so I started to cry. Many people came to comfort me, even my boyfriend. Terry, Eri, and 4 other girls got suspended. After that, everyone told their stories of how Terry bullied them, lied to them, annoyed them, and etc. She became the most hated girl at school. I almost felt sorry for her. However, it didn't last long, because she tried to get attention again by trying to blame a shy / timid girl for bringing a knife to school. Terry is now expelled from my high school. I'm now a senior, so yay. A girl I used to be friends with is quite possibly the worst attention whore I've ever met in my life. She'd copy any and all of my actions and then blame me for it. During this time I was depressed and self-harming. She once texted me during class that she was going to slit her wrists because she was sitting next to her ex. I stayed friends with her from about 7th grade to my first semester of freshman year. She used to slut shame me all the time, saying I looked like a hoe and I shouldn't wear something because it made me look slutty. I finally stopped being her friend after she called me a hoe behind my back to my boyfriend, who is one of her exes. She'd cause drama in any way she could. One time she asked me why I still loved my ex and then sent what I said to his girlfriend. During the beginning of the school year my boyfriend was in a group chat of people that didn't like her because of her shitty behavior, and they all said some nasty stuff about her. Not gonna go in depth, but it was pretty faked. Around 2 weeks after everything was said, they added her to the chat as a joke, not for her to see what they said, just as an oops sorry lol thing. She proceeded to take 20 minutes of her time to go all the way up to 2 weeks into the chat, then took screenshots of what they said and told them she was going to snitch to the band directors. While band drama so crazy, they apologized and asked her to just keep it low-key and it wouldn't happen again. She told all the people in the chat that she liked that she wouldn't tell them and would only get my boyfriend in trouble. She did exactly that and got him suspended from the quintet thing for around 2 weeks. Well, she decided that wasn't enough, so she attempted suicide. Note that this was the day of a football game. I found out that she attempted suicide from an outside source, then was told by a friend that he and 2 other guys were going to jump someone because of a group chat. Immediately I asked who it was, and he told me it wasn't my boyfriend and not to worry. Keep thinking about her suicide attempt. Also, I'm sorry if this is all over the place. I'm terrible at telling stories. Spoiler alert, my boyfriend was the person they were going to jump. I went and warned him, boyfriend, about whatever was going to happen and told him to stay at my house. He agreed and we stayed together the rest of the night at the football game until someone came up to the top of the bleachers. This is what confirmed my suspicion that my friend lied. This man yelled at my boyfriend and threatened to kill him. When I look back on it, I wish I screamed for help or something to get the attention of others. After around a minute or 2 of this dude yelling at us, an officer came up and made sure everything was okay. I just wanna mention that this guy had already graduated and was about 20 years old. He was screaming at 2 16-year-olds over something that never happened. Now let's talk about this girl's suicide attempt. If you try to kill yourself, you will be put under a 72-hour hold by the hospital because you are a danger to yourself. The next day she was at school with no scratches, no cuts, no rope burns, no signs of an overdose. She went around the band room telling people not to lose hope and to smile, trying to milk her faker's attempt as much as she could. I still don't understand why she lied, or why her sister thought it would be a good idea to get someone threatened over a big lie. I'm so thankful I don't have any classes with her this year, and that I don't have to deal with her anymore. When I cut her off, my life got so much better. She constantly tried to put me down for any reason she could and didn't want me to be happy. She was jealous and manipulative. I have a story to share with you. I'm sorry if the English is not very good. It all started when I was in 6th grade. I didn't really have any friends, but when my birthday came around I decided to invite some girls that would at least say hi to me. It was a good party, by the way. I became 12, but when I gave them their invitation, a girl I had never talked to demanded her invitation. I didn't even know why. I only knew her name, but I was young, scared, and so I gave her one. She knows when the party would have been, so I was really pissed off when I called her on my party and asked where she is, and her answer was I'm with my parents. It's their wedding day. I just hung up. How dumb can a girl be? She is a year older than me. It will be interesting in the following story. In 7th grade we came to sit with each other. Many went to higher level school. I would have wanted to, but I knew where all my bullies were when I was younger, and I was scared. So there I was. Even though she demanded and tried everything to hold me under her, like she's my queen or something. For example, she grabs my pen for a test and I don't have another, so I started it with a pencil. But my teacher was nice, and she let me do it. She demanded to have less work in presentation than the others because she, the queen, has a weakness for learning and spelling. I know many people who have that. It's a weakness, not a disability, like she tried to show it to everyone. I really was scared to lose her, because she was the only one that really sort of is a friend, so I never talked back. But one day, I did. We were in class and the teacher and 2 other students talked something out. Pure love drama. When she says something, like I was mistreated at home, does she have the nerve to say something like that? I was so angry at her and yelled, "You don't even know what that means. You don't know how scared you are every time you go home." And she just looked at me like I was the one that did something wrong. I know it, because till I turned 14, till my parents' divorce, my father mistreated me, hit me, scream at me, call me names and makes me guilty for things I didn't do. It was phases that led to his behavior. He could be a normal father in the other moment. 1 month before they divorce, I lost hope that they would break up, and I always told myself, till I can remember, when I turn 18 I will go to the police. I thought my mom would hate me if I did it, so I waited, but the day never comes because of the divorce. But a year later, another man shows up. It's Miss Queen's father. He was nice to me, so he was okay. What was bothering me was the idea of having the attention please bitch as my sister. I already have a little sister. I love her dearly, by the way. So the school years come and go, and when the relationship of my mother with Queenie Dad goes a little further, and he started to make comments towards me, I began to drift apart. I can't be in big groups of people. I cry when I'm screamed at and sort of expect a hit. I began to hate myself, and so I began to hurt myself. But I knew this can't go forever. I knew I wanted to stop, and so, to get along with my past first, I'd gone to a therapist, but it helped just a little. She has pulled many stunts, like in our holiday vacation together in Haas in Germany. She was angry because a week before we were on a class trip, she wanted to be in another room with other girls, so I kind of got stuck with some others, but we had really much fun without her and she didn't like it. The girls told me I must stand up against her, and I did. I really did. I was so proud of myself, but she crashed it with a text message saying she doesn't know if we can be friends because of my behavior. She hasn't really spoken to me in the holidays and hasn't been in a mood since. When the summer break was over and we hadn't talked or texted since, she came to school and pretended like nothing happened. When I talked about my best friend I had thrown on the internet, "We are best friends till now," she said I always talk about her, and told my mother it is bothering her. When she told me even more crap about her future man she never even met, but she loves him. I can't care less about this dude. There was also a time when she found out I harmed myself. She did exactly the same and says she has many problems and depression and nobody can help, and every time she hurts herself, she runs up to the girls in the class and shouts it in their face. At first they cared, but it became old and nobody cared anymore. After I finished school, I immediately stopped talking to her. I knew this was my time. I started at my school for nursing and nurse assistants, and I grew some courage. I learned to stand up for myself. I made friends. I was at the top of the class, and I was part of the popular students. It was like a dream came true. I haven't talked to her, but I heard from many people she's talking shit about me, so I had a plan. I started a fake account via Instagram and started asking questions about me that she really thought it wasn't me. As a little awkward, but okay. I really just asked questions, and as I thought, she told me I'm a dirty bitch, a liar and a bully. Well, good. I stopped texting after that. I knew what I thought, so I thought this crap was over. Wrong. A friend of mine told her that, and they had a meeting with me to admit an excuse. I did make an excuse, but, I'm honest, I didn't care less about her, and I was in that kind of mood. She ran out crying, and she texted me after that our friendship was over. My behavior is like a little kid and blah blah blah. I didn't care. With time, karma does its best. I stopped hurting myself in my time at the nursing school. I learned that all that is in my head, and I can stop. I can stop right now. It's just a point of inner strength, and so it was. There was a guy in our class in middle school she had liked since they were kids. They were friends, but he had a girlfriend. He still has her. I was the one he liked, and he even wanted to cheat on his girlfriend with me. I clearly say no, but it was sweet to know he liked me, not her. She had one boy after another, all from Facebook, many of them she had never met. I haven't had a relationship since I can think of. I wanted a gentleman, someone in real life, so I waited. She told her whole family how bad I am, but when they met me, they liked me and started questioning what she says, and they don't like what they see. She ignores me when I'm around, like on birthdays or something. If I'm there, she is gone in her room crying because the witch is in the house. Her father was, at first, on her side. He even sent me a message that I'm no longer welcome on his birthday, where all my other family members are invited, mom, sister, uncle, and grandparents. I had my own apartment at that time. My mom and sister moved there shortly after. Just my grandma wasn't going. She said it was a huge mistake, and how can he be like that? So I sat there, alone in my apartment. I must say I was a little sad, because all of the others were there. They didn't stand up for me, but I also know that it's my problem with him, or more so his daughter, and they have nothing to do with it. Her father was trying to raise me, but I'm older, so he tried it more on my little sister, a big mistake. One time, he yelled at her for playing and I, like a tiger, had hissed at him, "Don't you dare try to tell her what to do. You are not our father." Then I looked over to my mom, who was stunned. "It's your job, you know." Well, there were some other times I screamed at him for screaming at my sister. I'm protective and nobody has a right to yell at her. And now, I'm here. I have a really caring boyfriend. He teaches me every day to stand up for myself and doesn't quit defending himself because it's easy to just stop. Meanwhile, a 20-year-old woman who has never worked and doesn't even want to is pregnant and will give birth next month. She can't even flush the toilet if daddy isn't around. She followed him everywhere. She always did, but she did it more often till her pregnancy. I became a strong, beautiful, and sometimes even a bit arrogant woman. I'm proud of myself. Maybe I should say that my mom saw the missing queen after she had told her if she wants to live with her and her dad, I, her oldest daughter, am not allowed to visit, and my name will not be dropped. She didn't like it, and her dad also, not after my mom screamed at him how dumb he is to not understand his daughter is manipulative as fuck. Well, that's my story, and maybe it doesn't belong here, but she is missing attention on the spot, and well, maybe it even was a little entertainment to read. Good day.